Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Mentored Young Izuku. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
Midoriya Izuku stood over the dead body of Shigaraki Tamura in a bitter victory. 20 years of blood, death, and war had led to this moment, the moment where they finally won. Midoriya fell to his knees and sobbed. There were no cameras pointed at him, no onlookers, no heroes, nothing. Everyone was gone, either evacuated or ended. Midoriya had nothing left. 36-year-old Midoriya Izuku was the only one alive in Hasu City. He damned himself for being so weak. He was strong, but not strong enough. Not strong enough to save Ochako, Todoroki, Kaken. They were all gone. Suddenly, Midoriya could feel One for All resonating inside him. He looked up to see a blonde figure looking down at him. No, it wasn't All Might. It was the one wielder Midoriya has not met yet. The first wielder of One for All. Hello, Midoriya, the first spoke. It was a gentle voice that radiated justice. Congratulations for ending the line of All for One. It was for nothing, Midoriya shouted. He didn't care about who this person was. He had nothing left to lose. He was alone. All of his friends were dead. He had no reason to fight anymore. They're all dead. I know, the first whispered. Midoriya was taken aback by the sorrow in the first's voice. That's why I'm here. I can give you a second chance. A second chance? Midoriya asked, curious. Again, he had nothing to lose. He would do anything to see them again. I can send you back in time, the first stated. With All for One gone, I can channel his power and grant one wish. You know what I'm going to say. Midoriya stood up, reaching his full height. He was as tall as All Might, his hair and his eyes black, which happened sometime during the war when he unlocked his sixth quirk. Just do it already. Very well, the first stated. I can only bring you in your adult form back. I will bring you back to the time when you're 6 years old. What happens next is up to you. Farewell. The first raised his hand as power started to form in front of Midoriya. He stared at the ever-expanding mass of energy in front of him before everything went white. Midoriya woke up in an alley in his hero costume with his civilian clothes underneath, just like always. His hero costume was a lot like how it was as a teenager, except for the fact it was pure black to complement his new hair and eye color. He took off his costume and walked out of the alley. The first thing he needed was an ID and a place to stay. He needed to decide on a name. Midoriya almost instantly knew what he would go with. Kuro Jisai, the Black Sacrifice. It seemed fitting. Midoriya, no. Kuro chuckled to himself as he walked off. He needed to prepare to meet his younger self. He needed to train him. Prepare him for One for All. He could do this. He could save everyone. A couple years later, Kuro had solidified himself as the 24th top hero. He decided to go with the hero name Black Lightning, as his full cowl also adapted to his different color. He has only been using One for All, but he did have other quirks. He was moving into his new apartment today. He would be moving into the apartment next to the Midoriya's. Kuro wanted to keep track of his younger self and slowly ease himself into a stronger body so he would be more prepared for One for All. He walked up the stairs and entered his new apartment, his boxes already there thanks to the moving crew. Now came the boring part. After 3 hours of painstakingly boring unpacking, Kuro decided it was finally time to meet his neighbors. He grabbed the plate of cookies he had baked in Goodwill and headed to his next-door neighbor's place. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Kuro thought he would be ready to see his mother, but he was dead wrong. A wave of emotions hit him full force when the chubby woman opened the door. Midoriya & Co., Kuro's mother. The one that was decayed right before his eyes by that monster Tamura. Kuro managed to keep a straight face as he looked down at the woman. Hello, he managed. After all these years, Kuro never managed to get past his social anxiety, especially when the numbers started thinning during the war. There weren't many people to talk to. I'm Kuro Jisai, your new neighbor. Please accept these cookies as a gesture of goodwill. Enko smiled, practically melting Kuro's heart. God, he missed this. Midoriya & Co., the woman introduced herself, gingerly taking the cookies from Kuro. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure Izuku will love these. Speaking of which, I'll be right back. Inko closed the door for a couple seconds before opening it again, a small, shy broccoli head in tow. The shy expression instantly morphed into glee as he looked at Kuro. Oh my gosh, you're Black Lightning, he squealed, making Kuro smile softly. He was so small and adorable. Can I have your autograph? Sure, little man. Kuro knelt down and took out a small paper and pen he always had on him, considering he never had a mask on when he worked. He wrote down never give up. Always follow your dreams. Black Lightning, and gave it to Izuku. Here you go. Izuku squealed again as he ran off, probably to glue it into his journal next to Kuro's entry. Knowing him, I'm really sorry about Izuku, Inko said, a hint of pink on her cheeks. He's a huge fan of heroes. No problem. Kuro smiled softly at Inko. It's always nice to know that I inspire people to become the best versions of themselves. I'll see you around, Midoriya-san. I have to go patrol. With a small wave, he walked back to his apartment. Hiro didn't actually have to patrol at that moment. He just needed time to sort out his thoughts. Later that night, a huge, stony villain with oars for a body could be seen destroying the building of a lone shark. People were running in fear, but the ceiling collapsed, about to crush 2 people. Before that could happen, though, a flash of black and yellow zoomed by, saving the 2 people. I am here. Black Lightning and All Might shouted as one person in each of their arms. They placed the people down and let them run off as they looked at each other and smiled. Ah, Black Lightning, I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. All Might shouted, smiling brightly. Pleasure's all mine, All Might-san. Black Lightning smiled at him before turning to the villain. But let's save the chat for after we deal with this villain. Agreed. All Might boomed as the 2 rushed the villain, Black Lightning punching the villain's gut and All Might punching his face. The battle was over before it began. The police are on their way, Black Lightning stated as he turned to All Might again and held out his hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, number 1 hero. All Might grasped his hand, the force causing the air to move around them. That's a mighty grip you got there, Black Lightning. Same with you. Black Lightning smiled as they shook and let go. I'm going to go back to patrols. I'll see you around. With a flash of Black Lightning, he was gone. Hiro was getting his mail when he saw a dejected Izuku walking past him. Is there something wrong, little man? Izuku looked at him with sad eyes. Do you think I can become a hero? What are you talking about? Hiro smiled at him. Anyone can become a hero, little man. What's your quirk? I don't have a quirk, Izuku said sadly. Of course, Kuro already knew, but he couldn't reveal that. That's why people think I can't become a hero. Bah, nonsense. Hiro boomed, his smile not faltering. Like I said, anyone can become a hero. Say, do you want to become a hero? Izuku looked at him, confused, then with determination. Of course. Meet me at the beach after school tomorrow, okay. Kuro knelt to Izuku's height. It was time to start. If All Might wouldn't select Izuku as his successor this time around, he would be Kuro's. Izuku will be getting a quirk. Kuro swore it. A hero needs a big, strong body to fight the bad guys. I'll talk with your mom, and we'll get that body of yours in shape. You can become a hero, quirk or not. As long as you stay determined and follow your dream, anything is possible. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Midoriya's idol, All Might, right there, shot down his dream. Why don't you become a police officer? Being a hero is dangerous. Being a hero can be very dangerous. The scrawny man sighed and went down the stairs. Midoriya stood there, a blank expression on his face. Even if All Might didn't believe him, he knew he had someone who did. Black Lightning, otherwise known as Kuro Jisai. Number 7 hero has been training his body and mind to become a hero. Midoriya followed his idol down the stairs and exited the building as he saw a crowd. Midoriya wormed his way through to see his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, now being known as Kaken, stuck in the slime villain that attacked him earlier that day. Without thinking, Izuku ran up and plunged his hand into the slime creature before tugging as hard as he can, pulling out Kaken. Oi Deku. What the fu Kaken was cut off when the slime monster grabbed both Izuku and Kaken and started to absorb the two as he started to laugh maniacally. As Izuku's vision starts to be enveloped by sludge, he could hear a voice yell Detroit Smash. Izuku found himself free as All Might was there to save him. Effing Deku. Kaken yelled at the boy, ignoring all the heroes standing around him. I didn't ask to be saved. I don't need some quirkless loser looking down on me. Kaken stalked away, obviously mad before Izuku could protest. What were you thinking? Death Arms ran over to the boy to scold him. Do you know how dangerous that was? I know, Izuku said calmly as he looked the hero in the eye. I don't regret my decision at all. I saw someone who needed to be saved and that's all that mattered. All Might looked at Izuku in a whole new light as the boy walked away, a proud expression on his face. Izuku was walking home as he saw a familiar, scrawny man waiting for something, young Midoriya. All Might said, grabbing his attention. Why yes, All Might-san, Izuku asked, the adrenaline high already gone, so it was back to the stuttering. What is it that you need? You know, those actions you did earlier. Even though you were quirkless, you did what the top heroes would do. Moving without reacting, All Might said. He looked at him, his black eyes filled with determination. With a mindset like that, I'm sure you can be a hero. Meet me at the beach tomorrow morning. Izuku woke up early that morning and leaving a note to his mom that he was going to train with Kuro. Of course it was a lie, but Inko has approved of Kuro years ago, as he assured her that this would be only beneficial to him. Speaking of Black Lightning, Izuku was really excited to tell him about the events that transpired, but he was nowhere to be seen all day. Izuku saw All Might walking towards the beach as well. All Might-san. Ah, young Midoriya, All Might said. He was in his scrawny form, as he didn't want to attract the press. Let us walk to the beach. We need to start your training. Izuku nodded silently. He didn't know what Kuro would say, but he hasn't seen him, and Midoriya just figured he would tell the bulky hero later. To the young man's surprise, he saw the number 7 hero staring off into the horizon. "Hey, little man," he said as he turned around. Toshinori-san, I take it you're here to train my student." "Why, you know he's Izuku," started but was cut off by Kuro. "All Might's consultant," Kuro finished. "I've seen him a couple times while working with All Might-san. Anyways, I have some business to deal with. I'm still expecting to see you after school, little man." Kuro walked over to the pair and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and looks at Toshinori with a soft smile on his face. "I never expected you to take on a student. I'm trusting you with him, K." All Might nodded, and Kuro smiled wider as he walked off. All Might looked at the man skeptically, but decided to ignore it for now. After all, he had a student to teach. 5 months later, it was time. The previous training that Kuro did with Izuku helped immensely, as Izuku's body was already well developed. As All Might hands Izuku his hair, he beams at him with that signature smile of his. "Be sure that no one learns that you got this power from me. There are a few people who know, but no one more should learn." "Does Black Lightning know?" Izuku asked. Kuro was practically the cool uncle Izuku never had. Izuku wanted to tell him, but he understood the dangers of that knowledge. "He does not," All Might simply stated. After school, Izuku went to the beach to train with Kuro, as usual. Kuro was standing, staring at the horizon, just like that day 5 months ago. He almost never does that. He only did that when All Might started teaching him. "Ano Kuro-san?" Izuku asked, causing Kuro to turn around. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Kuro said. "I'm just thinking about how I should help you with your quirk." How did you know I have a quirk?" Izuku sputtered. He had only gotten his quirk today. No one should have known about it. Not even Kaken, or even his mom knows about his new quirk. "I have my ways," Kuro simply stated. "Anyways, that smash sheet that All Might was teaching you? Don't do that. All Might was a prodigy with his quirk. Your body hasn't adapted to the quirk, so if you focus it on one spot and attack, you'll wreck your arms. Only use it as a last resort." How did Kuro know so much about One for All? All Might said Kuro shouldn't even know about, much less how to use his quirk. Before Izuku could say anything, Kuro continued. "Try focusing the quirk on your entire body. Think of it as like a buff in a video game. Try to control it, though. No more than, say, 5%. Any more as of now and your body will start to break under the power." Izuku had a lot of questions, but decided to try it out. He concentrated on the power deep inside him, and focused on channeling it on his entire body. His body started to glow and green sparks started to crackle around him. "Good, now try attacking me," Kuro said, his arms crossed. It wasn't uncommon for Izuku and Kuro to spar. Izuku dashed at Kuro, but was taken by surprise by the force of the movement, and flew a few feet into the water as Kuro sidestepped and dodged his attack. Kuro snickered inwardly as Izuku dragged himself ashore. "You knew that was going to happen, didn't you?" "Yup," Kuro said, smiling. "Now we'll spend the next 5 months getting you familiar with your power at only 5%. No going further until I say so." Izuku sighed and called for the power again, preparing to attack his mentor. "All right, let's do this." After a couple hours of training, Izuku laid on the ground, panting as Kuro stood over him, no small amount of pride on his face. "Good job, little man," Kuro said as he offered Izuku a hand. As Kuro pulled him up, his expression went serious. "One thing that I need you to do is not tell All Might of my knowledge of One for All. If he finds out now, then we'll probably get into a whole den of trouble that we don't want to get into now. I promise I'll tell him, but I'll do it when I'm ready." Izuku nodded at Kuro, and the tall man smiled again. "Now, let's get you to a shower. You smell like salt water in pain." Izuku chucked slightly and punched Kuro's arm playfully as they started for home. 5 months later, it was time for the exam. Izuku was feeling confident about the exam. He had been training diligently with All Might and Kuro and managed to get to 6% full cowl as Kuro had dubbed it. Kuro was equally shocked and proud at the young man's progress, saying that it wasn't normal for a wielder of One for All to make such progress. Whenever Izuku asked about how Kuro knew things like that, Kuro would just dodge the question and change the subject. Izuku may be imagining things, but it seems that Kuro hits a little bit harder during sparring sessions where Izuku brings up the man's knowledge of One for All. Izuku's musings were interrupted by a stray rock as he trips on it. He prepared himself for impact, but that impact never came. He opened his eyes and to his surprise, he was floating. "Release." He heard a female voice before he fell, landing on his feet. "Phew, that was a close one. Are you okay there?" Izuku turned around to see the one thing he feared the most. A girl. Izuku's face instantly went red as he started to stammer. Why yeah. Thanks for saving me there." "No problem." The girl beamed, practically oozing positivity. "My name is Uraraka Ochako. What's yours?" "Relax, little man." Midoriya can hear Kuro's voice in his head. This was something Kuro had taught him along with training his body. How to help his social anxiety. Girls are people too. They're usually very nice. There's no reason to be scared of them. Izuku knew that it is at least partially a lie, if Aunt Mitsuki had anything to say about that. He took a deep breath and smiled. "I am Midoriya Izuku," he said, returning a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Izuku was trying his best not to cover his ears. President Mike's speech on the exam was loud to say the least. Izuku could barely think, much less muse and mutter as he usually does. It was a blessing in disguise, though, as Uraraka had insisted on hanging with him because she didn't have any other friends. It wasn't that Izuku didn't like her company, as she was a great person, it's just that Izuku found it a miracle that he hasn't passed out yet after such prolonged contact with a girl. "All right, are you ready?" President Mike shouted to the crowd of teenagers as a loud cheer could be heard from the examinees. "All right, then, start." Meanwhile, the staff watched in a designated area to examine the kids. Nezu, All Might, Lady Midnight, Eraserhead, and a few others were there, examining the students dashed off. This Midoriya kid seems quite interesting," Nezu states as the screen focuses on Izuku, who seemed to be rescuing participants in danger as well and destroying the robots. "Do you think he knows about the rescue points?" "I don't think so," All Might states. "I see it in his eyes. That boy is saving those kids because he wants to." Of course it was complete bullshit, but All Might knew his successor. He would rather just save people, points be damned. Before anyone could say anything further, the door opened, revealing a tall, muscular man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a black, one-piece uniform and a neck guard. He was known as Black Lightning, the number 7 hero in Japan. "So, am I late?" Izuku looked at his letter with anticipation. He didn't know what the passing or failing score was, but he was nervous out of his mind. "Just open it, Izuku." His mother gently put a hand on his shoulder, an understanding smile forming on her lips. "I know you did great. They would be out of their minds not to take you." Izuku managed a shaky smile and opened the letter when a hologram formed in front of them. Izuku's face paled when he recognized who the person on the other side was. "Hey, little man," Kuro's hologram flickered as he smirked. "Oh, hey Inko, Kuro-sensei," Izuku exclaimed. "You work at UA." Kuro's hologram sighed. "You should probably keep whatever response you have down." He chuckled a little bit. "This is all pre-recorded. Chances are you just woke me from my well-deserved nap. I just know you too well enough to mess with you a little bit." Kuro made sure to emphasize well-deserved. Izuku shivered, feeling like he would be in for a world of hurt later that day. "Anyways, you wanted to hear about the UA results, right?" Kuro smiled as the two leaned in anticipation. "You didn't pass." Izuku looked down, crestfallen. Before he could start moping, Kuro continued. "You set the record for UAS entrance exam. Sure, All Might may have had a higher score on the practical, but his written exam scores were horrible." Izuku looked up at the hologram in shock. He had scored higher than All Might. With 46 villain points and 86 rescue points, you scored a 132 on the practical exam, scoring just 23 points under All Might, leaving you in second place in the history of UA, Kuro said, the pride glimmering through the hologram. "Oh yeah, there was a secret part of the exam. Did you really think that the practical was just based off kicking the crap out of robots? Nah, saving people is a part of being a hero too. Good job, little man. I'm proud of you." Izuku jumped and cheered loudly as he heard the news. He had passed. He not only passed, but he would be cemented in history as the closest score to All Might till the current day. Oh, another thing. Kuro's hand was hovering towards a button just out of view before he stopped. "I ran into this girl while I was shopping the other day. What was her name?" "Urarara. Bah, I forgot. She saw us walking home together and asked me to thank you for saving her from that big, bad zero-pointer during the exam." Izuku's face turned beet red as his mother gave him a quizzical look. "A girl?" she asked teasingly. "Why didn't you say anything?" Mom," Izuku sputtered, looking at her with a betrayed look. It's not like that. Relax, I'm just teasing," the Kuro hologram said. "But she really was thankful. You saved her when everyone else was too busy looking out for no one other than themselves. You really acted like a hero during the exams. I have no doubt in my mind that you will make a great hero. I'll be seeing you around. Your class is Class 1A. Don't forget it." With that, Kuro ended the transmission and left the Midoriyas to process the roller coaster that was Izuku's acceptance letter. Kai Chisaki, otherwise known as Overload, was sitting in his office, looking all menacing. He had it all. Power, wealth, influence, even those newfangled quirk-erasing bullets. There was absolutely nothing that can go wrong at this point. Just as that thought flashed through his head, someone slammed his head on the table and slapped some quirk-nullifying handcuffs on him. "Kai Chisaki," the man said with a cold, authoritative tone. "For crimes that I'm too lazy to list off, you are under arrest." "How did you?" Chisaki started, but was stopped when the man grabbed him and jumped out of the window, landing in front of a police car. The man handed him to the cops, and he was put in the back of the police car. The man turned around and started walking back towards the building. "Black Lightning," one of the cops yelled after the man, now known to be the number 7 hero in Japan. what are you doing now? We've already got overload. Nothing much. The man let out a dry chuckle and stared at Chisaki with such malice, it caused the seasoned Yakuza to shudder. I'm just going to adopt a child. Izuku was writing down a continuation on Kuro Jisai, otherwise known as Black Lightning. Even though he was such a big shot, he was a complete enigma. No one knows the full capabilities of his quirk, other than he's fast, strong, and black electricity surrounds him when he activates it. He calls the quirk Black Lightning, but something seems off. Also his knowledge about One for All. It made no sense. How could he figure something like that behind All Might's back? It just made no logical sense. A knock on the door made Izuku jump, breaking him out of his trance. He walked over to the door and opened it to see Kuro, but his quirk was activated, but only on his right leg. Hey, little man, he greeted with a smile. I wanted you to meet someone. Huh? Izuku asked, looking around, not seeing anyone. Who is it? I don't see anyone. She's a bit shy. Izuku paled at the dreaded word. She. Come on, Eri. Izuku is a nice guy. I promise. Kuro looked down to his right leg, and Izuku followed his gaze to see a small girl hiding behind his right leg, looking very scared. Izuku's face regained its color knowing that Kuro wasn't trying to hook him up. Izuku would never put it past Kuro to invite a teenage girl for the sole reason of freaking his student out. He slowly knelt and looked at the girl with a soft, reassuring smile on his face. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. What's your name? Midoriya asked in the most calming voice he can muster. Kuro always taught him that reassuring people was a vital part in a hero's job. Eri, Izuku made out. The girl was almost too quiet to hear. Kuro Eri. Yep, I adopted Eri earlier today. Kuro beamed at the young girl, patting her head. Eri looked as if she wasn't enjoying it, but she didn't smile, not even showing a hint of one. She's had a rough life for someone so young, and I think what she really needs is a loving family and supportive friends. Izuku looked into the girl's eyes and his heart shattered. He saw something he's been all too familiar with in that poor little girl's eyes. Despair and hopelessness filled her big, red eyes. He tried to hide his pity and showed a friendly smile. Of course, he said, smiling at the young girl. I would love to be Eri's friend. Izuku stared at the huge entrance to UA High and gulped. He was going to such a prestigious school, with people like Black Lightning, Eraserhead, and freaking All Might working as part of the staff. Just a year ago, it seemed like a pipe dream for him to even be considered, and now he was one of the most promising students, according to what Kuro had told him. Izuku pinched himself, trying to convince himself that it was a dream. Fortunately, he didn't wake up. Izuku jumped when a firm hand grasped his shoulder. He turned around to see Kuro in an uncharacteristically bright gray suit with matching pants, a white dress shirt, and a green tie. He had Eri on his shoulders, supporting her with his other hand. Don't worry, little man, Kuro reassured him. As long as you don't freeze up on the girls in your class, you'll be fine. Gee, thanks, sensei, Izuku said dryly. He didn't understand why Kuro teased him so much about girls, but Kuro seemed to enjoy it, so Izuku didn't ask. Gee, good luck, Izunai, Eri muttered, firmly wrapping her arms around Kuro's forehead. In the couple months between Eri's adoption and the first day of school, Eri had improved when it came to talking to Izuku, but he hasn't seen the small girl smile yet, which uneased the young man. He doesn't know why the little girl won't smile, but it deeply concerned him. She is still barely able to talk to strangers, but it isn't impossible for her to make friends. With the gentle encouragement of Izuku and Kuro, she was able to meet and Eri has seemed to take a liking to her. Kuro has also been helping Eri with her quirk, whatever it was. Kuro claims she doesn't have much control over it, but he managed to help her to suppress its random outbursts unless she was put under a lot of stress. Thanks, Eri-chan, Izuku smiled softly at the girl. I'll become the best hero in the world. Just you watch me. Well, you should probably get to class, Hiro-kun, Kuro said with a teasing tone and a smile on his face. Today is Lilari's first day of school, and I have to go meet her teacher. I'll be at UA by the time school starts. I'll see you at lunch, little man. Izuku nodded and Kuro held his fist out. Izuku held out his as well, and the two Izukus bumped fists before Kuro turned around and walked away. Izuku looked back at the huge school and took his first step towards heroism. Kuro found his way to the elementary school as he removed from his shoulders and snuggled up to him as he held her gingerly in his arms. In all honesty, Kuro was scared. He knew Eri had to learn how to talk to people, but he was kind of a doting father, and he doesn't like seeing Eri stressed or anxious. Room 3. Kuro muttered to himself as he scanned the doors, looking for the room, until he saw the number 3 plastered on the door right in front of him. Giving Eri a reassuring smile, the pro hero knocked on the door. He was aware he was about 45 minutes early, but he wanted to make sure whatever teacher she had knew about her situation, and so he can get a feel for the teacher. If the teacher was one of those morons who doesn't care for their students, Kuro would pull out within the week. Kuro concealed his shock surprising well as the door opened, revealing a young woman with white hair, streaks of red littering her snow-white hair. Kuro remembers Shoto's older sister Fayumi all too well. Fayumi was the one to take care of all the kids during the war, and was an emotional pillar to all of the heroes. Well, that was until Shigaraki decided to target the next generation. Hello, miss. Kuro smiled softly at the young teacher. My name is Kuro Jisai, and I'm here for my student here, Kuro Iri. Ah, it's nice to meet you. Fayumi's sweet smile filled Kuro with nostalgia of times when he, Shoto, and Fayumi would sit together and have soba. It was one of the few happy times in a bleak and desolate war. My name is Todoroki Fayumi, and Iri-chan is on our roster. Is there anything I should know about Iri beforehand? Yes, actually. Kuro took an envelope out of his pocket and handed it to her. This covers things in a bit more detail, but little Iri here has quite a hard life. She has trouble speaking with people. Just please, be patient with her. Of course, Kuro-san. Relief washed over Kuro's face. He knew he could trust Fayumi. She was great with children. I'll be sure to try my best to do what I can for Iri-chan. Kuro set Iri down and looked at her, smiling. Hey, Iri-chan. I know school's going to be hard, but you have a good sensei here. He comforted the girl, who didn't necessarily look scared, but it was obvious that she was anxious. If anything bad happens, remember the watch, okay? I'll be there in a flash. Iri nods at the man before giving him as big of a hug her tiny arms could manage. Kuro hugged back, repressing his inner doting father as to not embarrass himself. As he stood up, he looked Fayumi in the eye. Fayumi slightly stiffened as she tried to read the emotions shining in his eyes. Was that concern? No, it must be a trick of the light. Hey, Todoroki-san, the tall man started, pausing to think. Are you all right? Yes, Fayumi answered, thoroughly confused. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. Kuro smiled softly as he could almost hear the gears turn in the young woman's head. I'm a hero. It's my job to be concerned. That's all. With that, he put his hand on Iri's head and walked off. Me, Deku-kun. Uraraka bounded over to Izuku as soon as she opened the door. She unfortunately discovered the nickname as Kaken was bad-mouthing the young man. I never got to ask. How do you know Black Lightning-san? I saw you two walking home with each other after the exam. Ooh, Izuku's face instantly turned into a tomato as the girl got dangerously close to him. His apartment is right next to mine. Really? A red-haired boy walked up to the two, a huge grin on his face. That's so manly. How's it like? He's really cool. He's always been like the cool uncle I've never had. Izuku looked at the boy to distract himself from Uraraka. My name is Midoriya Izuku. What's yours? I'm Ejiru Kirishima. The two boys shook hands. It's really nice to meet you. As the two shook hands, the door slammed open as an all-too-familiar blonde stormed up to Izuku. Boy, Shidi Deku, he shouted at the top of his lungs as he got right up in Izuku's face. How did you get a higher score than me? Before Izuku could open his mouth, a tall boy with glasses approached Kaken and held out his hand as a gesture to get him to stop. Excuse me, sir, he started. This isn't how you should be acting towards a fellow classmate. Shut the F up, Shidi Four Eyes. As Kaken yelled to start a tirade, the door opened as the students feel an intimidating aura, instantly silencing the room. You're here to learn to be heroes, not to socialize and make friends. A ragged man with a weird scarf walked into the classroom and stood at the podium. Amizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher. Meet me at the PE area in 10 minutes. Kuro wandered his way into the PE field at UA High School. He was excited to see Izuku's result. Why? No particular reason. He was just curious to see how much he's improved versus his past self. Kuro was muttering calculations to predict how far the ball would go. Kuro-san, what are you doing here? Shouta's voice snapped Kuro out of his muttering trance. Shouldn't be doing your job. I am doing my job, Aizawa-kun. Kuro beamed internally as he watched Shouta's face twist in annoyance. I need to make sure you don't end anyone on your first day. Kuro snickered as Shouta huffed and several of the students paled. Relax, kiddies, Kuro said, barely containing his laughter. He knew all these teenagers as battle-hardened heroes, jumping into combat with hundreds of nomas with the determination of an army. Not young men and women scared shitless by their teacher. Aizawa-kun won't end anyone. I hope. I'm just here to see the next generation of heroes. You'll be sure to keep the kiddies alive, right? Chen, Shouta grunted and turned around to continue his assessment. Now, we'll be doing the ball throw test. You will use your quirk to throw the ball as far as you can. Katsuki-kun, can you please go first? Fine, Shidi teacher, Kaken muttered under his breath. Thankfully, Shouta couldn't hear it, but Kuro learned a few years back that concentrating one for all into his ears can give him super hearing. He never found use for such a thing during the war, but it was very useful for doing hero work, so Kuro almost always had it activated. A plus is that he could hear whenever Iri is in trouble, giving Kuro's doting father side a reason to listen out for things. Die. Kaken threw the ball, causing an explosion to push the ball even further. The ball flew with a smoke trail and landed somewhere in the forest. 703 meters, Shouta stated plainly as he then looked to Kuro. Since you're here, make yourself useful and go get the ball. Kuro grumbled something under his breath and zipped off in a burst of black lightning, returning a second later with the ball in hand, perfectly undamaged. As the other students went as their names were selected to throw the ball, Kuro spaced out, thinking about the war. As Kaminari went, he remembered the blonde hero emitting a huge wave of electricity in the center of an army of Nomas, knowing that his brain would be too fried to escape. As Hagakure went, he could almost hear a pained shriek and see a concrete hallway fill with blue fire. Midoriya Izuku. Kuro almost responded before realizing that Shadow was talking about his past self. Kuro let out a shaky breath and shook his head, trying to rid his head of his bad thoughts. "Excuse me, Black Lightning-san?" Kuro almost jumped as he heard someone speak his hero name. He turned around 13 to see Yaoyorozu Momo looking up at him, a shy look on her face. "Are you all right?" Kuro smiled at the young woman, remembering how kind she always had been, even during the bleakness of war. "Don't worry about me. Just thinking," Kuro said softly. "May I ask your name?" "Yaoyorozu Momo," Momo said softly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Black Lightning-san. Please, just call me Kuro." Kuro turned back to his younger self, smiling. "Pleasure's all mine." To Kuro's surprise, instead of throwing the ball, Izuku dropped the ball and kicked it with all his might, the green electricity filling his body. A loud boom could be heard as the ball broke the sound barrier and flew out of sight. 1358 meters, Shouta said, expertly concealing his shock. No one had sent the ball that far since All Might. As the tests continued and concluded, the flashbacks continued to haunt Kuro, but he was able to hide his emotion. He looked at the board with the results, and all his negative emotions were washed away as his eyes set on the top score. First place, Midoriya Izuku. Kuro smiled to himself. Perhaps there was hope for the future. No, not perhaps. This future will be saved. These kids will grow up safe and happy, Kuro vowed to himself, looking longingly at the students chattering excitedly. "I will make it happen. If it's the last thing I do." Katsuki Bakugo was her name, right? Kachin thought back to what happened up to this point, out of absolute nowhere. One of his idols, Black Lightning, a hero that he only puts All Might above, just approaches him out of nowhere. No prompting, no warning, nothing. "Yeah," Kakin said, nervous. He knew when not to be a prick. And now was one of those times. "Is there something you need?" "Yeah, just wanted to talk," Black Lightning said nonchalantly, as if approaching random students at lunch was a thing he did on a normal basis. "Wanna eat at my office? I won't take up too much of your time." Kakin nodded and followed Black Lightning to his office. What he stepped in was interesting to say the least. The table was completely empty, but that was probably the only orderly thing in the office. A large corkboard was on the wall, filled to the brim with messy papers and sticky notes. Papers were scattered all throughout the floor and Black Lightning's desk. "Make yourself at home." Black Lightning's deep, yet relaxed voice brought Kakin's focus back to him. He put the meal the hag made for him on the coffee table and started to unpack and prepared to eat. "You know that kid you dubbed affectionately as Shitty Deku is my neighbor, right?" Kakin looked like he was about to spit out food he didn't even start eating yet. "Why would you tell me that?" Kakin shouted. He knew when to keep his cool, but when someone brought up that shitty effing Deku, he knew it was not the time to be chill. "I've heard a lot from Izuku," Black Lightning said simply. "I would like to talk about your relationship with the boy." "What do you want to know?" Kakin yelled at him, still apoplectic. "He's a good-for-nothing piece of shit. Do you know why he was able to beat you in both the exam and the assessment?" Kakin froze. He was right. That stupid quirkless Deku had beaten him in both the exam and the quirk assessment. It made absolutely no sense. Of course he did manifest his quirk a little bit late. That's not the point here. The point is his attitude. You see, so effing what about his attitude? Kakin was done with this nonsense. He was done with people praising Shitty Deku when he apparently had just gotten some stupid quirk. It doesn't mean shit. He shouldn't be better than me. Black Lightning's stone-cold look made Kakin stop his tirade. "Look, you're strong. No one's gonna deny that," he started, his voice deadly calm. "But Izuku has something you don't. Someone to look up to. A goal to achieve. Not like All Might. He is an amazing role model, but Izuku had something else. Someone his age to look up to. He had a rival. Izuku wouldn't have been half as motivated to get stronger if it wasn't for his rival figure. And that person, Bakugo-kun, is you." Kakin was floored by this. He was one of the reasons that Deku became stronger. Again, it made no sense. Kakin treated Izuku like shit, and that just made him stronger. "Now, I'm not here to sing Izukun's praises and piss you off," Black Lightning continued when he noticed Kakin hadn't started talking yet. "I'm here to advise you to do the same. I know that you don't necessarily like Izuku, but if you just bully him and do nothing about the fact that he's getting stronger, you'll never become half the hero he will. You gotta keep up, man. Don't take this sheet lying down. Keep training. You two can make each other stronger. Becoming a hero isn't about you, and it isn't about him. It's about saving people, and if you have to tolerate someone you don't like to become stronger and better and saving those people, then that's what you gotta do." Black Lightning stood up and walked up to Kaken and put his hand on his shoulder. Katsuki Bakugo, you're destined for great things. You have so much potential, but your mind is closed off. You can only achieve so much without opening up and allowing others to help you. As a hero, you'll never be alone. Black Lightning took his hand off Kaken's shoulder and walked to the door before pausing. Think about what I've told you today. If you need any sort of help, please reach out. I'll help you in any way I can. Aizawa Shouta was having a rough week. Along with having a bunch of problem children, he had Kuro Jisai constantly shadowing his class. He didn't know why Kuro was so interested in him and his class, but it was really annoying. He would be there before class, laughing and chatting with the students, pulling out random students during class, and sometimes even randomly walk into the class and sit in, ruthlessly teasing the teacher as he tried to do his job. Shouta flopped on his bed. It was around 9 p.m., 4 hours until he had to start patrolling as a racerhead. He decided to check his phone once before taking a nap. He was already tired out from his day job, and he just wanted a nap. Shouta opened his phone and checked his emails. It was mostly junk, but there might be something important there. After a few minutes of checking his email, he landed on a particularly interesting one. He tapped on it and started reading. To Eraserhead. All Might, Tashinori Yagi, Recovery Girl, Nezu, Gran Torino, Sir Nidai, 13, Maruko, Edgeshot, Hawks, Kamui Woods, and Best Genist. From offerulisafadrules@heromail.com. Subject: Vital info please read. Name: Shigaraki Tamura. Affiliation: League of Villains. Quirk: Decay. When Shigaraki places all 5 fingers of a hand onto a target, the target starts to decay, eventually leaving nothing but ashes. Targets can be both living and non-living. Name: Kurogiri. Affiliation: League of Villains. Quirk: Warp Gate. Kurogiri can make portals of varying size and quantity to any space he has either been to, or can visually see at the moment of creation. Name: Namu. Affiliation: League of Villains. Quirks: Shock Absorption, Super Regenerations. You all are smart, you could figure them out. Very important info. Namu is not a human anymore. He died painfully as soon as the second quirk was injected into him. Recommended end on site. Weak spot is the brain. Between entries, there were incredibly detailed sketches of the 3 villains described. Shouta read the email a couple times over as several questions popped up in his head. First of all, if such important info was being distributed to such high-ranking heroes, why weren't Endeavor and Black Lightning not included? Also, why would this person stay anonymous? Who were they and what did they want? How would they have this info? Shouta sighed as he turned off his phone. Today has been too eventful. He was done. It was time for bed. Hiro sighed as he looked at the to-do list that he had made himself. He checked out send info of USJ invaders and looked at the next one. Talk to Shoto. God damn it. This was going to be a very delicate situation, but he had to do it. Enji needed to be put in his place. The domestic abuse needed to stop. He sighed one more time before he stepped into Class 1A. What do you want? Hiro was greeted with the beautiful music known as Shouta's grumbling. We've been over this. I just need to borrow to-do-kun for a moment, Hiro said cheerfully, knowing the topic he was going to talk to him about would be anything but. Todoroki, can you please come with me for a few minutes? Shoto nodded wordlessly and exited the room with Kuro, following him to his messy office. Your sister speaks highly about you, you know. Shoto froze. Why would he be bringing this up? Did this have something to do with that terrible man that barely had the right to call Shoto his father? What do you want? Shoto's voice came out aggressive as the room literally dropped in temperature. Did my old man set you up to this? Well, I agree this is about your father. He did not set me up to this. Kuro sat down on his desk and returned Shoto's gaze. I want to get him arrested. Arrested? Shoto's deadly gaze softened as he tried to wrap his head around the situation. Why would you want to get a co-worker arrested? I couldn't give 2 shits about Enji. Kuro sighed and massaged his temples. Your father is a piece of shit for treating you and your siblings like that, and I owe Fayumi one for treating my daughter so well. Did she tell you about this? Shoto asked warily. He didn't want someone he barely knew to step into family matters, but part of his was screaming for help. He hated Endeavor, and he wanted him to stop torturing his family. No, she didn't. You'd be surprised how much a few shots of whiskey can get out of someone, Kuro smirked. It was complete bullshit, but he was honest about Fayumi. She already had enough shit going on, and he didn't want to use her as a way to get into this mess. She doesn't even know what I'm planning. What do you need me to do? Shoto asked, cutting right to the chase. He didn't care how Kuro knew. He just wanted his father put to justice. Get a written report from each of your siblings about what Enji has been doing to you guys and hand it in to me whenever you can, and I'll do the rest, Kuro said. Also make sure Fayumi doesn't find out it's me behind this whole operation. Poor girl already has enough on her mind. Yuri-chan can be quite the handful. Shoto nodded and Kuro smiled and stood up, putting his hand on Shoto's shoulder. You're a good kid, Todoroki-kun, he started. I can tell you're going to go places. Not for him, but for you. Just know that here, you have friends. Your classmates care about you. And they would curse Endeavor's name if they knew what he did to you. You don't have to go through this alone. We're all here for why. Kuro was cut off by the alarms. He muttered something under his breath and looked at the young man. Go to your class, Todoroki-kun. Standard evacuation procedures. Kuro started to walk off. I have a meeting to get to. Everything was according to plan. Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogiri walked through the empty hallways, looking through each room to find the databases of UA High. The press has caught everybody's attention. And now they had the chance they need to swipe the info on where All Might would be the next day. As they turned a corner to another room, he saw something being tossed towards him. A pen drive. Shigaraki caught it and looked to where it had been thrown from. To his horror, he saw Black Lightning standing there, leaning on a wall with his arms and legs crossed. I'm not here to arrest you, Black Lightning stated, the fury present in his calm tone. The info you're looking for is in there. Why are you helping us? Shigaraki asked warily. Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Please, you would have gotten the info anyways. Let's not kid ourselves here. Shimura-kun. Shivers went down Shigaraki's spine as he heard his birth name. I'm here to warn you. If you're going to go through with that plan, you will fail. We will kick your asses to Kingdom Come. Good to know, Shigaraki stated, scratching his neck. I'll turn you all to dust, then. With that, Kurogiri created a portal and teleported the two away. Kuro sighed and zipped away to meet the others. Shigaraki appeared in the next room over, heaving a sigh. Like hell he was going to trust the info a hero gave him. He and Kurogiri continued their search, eventually getting the info they needed. While they were there, they decided to use the computer to check what was on the drive Black Lightning gave them. If it was a virus, UA would be the one to suffer. To their surprise, it was actually the info they wanted, where All Might would be the next day. Shigaraki huffed as he ordered Kurogiri to take them back to their hideout. Izuku Midoriya was anxious. He had a field trip today, but he didn't know where or what they would be doing. He was happy to have friends now, but also perplexed as Kaken didn't seem to bully him as much. It was still there, but Kaken wouldn't rag on his nearly as much as usual. Uraraka, as bright and cheery as ever, didn't really know the meaning of personal space, causing Izuku to almost faint whenever she would give him a hug. Kirishima also proved to be a great friend as well as he, Midoriya, Kaminari, and Sero would often go to the arcade together after school. Izuku was on friendly terms with almost all of his classmates, all of them except Kaken and Todoroki Shoto. He didn't know why he couldn't approach the young man, but he was always so quiet and cut off from reality. Izuku couldn't seem to talk to him at all, no matter how much he tried. A tap on the shoulder made him jump and yelp. A tick appeared on his forehead as he heard Kuro's loud, booming laughter from behind him. What do you want, Kuro-sensei? As he turned around, Kuro's face became serious. It was unsettling. Kuro was almost always this easygoing and relaxed man. Seriousness didn't fit with him. Take this, Izuku, Kuro said, handing him a wristwatch. See that red button on it? If things go wrong, press it. I'll be there in a flash. Izuku nodded, and Kuro's door opened, revealing an adorable Eri with her hands on the straps on her backpack, her usual shy face replaced with a look of determination and will. Kuro beamed as he picked up the young girl, her determined face morphing into shock as she whined in protest. Dad, I'm big now. You don't have to carry me to school anymore. Just because I can't doesn't mean I won't, little lady. Kuro smiled at the girl. Now, let's get you two to school. After all, the both of you have a big day ahead. Deku-kun. As soon as Izuku opened the door, he was greeted with Uraraka flying over to him using her quirk, quickly wrapping her arms around him. Are you excited for the field trip? Uraraka-san. Too close. Izuku sputtered, his face tomato red and his arms flailing wildly. I see my little man already has gotten himself a girlfriend, Kuro mused, stepping into the room, patting Izuku on the back. I knew you were attractive, but I didn't think you'd be such a lady killer, Izuku-kun. At those words, Uraraka instantly slid back several feet, her face just as red as Izuku's. Kuro-san. It's not like that. No need to be shy, children, Kuro snickered. I'm sure you and Inko would get along swimmingly. What are you doing here anyways, Kuro-sensei? Izuku asked the older man. Don't you have security stuff to be doing? Oh yeah, I'm chaperoning your little field trip, Kuro said. Apparently an outside source warned Nezu to be on the safer side with this field trip. There's a chance something might happen, even if it's low. UA doesn't want to take any risks. Izuku said to himself as Tenya Ada walked into the classroom. He instantly noticed Kuro and Brisk walked over and bowed. It's a pleasure to see you again, Black Lightning-san. Ada practically shouted. May I ask what reason you are visiting today? For the last time, Tenya-kun. Call me Kuro, Kuro said softly. Also, I'm going to be coming with you on your field trip and make sure everything goes fine. Before Ada could continue, Kuro walked over to Momo, who was shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Nervous, Yaoyorozu-chan. Momo looked up at Kuro. Just a little bit. Don't sweat it. Kuro smiled softly at the girl. You're a very capable young woman. Whatever happens, I'm sure you can deal with it. Thanks. Momo blushed slightly at the praise. A lot of the 1A students were still getting used to such a high-ranking hero popping in and talking so casually with them. It seemed surreal to the teenagers, even more so than All Might, because he was always out and about. Hiro always seemed to be open and free to talk to the students, constantly dropping by to say hi and to check in on the students. Hiro then turned to see Shoto handing him an envelope. Here's what you asked for, Kiro-san. Hiro took the envelope before zipping off and returning within a second. The envelope nowhere in sight. Thanks, Shoto. I'll see that this gets processed immediately. For the first time ever, Izuku saw Shoto smile, even if it was only the faintest bit. Izuku was perplexed at Kiro's charisma, being able to strike up a conversation and work things out seemingly out of nowhere. Hey, Kiro-san, Kirishima called the hero over. I challenge you again. Kiro smirked and walked over and knelt down, clasping his hand with Kirishima's. The entire class crowded around as Kirishima and Kiro engaged in their daily arm wrestle. After a couple seconds of struggling, Kiro slammed Kirishima's fist on the table. You've been improving, Kirishima-kun, Kiro said happily. Maybe someday you'll actually beat me. You bet, Kirishima whooped. Kiro then turned to Gyro and handed her a few sheets of paper. Gyro-chan, your old man told me you played bass. We still jam every now and then. Kiro smiled at the girl. Here are a few TABs that I thought you would be interested in. Thank you, Kiro-san, Gyro mumbled, neatly putting the music in her backpack. Before Kiro could talk to anyone else, Shoto walked into the room. All right, we're going to be doing rescue training at USJ today. The buses are already in the lot. Be out there in 5 minutes. The kids excitedly filed out of the classroom and Kiro snickered as he felt Shoto's glare on him. Kiro-san, Ashido Mina said, getting Kiro's attention from the paper he was writing on. Kiro opted to sit with the kids rather than Shoto. What's it like being so popular? Terrible, Kiro replied honestly, and the small group of students chuckled. The group consisted of Izuku, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Yamomo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and Hagakure. Sometimes, I'm just trying to live my life, then the press comes swooping in, begging me for interviews. Hey, Deku-kun. Uraraka poked Izuku's cheek to get his attention, causing the broccoli boy to turn red. Why do you call Kiro-sen sensei? Oh, you didn't know? Izuku asked honestly. My quirk manifested late and Kiro taught me how to control and utilize my quirk. That's so manly, Kirishima exclaimed. Hey, do you think we can all get lessons like that? Wouldn't that be too much? Momo asked the boy. He's already really busy and… Nonsense, Kiro boomed. I'd be willing to help any of you, but my lessons are really tough. I'll make you wish you didn't ask. So manly, Kirishima exclaimed again. My body is ready. The group laughed at that statement as the buses stopped. All right, let's get to it. We don't want to be late for 13-san, Shoto said, and the students filed out into the buses and into the unforeseen stimulation joint. 13 was already there to greet them. Kiro and Shoto walked over to stand on either side of them as 13 started their speech. Today, you will be learning to use your quirks for the sake of saving lives. 13 started. Quirks are very versatile and can be used in many different ways. But as heroes, our main priority is saving the lives of the people. Today, you will be coming up with ways to use your quirk to adapt to various situations. We will split you up into groups and you will be tasked with finding ways to save certain targets. As if on cue, as soon as 13 finished their introduction, a warp gate opened and about 100 villains stepped out, led by Shigaraki, Kirijirim, and Namo. Villains, Shoto yelled as he got into a fighting stance. 13, protect the students. Black Lightning, with me. Tenya-kun, go warn Nezu that villains are attacking USJ. They likely jammed our signals so we can't call for backup, Kiro ordered. When Ida hesitated, he continued. We'll cover you. You're the only one who can do this. Now go. Sucks that All Might isn't here, Shigaraki said, scratching his neck. I wonder if he will come if we ended the kids. Not on my watch. Kiro appeared in front of Shigaraki and kicked him in the face, sending him flying. He dashed for Kirigiri, but a portal appeared in front of him. Another portal opened up in the sky a couple kilometers away, and a loud crash followed by a huge cloud of dust could be seen. Shoto dashed in, jumping into the middle of the small army, his goggles on. He punched and kicked his way through many of the small fries in a deadly dance of attacks. 13 huddles the students and tries to get them to follow Ada, but Kirigiri opens a gate and steps in front of them. We are the League of Villains, Kirigiri starts, and we're here to end All Might. Before any of the students could do anything rash, 13 points their finger at Kirigiri and opens their black hole. As Kirigiri opens 2 portals to use 13's quirk against them, Kiro dashes in and grabs 13, manually closing their finger before setting them down. With the kids unguarded, Kirigiri takes the opportunity to open various portals to scatter the children. Izuku and Tsuyu fall into the flood zone, landing on a cruise ship. One of the villains jumps up and tries to bite off Tsuyu's top half, but Izuku rushes in and punches the villain, sending him flying back into the water. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun," Tsuyu says shyly to the boy. "What do you think we should do, Kiro? We don't know their quirks or how many of them there are, but I would think that they would be underestimating us," Izuku started. "What is your quirk? We need to come up with a plan to get out of here." "My quirk gives me the properties of a frog, Kiro," Tsuyu explains. "I can jump really far and my tongue is really long and can grab onto things." Izuku mutters a little bit, and then he has a revelation. "Tsuyu-san, can you grab me with your tongue and jump as far as you can? I can use the air pressure from my quirk to get us to fly higher." Tsuyu pauses and thinks before nodding. Tsuyu wraps her tongue around Izuku and jumps. By the looks of it, they can only make it halfway there. Izuku mutters for a bit until a shark-faced villain leaps out at them. Without thinking, Izuku channels as much of his quirk as he can into his arm and punches the villain. The sheer amount of power and recoil launches the two into the air and sends them flying much farther than they needed to go. Izuku winces in pain as he realizes his right arm is completely busted. Shouta finishes the last small fry villain before staring down Shigaraki Tamura. "You must be the leader, huh? I guess you can say that," Shigaraki says as Shouta charges him with his scarf. Shigaraki grabs the scarf, decaying a good chunk of it. Namu, a hulking monstrosity, appears behind Shouta, about to throw a devastating punch before being hit by a flash of black lightning. "Your opponent is me, you effing monstrosity," Kiro growls deeply as the Namu stands up. Kiro and Namu rush each other, engaging in a furious flurry of punches before Kiro kicks Namu in the face, sending him flying. Kiro then jumps up in the air and floats. He then smashes the Namu to the floor and rocks down, punching the huge beast right where the brain is, crushing it before throwing it out the window. "Damn, that was a failure, huh?" Shigaraki mumbles as he places his hand on Shouta's shoulder, managing to decay the shoulder a little bit before being kicked away. "Kurogiri, we're leaving." Shigaraki jumps away as Kurogiri appears behind them. "No," Shouta shouts, leaping at them, but it was too late. Kurogiri opens a warp gate, and the two vanish, closing the gate behind them. Almost instantly after they vanish, the window breaks as the number one hero jumps into the scene. "I am here," he shouts before looking around, confused. "Where are the villains?" Kuro walks over to the two hero, bruises along his face and arms. "We dealt with them. They got away right before you got here." All Might's smile wavers but stays strong. At least the situation was handled. As more heroes and the police appeared, they started checking for injuries. Almost everyone was uninjured, save for Midoriya's arm and Shouta's shoulder. At the sight of Midoriya's arm, Kuro walked up to him and swatted his head. "You idiot," Kuro exclaimed angrily. "I told you not to go 100%. Now look what happened." Tsuyu walked up to the two meekly and spoke up before Izuku could say anything. "Kuro-san, Midoriya-san saved me," she said meekly. "If it weren't for him, I'm not sure if I would be here." Kuro's expression softened as he smiled down at the boy. "I'm sorry, little man, I didn't know that." He put a bruised hand on Izuku's head, ignoring his moans of protest. "I'm proud of you. Now get yourself to recovery, girl, and pray that there isn't any permanent damage." As Kuro walks away to go check on the other students, All Might looks at him suspiciously. He overheard their conversation and something was off. How did he know about Izuku's quirk drawing back like that? He has never been injured like that before. And by all means, he shouldn't know that his body isn't used to his quirk yet. Something was definitely off, and All Might was ready to find out what. Todoroki Enji almost set the court papers he received in the mail that day. It claimed that he was being sued for illegal quirk marriage, child abuse, child neglect, domestic abuse, and multiple other crimes. What crimes could Enji be accused of? He was just raising his kids how he saw fit. Apparently the stick up his ass went so far, he didn't even realize what was wrong with him. He stormed at each of his kids' rooms, demanding to know if they had anything to do with it. Fayumi and Natsuo were absolutely floored while Shoto just responded no in his normal monotone voice. Enji was throwing a hissy fit in the training room, fire dancing around the room. Out of all the stuff he's dealt with, he's never been sued. Little did he know, he was digging his own grave by throwing a hissy fit instead of gathering evidence, if there was any, to prove his innocence. Kuro sighed as he entered an alleyway. He wasn't well versed in the workings of villains, but he knew that alleyways were a great center of crime. He checked his journal and looked up. Around this time, Dabai and Toga should have teamed up by now. A plan started to formulate in his head as Kuro slipped his journal in one of his abnormally large pockets. He came in his civilian clothes instead of his hero costume as a gesture that he only wanted to talk and not to fight. Since he didn't wear a mask, he was just as recognizable. But Kuro had his ways of traveling under the darkness of night. Kuro dug into his pockets and peeled out a switchblade. He made a cut on his arm and rolled up his sleeve before dashing through the elaborate maze of alleyways. His goal was to get Toga to catch his scent and give chase, because at this point in time, wherever she went, Dabai probably followed. Sure enough, a couple minutes in, he saw a blonde figure rushing towards him. He figured that since there still wasn't much info on him to go around, Toga wouldn't know anyone actually close to Kuro. She wouldn't bother with a disguise. As far as the public was concerned, Kuro saw every other hero as just a colleague. Kuro held out his right hand and a shield materialized, strapping itself onto his wrist. He held out the shield and blocked Toga's attack before thrusting his left hand towards her, a black tendril extending and incapacitating the young girl. Kuro then jumped over her, spinning and landing in front of Toga, holding up his shield just in time to block a torrent of blue fire. "Ah, Dabai," Kuro said in a mock gleeful tone as the scarred man paced into the light. "As much as I want to arrest you two right on the spot, I have rather important business to talk about with you. What would a hero like you want with a villain like me?" Dabai sneered. "I have half a mind to incinerate you right now and leave with my partner." "You're right, I'm not here to make business with the villain codenamed Dabai," Kuro smirked, lowering his shield. "I'm here to make business with Todoroki Tauya, son of Todoroki and Ju." "How the F do you know my name?" Dabai screamed, a torrent of blue flames soaring towards the hero. Kuro simply held up his shield again, blocking the flames. "Relax, dude, I'm not here to blackmail you or anything," Kuro said, the calmness in his voice not wavering. "I need your help in getting your father behind bars." "Behind bars?" Dabai stopped his attack as he tried to process the information. Why was a hero trying to arrest another hero? It doesn't make all too much sense. Why would you want that? To be completely honest, your dad is a prick, Kuro sighed, ignoring Toga's squirming and comments about his blood. "Look, man, what he did was F-ed up, and I want to give you a second chance. I'll give you and your partner here a chance to walk free once again. We'll put your shitty father behind bars. I'll pull some strings and create some new identities for you too, and I'll personally meet any demands that I can. Sound like a deal? What makes you think that you can trust us?" Dabai sneered. "We'll just turn around and stab you in the back as soon as we receive our compensation." "Simple," Kuro stated. "I don't believe you two are bad people. Just two misunderstood misfits of society backed into a corner and forced to take desperate measures. If you try to stab me in the back, so be it. I'll deal with that when the time comes, but I want to trust you too. I want to believe that people can change for the better, and so I will. Until proven otherwise, I choose to gamble and place my trust in two ranked villains." Dabai stepped back, a shocked expression on his face. He took a couple moments, considering his options. "I'm in," he decided. "But don't think we're going to be all buddy-buddy after this whole fiasco blows over." "Perfect." A gleeful smile formed on the bulky hero's face. "Here's what we are going to do." Enji opened the doors to the courtroom, a huge scowl on his face. He knew his kids were going to be there because of the charges brought up, but he was confident that they would speak in his favor. Again, the stick up his ass was so unbelievably far that he didn't notice what he did wrong. As he turned a corner, he was shocked to see that the number 7 hero, Kuro Jisai, otherwise known as Black Lightning, was standing there, taking a sip from a water fountain. "Black Lightning," Enji exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious?" "Enji-kun," Kuro practically spat out Enji's name. "I'm suing you." "What the F?" Enji raised a fist to attack the hero, still bent over, calmly taking a drink. "Why the F are you doing this?" At that, Kuro stood up, now becoming eye level with Enji. "You shouldn't attack people in court. It'll hurt your case," he said seriously as his gaze bore into Enji. "Did you really think I would let the abuse of one of my students and the teacher of my daughter continue if I could do something about it?" When Enji paused, Kuro took it as a cue to continue. "Oh, wait, you didn't," he sneered, every word filled with as much venom as the sludge villain who almost took his life all those years ago. "After all, what do you know about family?" The flames of Enji's facial hair intensified as anger boiled up. Kuro, however, appeared to be perfectly calm about the situation. "See you in court, Enji," he muttered softly as he walked away. The sound of wood smashing on wood rang throughout the courthouse, marking the beginning of the session. "Court is now in session," a familiar bald judge with an absolutely scrumptious beard announced. "We will now hear the defendant's case." Enji's lawyer stood up and started to talk about how Enji was just raising his kids the way he saw fit as Enji narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Kuro apparently didn't even care to bring a lawyer. Either the man was so confident in his evidence and speaking abilities to win without one, or he was a lawyer himself. Considering how much time hero work takes up, Enji theorized that the first case was more likely. He scoffed, internally mocking the man for his astronomical amounts of pride. "If I may, Your Honor," Kuro raised his hand. "I do have video evidence of crimes accused." "Very well," the judge said. "Let's see it." Kuro smiled as he handed the judge a pen drive, full of years' worth of domestic abuse and child neglect. The entire court gasped as the footage was played. One would think Kuro sat on his ass and did nothing for 8 years, but he wasn't. He was compiling evidence to use against Enji. "UFR," Enji yelled, standing up and placing his hands on the desk. "Did you put cameras in my house? How did you get that footage?" "Actually, it was me." Enji paled as a familiar voice spoke up. A man with spiky red hair walked over to the podium where the witnesses were to speak. Your Honor, since we were about to get into the witnesses' accounts, may I start my account? Oh, of course, the judge stammered. Technically, it wasn't against any rules for the man to speak up when he did. For all he knew, he was just defending the truth. Todoroki Tauya, you may state your claims. I actually placed the cameras in the house a couple years before I ran away, he stated, glaring daggers into his father, who just looked at him in shock, his face pale as a sheet. I was actually planning on suing the man myself for these exact charges when I acquired the money, but obviously things didn't go as planned. Tauya, Inji lost his cool and shot a blast of fire at his son. Before the fire could connect, Kuro intercepted with crossed arms, leaving behind some nasty-looking burn marks. Remember what I told you, Inji? Kuro smirked as Inji just realized what he did. That is enough. I believe we have seen enough evidence. The judge pounded his hammer onto the wood. Todoroki Inji, I declare you guilty of child abuse, child neglect, and domestic abuse, along with illegal quirk marriage. Your sentence will be 10 years in prison with no parole. A few hours later, Kuro could be seen in a bar, downing a shot of hard liquor. A man and a girl walked over and sat next on either side of him. I'll take a shot of Fireball, please, the man said, and I'll take some cherry coke for the young lady. The bartender grunted as he went to prepare their drinks. Are you sure it was cool to disappear on your siblings like that? Kuro asked. They were looking for you for hours, you know. I felt kind of bad. Shut the F up, Dabai muttered as he took the glass the bartender gave him and downed it in one gulp. Let's get this sheet over with. Fine, fine, Kuro waved his hand dismissively. What are your terms? Ooh, Toga raised her hand excitedly. I want to live with Kuro-san. Iria Ali want to taste his blood. I have nothing against something like that. But your partner over here, Kuro pointed at a scowling Dabai, would have something against it. Ah, Toga looked genuinely sad at the revelation. Dabai flinched. He saw Toga as a daughter figure, and he always hated seeing her sad. How about a compromise? Kuro downed a shot of whiskey. Our neighbor is actually going to be evicted for failure to pay rent. You can move into the apartment there. I'll pay for your living expenses for 8 months. How does that sound? Dabai was about to say no, but upon looking at Toga's excited face, Dabai sighed in defeat. Fine, whatever, he mumbled. I want Toga to go to school, though, and I need you to get me a job. Kuro stared at the table, muttering to himself softly before looking up to Dabai. You know, there's actually an opening in the hero course. Maybe I can. Are you sure you want to do that? Dabai asked, looking at the man as if he were insane. Of course, Kuro smiled. Again, I trust you two aren't bad people. I'll find ways to circumvent Haim-san's cravings, and I'll be sure no one gets hurt. It's my job as head of security, after all. Yeah, Toga squealed. She seemed more excited to go to school and meet kids her age rather than joining a hero course. Kuro wasn't even sure if she cared. Fine, Dabai admitted defeat yet again. What about me? I could always enlist you in my agency. But, Kuro emphasized the but as he saw Dabai glaring daggers at him. I know you wouldn't like that. I know a couple bartenders that owe me a favor. Since you frequent bars so much, I figured you would do well in one of them. Wait, how do you know? Dabai started, but then considered who he was talking to. He was talking to Kuro Jisai, the man who seemed to know everything. Of course he knew that Dabai was an alcoholic. You know what? Forget I even asked. Pleasure doing business with you, Kuro-san. With that, the two men shook hands. Izuku groaned inwardly as he heard a knock on the door. Ever since he started UA, knocks on the door turned out to be disastrous for the young man. Inko had gone out early to get groceries, so Izuku won't have anyone to save him from whatever shenanigans Kuro had in store for him. He opened the door to see Kuro with two people. The first he recognized to be Todoroki Tauya, as Endeavor's court case was televised nationally, and a blonde girl, seemingly around Izuku's age. Morning, little man. I wanted you to meet our new Kuro was cut off as the girl threw herself at Izuku, tackling him to the floor. Oh my god, you smell so good. The girl squealed, a maniacal grin on her face as she stared at Izuku as he started to blush. Hey, can we be friends? Please. Haim-san, please don't get too close. He's shy with girls. Kuro winked at Izuku as he pulled the young lady off of him. Izuku shot Kuro a dirty look and Kuro chuckled and winked at his younger self. Anyways, this is Todoroki Tauya and this is Himiko Toga. They moved in next door not too long ago, and Himiko is going to be transferring to Class 1A as of today. Sup? Tauya looked generally unamused as he stared at a wall, his hands shoved in his pockets. He seemed irritated about something, but Izuku couldn't put his finger on what it was. Hey, Izuku said nervously as the color on his face started to turn back to normal. My name is Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Midoriya-kun. Can we be friends? Toga asked excitedly. Izuku noted that Toga was excited of the prospect of having a friend as if she's never had one before. As sure, Izuku forced a smile. It wasn't that he disliked the girl, he was just really nervous. As confident as he came off during the USJ incident. Izuku was still struggling with his anxiety. I would love to be your friend, Himiko-san. Yeah, Toga squealed, hugging the young man tightly. Izuku yelped in surprise, his face turning tomato red yet again. Now, Kuro said, trying to de-escalate the situation before Izuku fainted. Let's get you two to school. I have to show Tauya to his new job. Tauya scoffed as Kuro pulled Toga off Izuku, and with some gentle prodding, they made their way towards UA High. Starting today, as per a special recommendation, we will be having a new transfer student, Shouta said in a monotone voice as he wrote the student's name on the blackboard. Of course, Izuku knew who it was, as they had already met before. I would like for you all to meet Himiko Toga. Hi. Toga waved her hand in an overly excited and cheerful greeting. I hope we can all be friends. Oh my god, she's so cute, Mina exclaimed. Of course you can be my friend. Hey, if you want to hang out with us, you're always welcome, Kirishima said enthusiastically. Kirishima was always one to make new friends, always being kind and inviting towards others. It is a pleasure to meet you, Himiko-san, Ada exclaimed in his professional and loud tone. I hope we have a very productive school year together. Don't forget we're in class. The class went silent as Shouta's eyes turned a threatening shade of red. Himiko-san, please take the empty seat between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, please. Izuku paled as Toga bounded over to her new seat, her eyes focused on the young man. I'm so happy to be sitting next to you, Izuku-kun. Why yeah, Izuku stammered as he silently prayed for class to start. That's nice. Anyways, with that out of the way, I'm sure you all know that the UA Sports Festival will be in 2 weeks, Shouta said, handing out flyers for the event. It's not unlike any other sporting event, but this is a very important one for you. Many pro heroes will be present at the festival, and they will request internships for those who catch their eye. Excited muttering swept through the class. A tick appeared on Shouta's forehead as he heard Kuro-sen be mentioned more than once. Anyways, the next 2 weeks, we will be preparing for the sports festival. We will be going to the training grounds every day and you will be practicing your quirks. Izuku sighed in exasperation as he stared at the flyer. It was just one thing after the other, wasn't it? This was going to be an interesting next couple of weeks. Deku-kun. Uraraka latched onto Izuku's arm, pulling him towards an empty table. Let's eat lunch together. As Izuku's face turned red, he felt someone else latch onto his other arm. Izuku Toga pulled his arm towards an empty table on the opposite side. Won't you have lunch with me? I'll make it worth your while. Hey, no fair. Uraraka pouted at Toga as she pulled harder. I asked first. I don't care. I want to eat lunch with Izuku. Toga pouted back, tugging on Izuku's hand. Now, let's not end the little man before you take him out. Kuro walked over to them as he realized his younger self was about to get a nosebleed. I'm sure you three can get along if you try hard enough. Or I can. Toga started, but was cut off by the glare Kuro gave her. We talked about this, Kuro said. Don't you do it or no TV for a week. Fine. Toga crossed her arms and pouted. Hey Haim, that boy over there looks a little lonely. Kuro pointed to Shoto, who was sitting in a corner, eating his food alone. Why don't you try and become friends with him? That's a great idea. Thanks, Kuro Nai. Toga chirped before bounding off to harass the lonely boy. Sorry about that. Kuro rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Before she met Izuku this morning, she didn't really have any friends her age. She's just really excited. Oh, Uraraka looked at the girl who was excitedly chatting with Shoto, who awkwardly tried to get a word in. I didn't know that. It's okay. Kuro smiled and patted the girl's shoulder. She didn't mean any harm in trying to steal your boyfriend. Kuro-san. Izuku and Uraraka whined in unison. We already told you it's not like that. Yeah, keep telling yourselves that. Kuro waved his hand dismissively. Anyways, little man, I have some errands to run today, so can you keep watch on Haim-san and Ri-chan for today? I'll pay you when I get back. Fine, Izuku grumbled. Kuro smiled at the boy and walked off. What was that about? Who's Ri-chan? Uraraka asked curiously. Ri-chan is Kuro's adopted daughter, Izuku stated honestly. He has me babysit whenever he's out on hero duty. That's so cool, Uraraka exclaimed. I wonder what it's like to babysit for a pro hero. Trust me, Izuku said, shuddering. Babysitting for Kuro-sensei is anything but cool. Spinner had spent the day hunting down fakes in the name of his idol, Stain. He had seen his message and was instantly hooked. Society had always treated him like some sort of mutant freak, and he was sick of it. He needed to get rid of those fakers and let the true heroes of society reign. He dashed through another alleyway before widening his eyes. Today was his lucky day. Right there, with his back facing him, was Black Lightning, the number 5 hero. Ever since Endeavor's arrest, Black Lightning had started going up in the charts, and people were saying that he would soon become the new number 2. Spinner dashed at the man, swinging his sword with the intent to slice the hero in two, but Black Lightning spun around, blocking the attack with a shield that appeared on his wrist. Ah, Spinner, he said, a smile on his face. I've been looking for you. What would the number 5 hero want with a C-class villain like me? The lizard mutant sneered. He probably just wanted to humiliate Spinner and call him a mutant freak in public, just like everyone else. I'll cut the crap, Kuro said, pushing force into his arm, causing Spinner to fly backwards. He landed gracefully on his feet, narrowing his eyes at the hero. I want to provide you with a new place to stay and funds to go to a mutant support group. Why the F would you want to do that? Spinner asked suspiciously. I'm a effing villain, last time I checked. Aren't you supposed to arrest me? Spinner, the law isn't always right, Kuro stated. Look, right now, I'm going through the databases and trying to reform any villain that I can. I know you're not a bad person, Spinner. It was never your fault that society is so bigoted. I want to help you. Spinner, laws be damned, because that's what a hero does. Spinner froze. This was it. This Black Lightning was willing to help a villain shrouded in darkness because he can see the goodness in him, even when no one else could. Black Lightning was a true hero, one that embodied Stain's ideals. A truly good hero. So All Might wasn't the only one. That was a relief to Spinner. The world wasn't so messed up as to have only one person fighting for good. All right, Spinner sighed, sheathing his sword. I'll trust you. It means a lot that someone would go so far for me just based on a hunch. It's not a hunch, Kuro said, looking into Spinner's confused eyes. I can see it in your eyes. You're not evil. The resolve in your eyes. The need to be accepted. That's enough to get me to trust you. Spinner held back tears. Someone was finally treating him like a person. After all these years, someone was finally reaching out to him. Someone was finally trusted him. Kuro smiled as he held out his hand. Spinner smirked as the two shook hands. Maruko was perched on a building, looking to see if there was any trouble going on in the city. It was surprisingly empty. It had been months since the city was this free of crime. Something was off, and Maruko knew it. She narrowed her eyes as she thought about what could be happening. Yo, a deep voice made Maruko jump. She turned around and glared at the man before realizing that it was Black Lightning, the number 5 hero. The man that was quickly catching up to her on the charts, and one that was said to be surpassing her soon. What do you want? Maruko asked. You don't usually patrol this part of the city. Is there something wrong with me waiting to make a couple friends? Black Lightning asked her, waving his hand dismissively. Anyways, I'm Kuro Jisai. Yuzujiyama Rumi. Maruko shook the hand that Kuro extended to her. Are the clean streets you're doing? I thought that someone like you could use a little R&R. Kuro shrugged. I didn't have anything to give you, so I thought I'd cover your shift as a sort of gift. Some gift, Maruko scoffed. Thanks, anyways. I haven't been doing well on sleep. Tell me about it, Kuro sighed. I adopted a child not too long ago, and now my sleep schedule is all over the place. You, a child? Maruko asked. Kuro was nothing like what the media portrayed him as. To the media, Kuro was some stoic badass who didn't care for any relationships that weren't professional. I didn't see you as the type. I get that a lot. Kuro shrugged again. I know I'm supposed to be some stoic hero and all, but I just can't resist that adorable face. Maruko laughed out loud at that. The undefeated hero being defeated by a child. You need to tell me more, she said between laughs. I'm very interested in the child who managed to best the great Black Lightning. Hiro laughed a little and smiled a warm, genuine smile. You would have never asked. Hiro yawned as he drove Eri to school. He had stayed up all night chatting with Maruko and doting over his daughter. It was really fun for him, since he didn't get many opportunities to talk about his child. He parked his car and got out, opening the door for Eri. Hiro grabbed Eri's hand as the two walked over to room 3 and knocked on the door. A couple crashing sounds could be heard before Fayumi opened the door, looking a little ragged. Ah, Hiro-san, she exclaimed happily. Don't mind my appearance. I just tripped over the wire over there. Hiro giggled and smiled at her. It's okay. Thank you for taking care of Eri-chan. Oh, that reminds me. Fayumi straightened her glasses and looked at Kuro with a serious look on her face. I'm going to be visiting my mom after school tomorrow. I wanted to introduce you to her. After all, you are the one that saved us from Endeavor. Of course, Kuro smiled softly as he patted Eri's head, ignoring her whines of protest. I would love that. Kuro checked his watch as he entered the hospital. 4 p.m. on the dot. He looked around for a little while before seeing Fayumi waving him over. Kuro and Fayumi would have gone together, but Kuro opted that it was better for Eri to stay at home with Toga and Izuku. After all, Eri was still shy with strangers. Are you ready? Fayumi asked the man. As Kuro nodded, she led him through the busy hallways of the hospital before finding room 214. She opened the door and gestured for Kuro to enter first. Hi, Mom. I wanted to introduce you to someone. Oh, Rei turned her head to examine the two visitors. Ever since Inji's court case and the announcement of Taoya's survival, Rei has been doing a lot better mentally. And who might you be? My name is Kuro Jisai. Todoroki-san. Kuro bowed slightly at the greeting. It's an honor to meet you. Please, call me Rei. Rei smiled at the man. After all, you are the one who saved my family. I was just doing my job as a hero. Kuro returned the woman's warm smile. Also, I couldn't help but step in after I caught wind that someone was abusing my daughter's precious teacher. Fayumi blushed slightly at the praise. Yes, Iri-chan is a delight to have in my class. Do tell. Rei's warm smile never faltered. Hiro and Fayumi took the 2 chairs in the room meant for visitors and sat down. After all, when someone asked Kiro about her daughter, they were in for a day worth of tales and stories. It was late at night when Fayumi and Kiro walked out of the hospital, talking and laughing. Kiro then checked his wristwatch and paled. Crap, I'm going to be late for my meeting. Meeting? Fayumi asked, curious as to what Kiro did in his spare time other than dote on his daughter. Oh, I'm running a... Kiro paused to think for a moment, having to choose his words carefully. Support group. I'm running a support group for those who feel like society has wronged them in some way, because of their quirks or otherwise. That's really sweet of you. Fayumi smiled at the man. Kiro blushed ever so slightly at the praise and nodded. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Fayumi-san, he said before speeding off to meet his next target. Twice was perched on a building, eyeing a bank he was ready to cause havoc in. As Twice was about to jump down, he heard a whoosh and a crackle behind him. He turned around to see the recently appointed number 4 hero, Black Lightning. Aw man, he was definitely screwed this time. Yo, Twice. The hero waved his hand in a casual greeting before crossing his arms. I wanted to have a chat with you. Are you willing to put aside a few minutes to talk? No, I'll effing end you. Twice yelled. Instead of reacting, Kiro raised his eyebrow, his arms remaining crossed. Actually, never mind. I'm not feeling murdery right now. That's good, Kiro said, smiling slightly. Anyways, I wanted to invite you to this little group I have going on. Care to hear about it? Yeah, I've heard of your group, Twice said. The two paused for a second. It's called Prison. No, Kiro chuckled a little bit. It's less beat the crap out of you and hope you don't drop the soap and more we help you with whatever's going on and we work to wipe your name off the record of villains. What would you know about my problems? F this. I'm leaving, Twice said, jumping down the building. After a couple seconds of waiting, Twice jumped back up. Actually, I changed my mind. You caught my attention, Mr. Hero Man. What do you want me to do? First of all, I'm going to move you into a better part of town, Hiro said. I'll pay for your expenses for 8 months, longer if I have to. And no, alcohol and cigarettes don't count as living expenses. I already have 3 ex-villains living in the same apartment complex. All of them have their own stuff to work out, but I thought that it would be better if you all can help each other sort things out. You all have something in common. Society has wronged you in some way and you all feel the need to be accepted. That's why I'm doing this. You don't have to turn to villainy to be accepted by someone. So, Twice, are you interested? After a small argument Twice had with himself, he crossed his arms and nodded. Sure, why not? Hiro smirked. Perhaps the thing he told Fayumi wasn't complete bullshit after all. After thinking about it for a while, Hiro concluded that it couldn't hurt to have one of these meetings. So he invited Spinner, Dabai, Toga, and Twice to his apartment. Most of the ex-villains felt more comfortable wearing their old villain costumes because that represented who they are and how they felt. All the ex-villains sat in a circle with Kiro. Iri was on Kiro's lap, smiling with her eyes closed as Kiro brushed her hair. Why's the brat here? Spinner asked the man. I thought this was for people with problems. Well, Iri-chan here was being experimented on by Overhaul before I adopted her, Kiro said. Iri shuddered at the name and Kiro patted her head reassuringly. We all have stuff to work on and stuff we need to let out. Here we're not going to judge anyone for what they've done or what they've gone through. No matter what is said, no one will be judged, shunned, or arrested. That will be the point of the meeting. So, who wants to start? Well, my old man did an illegal quirk marriage, Dabai started. He was trying to get the perfect combination of quirks so his child can surpass All Might or whatever. I'm sure you've heard of the case with Endeavor. Anyways, when my siblings and I didn't have the quirk he wanted, the old bastard treated us like sheep. He'd hit us, yell at us, and berate us if anything we did was less than perfect. Same with our mom. After living the first half of my life like that, I had enough. I ran away and became a villain. I couldn't live in a world where scumbags like my piece of shit father could be known as one of the top heroes. After a small pause, Toga spoke up. My quirk makes me crave blood, she said, in a tone that might have been a bit too cheerful for the topic. My mother hated me for my quirk. She called me a freak, she screamed at me, hit me, and did really mean things to me. One day, she cornered me in the kitchen, so I grabbed a kitchen knife and ended her. I ran away after that and attacked people so I can satiate the craving for blood. A couple of the people in the group can tell that near the end, the cheerfulness in her voice was forced. Dabai put his hand on Toga's shoulder and pulled her into an embrace. I lived in a part of town that was really bigoted against mutant quirks. Spinner growled, the contempt for his place of birth painfully obvious. I'd be teased and bullied for my appearance. Once, when there was a fire in my school, a hero who was saving the children looked at me and told me to save myself before leaving. I somehow survived, which is when I saw Stain's message. I remembered that hero and I decided to follow Stain's ideals, cutting down the fake heroes I had to deal with twice started after another moment of silence, but stopped. I don't really want to talk about it. Of course, Kuro put a hand on the man's shoulder, causing him to flinch a little. At the obvious sign of discomfort, Kuro pulled his hand away. No one here will make you share. This is an open environment to talk and to confide in each other. So, are you going to tell us what's effed up with you? Spinner asked. Kuro looked down at Eri and patted her head. She heard enough profanity from Kuro's shouting matches at the table whenever he stubbed his toe to not be worried about having people cuss around her. Yeah, I used to live in another country. A place where no one outside of the country knew what was going on, Kuro started. It wasn't technically a lie. AFO set up signal jammers so Japan couldn't call for reinforcements from the rest of the world. We were locked in war with an evil villain, one at the cusp of achieving the power to take over the world. The only reason he didn't do it already is because my side was holding him back. I was in this war since I was a teenager. I lost so many people in that war. I was the last one to survive. At that time, I decided to start a new life in Japan, make new friends, start a new family. It was then I swore never to let anyone down again. I swore that if I could save someone's life, or if I could save someone from the darkness, then I would. To be honest, I never saw any of you as villains. I just saw you as people wanting to live your lives in society effing with your dreams and goals. There was a tense silence before Eri started sniffling. Papa's story is so sad. She hugged her adopted father and Kuro smiled, hugging her back and patting her head. Is there anything anyone else wants to add before we end this meeting? Everyone shook their head no except for Toga, who asked if she could have some of Kuro's blood. The obvious answer was no, but Kuro promised to get her a blood bag later that day. If that's all, then you can go home. I'll hold another meeting like this next week at the same time. It's your decision if you still want to come. I won't make you. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to talk about these things. I know how hard it is to open up to people, but we're here for you. My goal is to make a tight-knit group where all of you can confide in each other and none of you will feel alone again. With that, the ex-villains filed out of the room. Kuro looked at his wristwatch. He had overnight patrols soon, and it was getting late. He looked at his daughter, who was sound asleep in his arms. He gently lifted her up and tucked her into bed, kissing her forehead before leaving for work. Sir Night-Eye was curled up into a ball on his bed, in utter disbelief of what he saw. He kept on telling himself that it was a lie, a trick of the light, but no matter how much he told himself so, he knew it was the truth. He had been at this for a couple hours, but he decided that it was time. It was time to call All Might and tell him of the vision he just had. The vision of Black Lightning looking down at the corpse of the #1 hero. Kuro was standing on a building, overlooking the city to see if there was any more villains to go after. A loud crash interrupted his thoughts, causing Kuro to turn around. Deja vu, Kuro muttered to himself as he saw All Might standing there, with his arms crossed. Black Lightning, we need to talk. All Might's voice was serious, and for the first time Kuro had seen in this time around, All Might wasn't smiling. Kuro sighed, already knowing what was going to transpire in the next few minutes. Look, I already know what Sir Night-Eye saw, Kuro said. He expected the look of pure shock coming from his old mentor. How did you? All Might started, but Kuro held a hand up, signifying that he wasn't done. Look, I can't tell you everything right now. There are a few things that need to happen before I can reveal my secrets, Kuro said, much to the agitation of All Might. I know that you want answers, but this is important info. Info that can put even you in danger. What kind of person would be powerful enough as to be a danger to me for knowing such info? All Might asked, dreading the worst. I think we both know who, Kuro said, grimacing at the thought of that monster of a man. Anyways, here's my email. I'll answer any questions I can, but I can't tell you everything. There will be a time and place for that, and you will know when. Kuro handed All Might a slip of paper and vanished in a crackle of black electricity. All Might looked at the sheet of paper and gasped quietly as he read the contents. Offerulasafidrules@heromail.com. Kuro sighed as he logged onto his backup email when he got home to be bombarded with emails by Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, and All Might. Knowing Nezu, he was probably doing some techie 4D chess moves that Kuro can't even begin to comprehend. He turned off his computer and flopped on the bed. Maybe it was a bad idea to reveal his identity. No matter though, it's not like they could beat the info out of them. And all of them know better than to try to get Kuro to talk through Eri. The last time someone tried to hold Eri hostage, the only thing left of their base was a 30-foot crater in the ground. Kuro stared at the ceiling and went over his plan for the sports festival. He had taken all the necessary precautions and has a plan laid out for what was going to happen and already knew who he was going to send intern requests to. He sighed, realizing that he was about to pass Best Jeanist in the rankings and considered also taking Bakugo as well. He shook his head, realizing Best Jeanist had more patience than him and could probably straighten him out a bit better as well. He closed his eyes, figuring he should take a break once in a while. Izuku followed Kuro through the winding hallways of UA High, wondering what he wanted this time. It seems like every other day, Kuro will drag him around to do errands, which were usually excuses for him to go chat up Lady Midnight and watch in glee as Midnight would talk to Izuku while deliberately trying to make him flustered. They finally find their way to Class 1H. Izuku wonders why Kuro brought him to a support classroom and a half before school started, but the young boy has learned not to ask questions when it came to his neighbor. Kuro knocked on the door and waited as several crashes and small explosions could be heard before someone, who Izuku recognized as Power Loader, opened the door. Ashes and burn marks peppered around his body. "Oh, great. Not you again," Power Loader grumbled. "I don't know how you do it, but somehow May gets more excited when you're around. I don't know how much longer my sanity can take it." "Aw, don't be like that, Hagari-kun," Kuro teased lightly as Izuku shifted uncomfortably. "I just want to introduce our resident genius to my student here. I was thinking of getting a couple commissions for him before the internship started." "Whatever," Power Loader grumbled. "She's in the back, creating God knows what now." "Thank you," Kuro chirped as he dragged Izuku through the classroom to a girl with pink hair and goggles, working on a round sphere. "Mei-chan, I want you to meet someone." The girl, now named Mei, yelped as the orb combusted, leaving the three covered in dust of varying colors of the rainbow. "Oh, Kuro-san," the girl chirped, taking off her goggles to reveal beautiful, yellow eyes. "I was just working on a rainbow smokescreen. I'm still working on the specs, but I'm sure to have it down in no time." "It looks great." Kuro smiled excitedly at the girl. "This is Midoriya Izuku, my student. I was thinking of getting a couple things commissioned for him before the internship started." The girl instantly darted up to an uncomfortably close distance to Izuku, causing the boy's face to turn bright red. "Hi, Anhatsume. So you want me to make some super cute babies for you?" Izuku sputtered and stammered. Not able to form a coherent sentence, he waved his arms, trying to gesture that she was too close. Mei didn't get the message and just stared into his eyes expectantly. "Ah, Mei-chan, I'll deal with all of the ordering. I actually have everything written down on here." Kuro tapped the girl's shoulder and handed her a piece of paper. "Ooh," Mei looked at the paper, reading its contents. "You sure do love to give me a challenge, Kuro-san. I'll have these done by next week." "Thanks, just give it to Midoriya-kun when you finish," Kuro smiled. "Anyways, have fun tormenting Power Loader. I have to take this little man over to the training areas." "Have fun," Mei chirped as the two walked away. Izuku still muttering to himself in shock. "Why did you take me to meet her?" Izuku asked, suspecting that he knew Mei's tendency to stand a bit too close to people. "Do you do that just to torment me?" "Usually yes, but there was another reason." Kuro smiled at the boy. "Mei-chan is actually the one who makes all my gadgets, so I thought I'd introduce her. She's a bit eccentric, but I wouldn't trust anyone else to make them." "You get your gadgets from a student?" Izuku asked curiously. "Most heroes around your ranking have entire companies working on their gadgets alone." "That is true, but Mei-chan is a prodigy," Kuro stated. "She truly cares for the things she makes and treats them more than just a means to an end. There aren't many people with the amount of passion she has in the industry left. I already ordered some starting equipment for you, but after that, you should probably order yourself. After all, you know what you want more than me." I guess," Izuku said nervously. If anything, talking to her would be harder than getting the money to pay for the gadgets he had in mind. "Anyways, let's get to the training field. I want you to be at a certain level of power before you get sent off to your pro hero after the festival," Kuro said. "Wait, so you're not going to be the one interning me?" Izuku asked, a little hurt. He really wanted to intern under Kuro, as he was the number 4 hero, and Izuku looked up to the man. "Nah," Kuro said, waving his hand dismissively. "The people who know the truth about your quirk are very small, but also very reliable. I think it's time you should start meeting them." Kuro sighed as the two entered the training field. He wanted to have Izuku at 20% by the time internship started, but he knew that was impossible. He was only at around 10, and he couldn't possibly get Izuku up to 20 in such a short time. He wanted Izuku to get to 20%, because that was the amount of power he was able to control before unlocking Black Whip, and if his theory was correct, the number of quirks he unlocked was directly related to the amount of power he could use without completely destroying his body. "So we're going to start training you to use 12% of your quirk's power," Kuro said. "Honestly, I wanted you to be a bit farther along, but I'd rather you not completely destroy your body in the process." Izuku nodded slightly as he channeled the power through his body, exerting a bit more than he usually did before launching towards Kuro. Izuku knew the drill by now. Whenever he was training with his quirk, it was almost always either sparring or rescue, and Kuro always spent time prepping before rescue. "Good," Kuro said, dodging the young man's attack. "When facing an opponent stronger than you, you should use the element of surprise to your favor." Izuku launched out a fury of attacks, trying his best to hit his mentor. He's maybe hit Kuro once or twice during training, but no more. Kuro effortlessly dodged all his attacks before launching a punch at his student. Izuku blocked the attack, but was still sent flying a few meters into a wall. Your attacks are too predictable, Kuro said sternly as he watched the boy get up. You need to improvise more. You won't always have the liberty of a plan. Izuku nodded as he started the hellish hour of training his mentor was about to put him through. Izuku stood up painfully from his seat, longing for a break. The training Kuro put him through was hellish in nature, and it didn't do him well in class. He went to go to get lunch only to see a bunch of students blocking his path. Many general students can be transferred up into the hero course. Izuku heard a boy talking to Kaken, who obviously was pissed off. The opposite is the same. It would do you well to consider these words a declaration of war. What the F did you just say? Kaken yelled at the boy. Before he could continue, a dry chuckle could be heard within the crowd. The kids made way as Kuro walked up to the two arguing students. He looked down at the boy who was talking to Kaken. He had purple hair and huge bags under his eyes. From what I'm hearing, Kuro started, towering over the boy, is that you're going to kick the asses of everyone in the hero course and move up to become a pro. That's right. The boy looked up at Kuro, seemingly unfazed. I'll prove everyone wrong. You got a problem with that? Kuro smirked. You got spunk, kid, Kuro said, turning around. Follow me. I want to talk with you. Hitoshi Shinso walked into Kuro's messy office, thoroughly scared. He backtalked the number 4 hero, a hero who seemed to have a particular liking to Class 1A. He was used to dealing with bigots judging people by their quirk, but he was up against someone with a lot of power. For all he knew, Kuro Jisai could expel him without a second thought. Kuro sat in his chair and looked at Shinso. Relax, kid. I'm not gonna do anything bad to you, he said, shocking Shinso. He was so used to dealing with people who saw nothing about him but his quirk. Your name is Hitoshi Shinso, correct? Shinso nodded and Kuro gestured towards one of the couches. Sit, Hitoshi-kun. I won't take up too much of your time. What do you want from me? Shinso asked the man, sitting down. Shinso activated his quirk, fully intending to brainwash the man into getting him out of this situation as soon as he responded. That quirk won't work on me, Kuro scowled, as if remembering something unpleasant. I've been brainwashed enough to develop a tolerance for quirks like yours. Shinso looked at him, shocked. How could he have detected the use of his quirk? Even more important, how was he resistant? He has never heard or seen anyone actively repel his quirk. Look, Kuro started. I wanted to offer you a place among my interns when that rolls around. I know how society has treated you. I used to get that a lot when I was younger. Many people want to be heroes because of the money and fame, but you want to do it to prove something. You want to prove that even people with villainous quirks can become heroes. Shinso nodded, curious on how this man got so much knowledge of him. It was quite creepy, actually. I've heard rumors about you, Kuro stated, as if reading the boy's mind. Kids in the general classes were talking crap about you, and I wanted to see for myself. Now that I've seen you firsthand, I can tell that you have a lot of promise. So, will you let me train you? Mustard walked calmly in an alley full of thugs, emitting his gas to cause the thugs to pass out. He was particularly in a bad mood that evening. The UA Sports Festival was tomorrow, and he'd have to spend the whole day putting up with a bunch of pampered, spoiled kids do stupid activities with no real meaning. He hated that the world let such simple kids be pampered. Mustard turned around, whipping out his gun and firing it at the sound of footsteps. How did someone manage to stay conscious while in his gas? He was still emitting it, so it must have traveled a few meters at least. He never heard the sound of bullets hitting flesh, though. He only heard the continuous sound of footsteps. Soon, the person Mustard shot at revealed himself to be the number 4 hero, Black Lightning. Mustard panicked and made a break for it. It was impossible for him to deal with a hero of that caliber, especially if he was somehow immune to his gases. Mustard turned to see if the hero was still there. When he saw he wasn't, he turned around, only to stop inches away from the man. He backed up, but noticed the Black Lightning wasn't approaching him, or even taking out handcuffs. Mustard, the hero started. I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk. What business would I have talking to someone like you? Mustard sneered. He knew where this man worked at. Mustard hated UA, the most prestigious school in Japan, where kids get pampered into being heroes. He hated it. He hated it so much. Look, I understand that you don't want to talk to someone who works at UA. Black Lightning started, sighing as he shoved his hands into his pocket. I understand what you think and how you feel. There are definitely some things wrong with how UA and society as a whole works. I know that society has wronged you, and I'm here to give you a second chance. A chance to get your life together and live happily. After all, the best form of vengeance is to live life to the fullest. Mustard narrowed his eyes behind his gas mask, letting his gas disappear. And why would you want to give a villain like me a second chance? As far as I'm concerned, I'm content with living my life as it is. A hero is supposed to save people, Black Lightning said. All the heroes out there are busy saving the civilians, but no one thinks about the villains. I understand your feelings. I had to go through hell and back to get where I am today. Society shunned me as well, never thinking that I would become a hero much like you. There weren't many people out there that really cared about you, and you never really got to live through your youth. I want to give you this chance to enjoy your teenage years and have you grow up to become someone who can do good. Hell, maybe I can even make you a hero. I know you pride yourself in your skills, so why don't we put it to better use than just stealing and selling back weapons on the black market? Mustard paused to think. He had always wanted to become a hero, but society was too jacked to even recognize him. Now this man, one of the top-ranking heroes in Japan, was telling him that he could still achieve his dream, despite what others told him. He had never wanted to turn to a life of villainy, but circumstances lead him to a corner with no way out, until now. The young man looked at the hero and nodded. What do I need to do? Inko was cleaning the table when she heard a knock on the door. It was unusual, since Mitsuki and Kuro usually only visit when Izuku and Kaken were not in school. She walked over and opened the door and saw Kuro, who should totally be at work right now. Don't you have work? She asked. I'm on paid time off. Kuro shrugged. Anyways, I was going to ask you for a favor. Of course, Inko smiled at the man. Kuro was always there to help out around the house and with anything Inko needed despite his already huge workload. What can I do for you? I'm hosting a support group for some people who haven't had the best life, Kuro started. I thought I would ask you to come. I'm not implying that there's anything wrong with you, but I feel like you would be a positive influence on them. Inko thought for a moment. It's really nice that you're doing something like that for these troubled people, she said sweetly. I would love to help out. Well, saving people doesn't just consist of punching villains and stopping crashing planes. Kuro smiled softly at the woman. It's in a couple hours actually. I'll be in my apartment. Inko nodded as she closed the door, pondering what to do for the support crew. A light bulb lit up in her head as she smiled. Yes, that was perfect. Toga was humming a tune as she paced around her apartment. Hiro had signed some papers so she could take the school day off. Uraraka's jealous, pouty face popped into Toga's head, causing her already huge grin to widen. They had become rivals, of sort. When they were not fighting for Izuku's attention, they were competing over everything. Even though they would bicker a lot, the two girls had a silent respect for each other and they did consider each other friends. Haim-san, Dabai called from the living room. It's time to go. Toga gigged as she put on her old school uniform. As much as she enjoyed the UA school uniforms, nothing beat the outfit she used when she was a villain. She skipped over to the door, where Dabai was already waiting for her in his old villain outfit, stitches and all. Dabai opened the door and the two ex-villains walked all of 8 feet to the next door over and knocked. After a couple of seconds, the door opened, revealing their neighbor. Toga, Dabai. Come in. Kuro smiled as the two walked inside the apartment, realizing that the uncomfortable chairs that were there last week were replaced by couches and cushioned chairs. Twice and Spinner were already there, debating about whether or not Twice's measuring tape was as sharp as Spinner's sword, and a new person, a teenager with a gas mask and a normal high school uniform sitting alone, seemingly deep in thought. They took their seats next to each other as Kuro sat, leaving one empty seat. Right when Toga started thinking about this new mystery person, a knock on the door was heard. Kuro smiled and bounded over, opening the door. Kuro and whatever person was at the door exchanged some pleasantries, being too far to be seen or heard. Toga was shocked when Kuro came back with Izuku's mother, holding a tray of home-baked chocolate chip cookies. Thank you for having me, Kuro. Inko smiled softly as she placed the tray of intoxicating cookies on the table in the center of the circle. Now, does anyone want some cookies? Ooh, can I? Toga squealed excitedly. She has had Inko's cookies before, and they were heavenly. Please, please, please. Of course, Himiko-chan. Inko smiled softly at her son's friend. Please, help yourself. Toga squealed excitedly as she took a cookie and munched on it, melting at the divine flavor of the chocolate. Nah, I'm fine. I don't really like sweets, Twice said while taking 2 and eating them through his mask. I would never deny your baking. Dabai smiled as he took a cookie. I'll take one, Spinner smirked, taking a cookie and biting down. Oh my god, what is this? This is amazing. Inko chuckled as the lizard man excitedly finished his cookie. She softly smiled at the boy with the gas mask. Now, no need to be shy. I made these cookies for all of you, so feel free to take them. Are you sure? The boy asked her. You would really let someone like me have one? Of course, dear, Inko said, her smile not wavering. I hope you enjoy. Thank you, the boy said wholeheartedly as he shyly plucked a cookie from the tray, lifting his mask slightly to nibble it. It's delicious. I'm glad, Inko said softly. Now, we have 2 new members, Kuro started. Here we have Mustard, an ex-C rank villain, and Inko, my next-door neighbor. I asked her to come because she is a really sweet lady, and I thought you all would like another friend. You flatter me. Inko's cheeks tinted red at the praise. She's seen all these people on TV before as villains, but wasn't scared. Hiro would protect her. He always did. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Anyways, let's get started, Kuro said, taking a cookie for himself, smiling nostalgically at the flavor of the cookie. Ko was always curious about the look on the hero's face whenever he ate her cookies, but he avoided the question whenever she asked. After a couple times, she decided to drop it after he gave a sad smile that spoke of untold sorrows. Ko sat silently as Kuro asked who wanted to start. There was an awkward silence as the ex-villains contemplated whether they wanted to talk now rather than later. I'll go first, Spinner said, raising his hand. I really like this new place. People don't seem to give me weird looks as much when I go shopping or when I go to work. The people at the forge are really nice to me and treat me like anyone else. It's a great change of pace and I'm really happy here. That's great, Kuro smiled. There are a lot more mutant types here, so people are more inclusive here, which is why I thought it would be good for you to live here. I went to the therapist you mentioned. The man apparently named twice spoke up. I've been contradicting myself less and I've really made some progress in figuring out my identity. The therapist is really patient and caring with me and I'm really happy I went. With Endeavor gone, I don't really have much to worry about, Taoya, who went by Dabai here, said. The bar is amazing. I love hearing people's stories and talking to people. I met an interesting man the other day. His name is Atsuhiro Sako if I remember correctly. He had many interesting stories to tell, and I really enjoyed his company. Ah, that's very interesting, Kuro stated. I was thinking of inviting him to the group, actually. Wait, he's a villain? Dabai asked back. He knew better than to protest Kuro, though. It's not that he was one to intimidate someone into silence, but Kuro was almost always right. He goes by the name Mr. Compress, Kuro said simply. He's a B-rank villain who prides himself as an entertainer. Really, I've worked with him a couple times, Spinner said. He's great to work with during heists. He is a bit showy, though. Anyways, Kuro cleared his throat, causing Ko to giggle. Despite all the talk about villains, this group of people seemed really fun, though her heart reached out to them. It sounded like they all had tough lives, from what she could infer. Bigotry and societal standards were terrible things, and she wanted to help these people. Haim-san, how's Yue? Yue's really fun, Toga chirped. Ko heard a scoff from the boy named Mustard, but she waved it off as her imagination. All the kids are really nice and they all want to be my friends. Except Kakin and Shokan, though. Ah, that makes sense, Kuro smiled softly. Give them time. They'll come around eventually. Kuro then turned his head to Mustard. So how has your first week been? It's been alright, Mustard sighed. I've had some trouble enrolling into a school, though. I was actually thinking of wiggling you into UA like I did with Haim-san, Kuro started. Mustard's head snapped in surprise at that statement. You'll have to be in the general education class, though the sports festival is soon, so I'm sure you can work your way up to the hero course in no time. I want nothing to do with the pampered kids that go there, Mustard said simply. You'd be surprised how hard those kids work sometimes, Kuro said. Shigaraki Tamura and Kirigiri are both S-class villains. Those kids fought for their lives back at the USJ. Maybe I can take you to a class and you could see how it works. Mustard paused to think for a little while. Fine, he thought, sneaking a glance at Toga. I'll give it a try. But no promises. Kuro smiled. I wouldn't expect any less. He said, Now, is there anything else anyone wants to say? I do. Toga raised her hand excitedly. Everything is so boring. I like UA, but it's boring. I don't get to fight that much anymore. I want something fun to do. I agree, Dabai said. As much as I like the bar, I feel so stuck. I want to move around and fight. It's what I'm used to. The other villains nodded in agreement. And surprisingly, Kuro smiled. I have an outing planned for us in a few hours. I think you all would appreciate it. That evening, Kuro stood outside with all the ex-villains and stared at the moon. So you guys are going to accompany me on hero work? Wait, so we're going to be heroes? Dabai exclaimed. F that. Nah, I'm not that cruel. Kuro waved his hand dismissively, smirking at the fire user. You'll be vigilantes. Contrary to popular belief, I don't give two shits about that stupid quirk law. I'll be saying that you're working under my firm, but I'll give you pretty much free rein, as long as you don't work too far from me and only attack villains and criminals. Is that clear? Dabai groaned. Toga squealed excitedly. Spinner smirked and unsheathed his gigantic sword. Twice raised his eyebrow and took out his measuring tapes. Mustard twirled the two revolvers Kuro gave him only moments before with his fingers, smirking underneath his mask. All right, guys, Kuro smiled. Let's go. Maruko was locked in combat with a group of villains. There were around 5 or 6, each with control over a different element. Maruko jumped, dodging a bolt of electricity and kicked a shard of ice. She was vastly outnumbered, but not outmatched. She knew she could win, but it would cause a lot more damage than she would like, and would probably be wounded in the progress. As one of the villains launched a stream of fire, catching Maruko off guard, a stream of blue fire intercepted it as a man jumped in front of the hero. Maruko's eyes widened as she recognized the stitches the man had on his face. "Dabai," she exclaimed. Just her luck. She was fighting an already huge pain in the ass, but the rank villain she had clashed with so many times had popped up out of nowhere. "Relax, rabbit lady," the villain said as he melted a chunk of ice and kicked the ice wielder in the face, sending him flying. "Boss man said I can't attack heroes, so I won't." "Boss man?" Maruko asked as she dodged another bolt of electricity as she saw a man. S-class villain twice smacked the sender with a measuring tape before cloning himself and engaged 2 more enemies. Maruko stood in shock, as twice worked. Never has he cloned himself before. Just what was happening? Another villain tried to attack Maruko as she stood there, distracted, but a lizard man hit her attacker with the flat side of a gigantic sword. "Are you okay, Miss Hero Lady?" the lizard man asked, smirking at the hero. "Why yeah," Maruko said. With little effort, the 3 villains cleared out the elemental villains. "Oh, I see you've met my new sidekicks." A voice caused Maruko to jump. She turned then to see her friend Kuro Jisai walking up to her, his hands in his pockets. "Sidekicks?" Maruko demanded, the amount of shock and confusion on her face evident. "These are villains. Ex-villains, Miss Hero Lady," the lizard man, who Maruko suddenly recognized as a small-time villain named Spinner. "We're now working with Black Lightning. We've turned over a new leaf and are trying to not be bad for once." "What did you do?" Maruko asked the beefy man, rubbing her temples. "Some people just need some good in their life to realize that villainy isn't the way to go," Kuro said back. "You'd be surprised. Sometimes, I think nothing can surprise me anymore with you," Maruko sighed. "Anyways, I'm off. If any of you step out of line, I won't hesitate to arrest you." Yeah, Dabai waved his hand dismissively. "Do what you want, see if I care." "Shut up, Flame Brain," Maruko growled before jumping off. "Flame Brain," Kuro chuckled. "This is going to be an interesting evening indeed." In some insignificant alleyway, a bright flash of light flared throughout. After the light subsided, a beaten and bloodied woman wearing black and white fell over. She looked around and limped over to the side and sat. Tearing off a bit of her cape, she starts to bandage her wounds. "Okay, I have no idea where I am or what's going on," the woman thought to herself. "I need to patch up and get info. I don't think I can trust hospitals. After all, since he sent me here, I can't trust anything. Come with me," Shoto commanded our resident broccoli-headed jelly bean. Izuku curiously followed his classmate to an empty entrance. "I know you have a connection with Black Lightning and All Might," Shoto started, causing Izuku to flinch slightly. "I don't care what it is, but I will beat you. I don't need pampering from some heroes to win. I will beat you with my own power." "You may very well be stronger than me," Izuku started, "but I notice you've never used your fire before. Everyone else will be trying their best. Even if you beat most of them, you would be insulting them by not giving it your all. I refuse to accept that." "I don't care about your dad," Izuku said sternly, practically fed up with Shoto's crap. Even after Endeavor was arrested, Shoto never stopped brooding about his dad. He felt for the kid, but the only person Shoto was hindering was himself. "I look at you and see your power. If you use your power for something good, then you will be rejecting your father in that way." With that, Izuku left, leaving the other boy speechless. Hiro cracked his knuckles as he got ready for work. He knew nothing crazy would go on at the festival, so he decided to spend time doing more important things. He took advantage of the quirk of the third user of One for All, Illusion Clone. Illusion Clone is a quirk that let Kuro clone himself. The clone was autonomous and could walk and talk, but wasn't actually there. The quirk only made people think that the clone was there. If someone tried to touch the clone, their hand would go right through the clone. As far as he knew, the clone had just arrived at the festival. Hiro put on his hero outfit and walked out the door. His destination, Hasu. "Let's welcome Class 1AS player representative, Midoriya Izuku," Lady Midnight announced. Izuku silently cursed his mentor for pulling some strings because having a speech would help his public speaking skills. The young man knew Kuro only did it to watch him suffer. But joke's on him, Izuku was prepared. "As all of you know, we were attacked by villains a couple weeks ago. It was a harrowing event indeed, but it was a wake-up call for a lot of us," Izuku started, staring at one of the billboards right above the audience. "We now know how dangerous villains can be, and we wanted to be ready. We spent the past couple weeks working as hard as we can to get stronger, and now we will prove that we're not afraid. We're ready to take on the world and fulfill our jobs as heroes. We will not go further beyond. We will not go plus ultra. We will go even further, and we will prevail." Silence is what followed the boy's speech. A drop of sweat formed on Izuku's forehead. Was there something wrong with his speech? Did he say something to offend them? As the thoughts whirled through his head, a loud cheer from the crowd almost made Izuku jump. He smiled at the crowd before stepping down. As Kuro was dashing through the city on his way to Hasu, the memories of the clone flashed through his mind. He smirked as he heard Izuku's speech in his ears. That kid was surely going places, and Kuro would be there to see it all. "Ready, set, go." The loud blaring of President Mike's voice spurred the students into action. Izuku, Kaken, Shoto, and a few others dashed ahead of the students, all at each other's toes. It seems that one of the general ed students has used his quirk to knock out a large majority of the students. Present Mike yelled, almost causing Izuku to look back. He had never heard of such a student with a quirk that powerful, much less one in the general ed class. If someone had a quirk that strong, they would have been put in the hero course. It turns out this student was just accepted into the school by recommendation just days ago. Just what more does this enigma known as Mustard have in store for us? Izuku passed another student as he pondered the new student. He's heard the name Mustard from Toga a couple times. From what he knew, Mustard was a shy kid and would react similarly to Izuku when Toga would get close to him. He didn't know anything about his quirk, though. He continued to think to himself as he dashed forward. How will the students deal with the first obstacle? Present Mike shouted as a fair number of zero-pointers appeared and locked onto the students. Izuku hopped his way to the top of one of the robots and kicked himself off, destroying the robot in the process. Wincing as Izuku realized that he had used more power than he had intended. He screamed in panic as he flew over the first and second obstacles and landed on his face. The unknown woman took a seat in a local bar. She thankfully had her wallet on her, so she was able to pay for the Shirley Temple she had ordered. The bartender took the money and started to brew her drink. Strange, the woman thought. That bartender looks just like Inji. She took a sip of the drink as she turned to look at the TV. She watched a boy fling himself across an obstacle course, the headline reading UA Sports Festival Live. The woman stared at the screen. Yes, the sports festival was going on right around the time she had her fight, but she didn't recognize any of the students. Things just kept getting weirder and weirder for the lady. Excuse me, miss. The woman looked up at the bartender who had gotten her attention. You look like you need some medical attention. Would you like me to take you to the hospital? No thanks, I'm fine, the woman replied. I honestly don't want to go to the hospital right now. I don't want to cause any unnecessary problems. For all the woman knew, this was a world created by him, and the hospitals would only prove to be bad for her. I see. The bartender looked at her with a surprising amount of understanding. Well, I know someone who can patch you up on the down low if you want. He may be a hero, but he's surprisingly empathetic towards our kind. Our kind? The woman asked. Right as the bartender opened his mouth to speak, his phone went off. Sorry, I have to take this. The bartender put the phone to his ear. What do you want this time? Wait, you made contact with who? You idiot. All right, whatever. I'll be there in a couple minutes. You mind if I bring a +1? You know what? I don't care. Looks like she's in a similar situation to me. Though her name is not Mange. Where did you get that? She doesn't even look like Mange. Anyways, I'll be there. Shut up. The woman looked in confusion as the bartender hung up the phone. Hey, boss. Hiro's got himself into trouble. Gotta run. Without prompting, he grabbed the woman and ran out of the bar, launching the two in the air, much to the protest of the woman. She tried to escape using her quirk, but the bartender kept a tight hold of her. Sorry, pretty lady, but this is important. My friend needs a little help, and if he's in a good mood, I'm sure he'll patch you up without ending you. Just in time, Hiro thought as a blade sunk into his arm. He had jumped in between Stain and Ingenium, right as Stain was going to strike. Since Kuro had really thick skin from all the times he's gotten cut and beaten during the war, he wouldn't take as much damage as the other hero. Go, Ingenium. Get out of here. But what about you? Ingenium asked the number 3 hero. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Hiro shouted at the man. Now go. Ingenium nodded as he used the boosters on his arm to dash away. Hiro then looked the hero Ender in the eye. I won't let you end anyone. Why? Stain asked the man as he licked his blade, immobilizing Kuro. All you heroes are fake, treating heroism as a job, as a means for fame and fortune. None of you heroes are real. None of you are like All Might. That may be true, Kuro started, his plan already spinning into action. But even if Ingenium is a fake hero, or even if I'm a fake hero, it is still my job to save lives. Perhaps one day, we can change. I understand how you feel, Stain. I understand how fed up this society is and how the hero system isn't the best. I know that there needs to be change, but the lives of these fake heroes are still lives. And as a hero, it is my job to keep their lives safe. There does need to be change, but this isn't the way to go about it. Ending heroes will just instill fear. And desperation and despair is the exact opposite of the hope All Might instills in us. I've been working hard to change the hero industry from the inside, without bloodshed. I could really use someone like you, Stain. Please, join me. Stain paused for a second. This man, he understood. He could see it in the eyes of this man that he was telling the truth, but he was still in the way. He needed to be eliminated. You're a true hero, Black Lightning, Stain said respectfully. If the circumstances were different, I would have allowed you to end me, but you are in the way. As such, you must die. As Stain raised his blade to finish off Talia's benefactor, a torrent of blue flames raged towards the hero Ender, causing him to jump away. Talia and the woman landed behind Stain, who turned to face the ex-villain. Dabai, the hero killer sneered. I don't understand why you're helping a fake like him. He's no fake, Taoya replied. He saved my life and gave it purpose when no one else would. He's a true hero. Stain sneered as he stared daggers at the two. I'll retreat for now, but if either of you get in my way again, I'll end you. With that, the hero ender jumped away, quickly leaving his sight. Nice of you to show up, Kuro said as he unfroze, shaking his hands and rubbing his wrists. He then looked to the woman and a small hint of shock arose in his face, almost as if he recognized the woman. And who's this? Well, she's... Taoya blanked as he looked at the woman with confusion as she shot him a glare. Actually, I don't know. I took her with me on impulse. What's your name again? I never asked. The woman sighed as she massaged her temples. My name is Shimura Nana. Now can I finally ask what the hell I'm doing here? Kuro's face turned a pale sheet of white that Taoya had never seen on the man before. For the first time, it truly looked like the man didn't expect for this to happen. Well, shit. So let me get this straight, Nana said, massaging her temples. While Taoya went back to work, Kuro took Nana to his place to explain the situation. Apparently, instead of ending me, All for One sent me flying into the future. Toshinori is the #1 hero, and All for One is still alive with my grandson as his successor. Exactly, Kuro said, munching on one of Inko's cookies. If no one knew any better, one would say he had a problem. You sure you don't want one? No, I want to see my student, Nana demanded, seriously resisting the urge to have a cookie for some unknown reason. Well, you'll have to wait until the festival is over, Kuro said. Yagi-kun is watching over his successor. He already has his successor. Nana asked. Man, I've been gone for a while. Yeah, Kuro said. So, who is it? Nana asked, curiously. Izuku dodged another pillar of ice. Why aren't you using your fire? I will not use his power. Shoto dodged another punch from Izuku and tried to blast him with ice. But Izuku shattered it with his foot. It's not his power. Izuku yelled back. It never was. Don't let him control you from behind bars. It's your power. Something clicked in Shoto as he jumped back, smirking as a huge torrent of fire burst from his side. Claiming you'll win while helping an enemy? Ha! You have a death wish, don't you? No, I'll still win, Izuku proclaimed as his energy spiked, blood spurting from his arms and legs from overexertion. But helping someone will always be more important. The two smiled as they charged each other as 5 pillars of concrete extended between them. But it meant nothing as the two titans clashed. Enji smirked in his jail cell. That was his son. He thought back to all of the things he did to his son. Maybe Kuro was onto something. He lowered his head in shame as he slowly started to realize what he did to his family. It was too late now. He already made his mistakes. He silently hoped that wherever they were, his family was happy without him, and he wished he could have done better. So cool. Eri glowed on Fayumi's lap. The class was sitting in front of a TV screen and watching the sports festival. I want to be just like Izunai when I grow up. Todoroki is so cool. Midoriya is amazing. Fayumi smiled softly as she wiped her eyes behind her glasses. Shoto was finally accepting himself. She put a hand on Eri's head. Yeah, your brother is really cool. A tear fell down Rei's cheek and fell on the bed as she watched her son on the television screen. Shoto, she whispered. I'm so proud. That's my little brother. Taoya smirked as he served another drink. Really? A slightly tipsy Compress took another shot and slammed his glass on the table. He's quite the showman. You should be proud. Of course I am, Taoya said, smiling at the television. Speaking of showman, I have a proposition for you. Oh, Compress smirked as Taoya served him another drink. Please, do tell. Izuku slowly stood up from the impact. Shoto was buried in the wall, unconscious. He had won. He weakly put a hand up as the crowd cheered. That's him, Kuro said as he took a sip of milk. What do you think? He's pretty good. Nana said, finally opening up and taking cookies. Reminds me so much of Toshinori. Yeah, I really was like that back then. Kuro gave a nostalgic smile to the screen. You better teach him well, you hear? You bet. Nana gave the man her signature smile. After healing up, Izuku was ready for the finals. As he prepared to exit, the door opened, revealing Shoto. Good match, Izuku said, extending a hand to his classmate. Thank you, Midoriya, Shoto softly smiled, shaking the boy's hand. You really saved me. It's just my job, Izuku smiled back. Now just sit back and watch me win. Oi, shitty Deku, Kaken yelled from across the arena. I'm gonna kick your ass. You're welcome to try, Kaken. Izuku yelled back. Fight, Midnight yelled as the two dashed at each other. Izuku threw a punch at Kaken, but he dodged and aimed an explosion at his face. Izuku grabbed his hand and attempted to sweep his legs. Kaken jumped and used his other hand to cause an explosion at Izuku's side. Izuku flew a few feet before catching his balance and flew back at Kaken, kicking his face. As they fought, the two realized they were smiling. Hey, Kaken, Deku asked as he jumped back, dodging an explosion before dashing. Why are you smiling? Shut up, Kaken yelled back as he attempted to uppercut his rival. You're smiling too. The two continued to fight and smile, exchanging witty banter while they fought. The audience was in awe, wondering how the two could be taking such an intense fight so jovially. Izunai and Kaken are so cool, Toga shouted from the stands. Who let you call him Izunai? Ochako pouted next to her. He did, Aken. Toga giggled as she continued to watch the two boys fight. I told you not to call me Aken. Ochako puffed out her cheeks. I can't help it when you puff your cheeks out like that. Toga poked Ochako's cheek, causing the girl to blush. It's so cute. Shut up, Ochako yelled as the two started to play fight. Meanwhile, Deku and Kaken were panting on the opposite sides of the arena, still smiling. How about we finish this, Kaken? Izuku said, smiling smugly at his rival. Let's finish this, shitty Deku. Kaken's devilish smirk plastered on his face as he prepared his strongest attack. He dashed towards the young man, using his explosions to gain momentum. Howitzer impact. Izuku channeled all the power he could muster in his hand as he dashed towards the gigantic massive explosion. Smash. The resulting impact would have blown up the entire stadium if the heroes weren't there to subside the explosion before that could happen. In first place, Midoriya Izuku. All Might shouted. After about half an hour of repairs, the awards were announced. While both were unconscious, Kaken had sustained more damage, and that was how Izuku was given the win. Izuku smiled as he received the first place medal from his teacher and idol. Hey, Deku, Kaken called Izuku from the second place stand. I'll kick your ass next time. Izuku smiled as the two firmly shook hands. I'll be waiting. A few minutes after the festival, All Might took his phone and looked at the number. It was Kuro's. Kuro only called when something was important and he couldn't make it there in person. All Might answered and put the phone to his ear. What's up, Black Lightning? Can you come over to my place? It's urgent, Kuro said from the other side of the phone. His surroundings were deathly quiet. I'll be there, All Might said, hanging up the phone and dashing towards Kuro's apartment. Kuro never used the word urgent. Ever. All Might jumped from building to building, ready to support his friend and comrade at a moment's notice. He landed on Kuro's front step and knocked on the door. After a couple seconds, Kuro answered the door. Thanks for coming, Toshinori-san. What seems to be the problem? Things weren't adding up. Kuro only used his name when he was in his skinny form, which he was not, and when someone else in the room knew his identity. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Well, about that, Kuro said, stepping aside. All Might's face paled as if he saw a ghost. He was seeing a ghost. Shimura-san. After a long hug between student and mentor, the three heroes sat in the room where Kuro usually had his support groups. So All for One transported you into the future instead of actually ending you. That seems to be the case, Nana said. Kuro's been caring for me ever since. And how do you know about One for All? All Might asked the man. Did you really think All for One only stayed in Japan? Kuro asked All Might seriously. Of course, All for One never had any intention of leaving Japan until he took it over. But they didn't need to know that. My country was destroyed by him before I moved here. All for One tried to replicate the power of One for All. The result was me. All Might stared at Kuro in shock. It made so much sense. The sparks of energy, the strength. He was stronger than All Might currently, but was weaker than he was in his prime. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Kuro said softly as he put a hand on All Might's shoulder. At least I can use this power for good. The real problem will be confronting Torino, Nana said, staring at her hands. I'm not sure if I'm ready to face him yet. That's okay, Kuro said. You can talk to him when you're ready. For now, we've all had a long day. Why don't we just enjoy each other's company? We can talk about training the young man later. The two wielders of One for All nodded. Nothing was happening right now. They can relax for the time being. And they were going to need it. Kuro groaned as he put another piece of paper in a large stack. Why did having interns require so much paperwork? He scribbled his signature on another piece of paper and groaned again as he put his head on the desk. Hey, Kuro, Nana called from another room. She agreed to live with him temporarily until she got her ID sorted out. She had her license, but they were still coming up with a cover story for her disappearance. Can you come over here? I need your help for something. Kuro whined internally as he stood up, cracking his back as he dragged himself over to where the voice came from. To his surprise, he saw Iri and Nana in a messed-up kitchen, chocolate smeared on the walls and the counter. Papa, Iri bounded over to her adopted father, holding a tray of surprisingly well-baked assortment of chocolate sweets. Auntie and I saw you sad, so we made you something to make you happy. Kuro plucked the plate from the girl's hands, smiling gingerly at it. He then pulled both of them into a hug, tears forming in his eyes. He wasn't alone anymore, and to him, that meant everything. I'll take him, Torino said through the phone to All Might. Might as well teach him a little bit. That's fine, All Might said. Torino realized his normal stutter wasn't there. There is someone who wants to help you, though. I don't need help, Torino scoffed. Who would want to help me with something like this anyways? I think it would be in your best interest to hear her out. All Might responded. Fine, put her on the line, Torino scoffed. Are you sure you're ready? All Might asked. The tone was muted, so he assumed All Might was talking to whatever woman he was talking about. There was an indistinguishable chatter, then All Might handed the phone over. "Hey, Sora-kun," an all-too-familiar voice spoke through the phone. "Who the F is this?" Torino demanded. She was dead. She had to be. "It's really me," Nana responded calmly. "I'm still trying to understand all of it, really, but I really want to see you." "I miss you, Sorahiko." "You miss me," Torino choked. The logical side of his brain was screaming in protest, but the sheer amount of emotions flooding through the elderly man was more than enough to drown it out. "You better come visit soon, dork." "Who are you picking, Akin?" Toga asked, poking Achako's cheek. "Stop that." Achako pouted as she took a step back. "I'm going to be interning with Gunhead." "Wow," Toga said, marking her paper. "He requested for me too." "I'll go with you." What?" Achako's face turned pink as she flailed her arms wildly. "You can't do that." "Why not?" Toga put her index finger on her cheek innocently. "Hironai already packed my blood bags, so I don't have to go with him." "Blood bags?" Achako asked curiously. Why would the girl need blood bags? "Nothing." Hiro practically appeared behind Toga, putting a hand over her mouth. "I told you not to talk about that." "But Hironai, Akin is my friend." Toga whines. Achako's face turns red as she hears the news. "Still," Kiro said. Toga pouted and huffed in annoyance. "Anyways, I have to dash," Kiro said before dashing out of the room. "Hey guys," Mina shouted. "Kiro-san wants me to intern with him." "That's so cool," Kirishima said. "I'm going to be interning with Fourth Kind." "I'm going to be going with Black Lightning-san too," Ada shouted. "Me too," Takayami said calmly. "Me as well," Shoto said. "Kiro-san invited me as well," Momo said. "I'm really honored, and I will choose to go with him." "That's sick," Kaminari yelled over. "I'll be going with you guys as well." "I'll be going with Best Genist," Kakin yelled. "I'll be better than all you a-holes." Deku-kun, Achako walked over to the broccoli head. "Who will you be interning with?" "Hiro-sensei wants me to go with some person named Gran Torino," Izuku replied. "He says he can help a lot with my quirk." "That's cool," Kirishima said. "Your quirk is already super powerful, though. I wonder why Kiro-sen wants you to improve it even more." "I don't know," Izuku said. "Kiro-sensei always looks like he knows something bad is going to happen. He keeps on telling me that I have to get stronger to save everybody. It's a little scary." "Huh," Shoto said, walking over to the small group. "He does look paranoid a lot." "Weird," Izuku mutters to himself, promising himself to ask Kiro about it later. Kiro smirked as he saw the interns lined up before him. From Class 1A, he had selected Kaminari Denkai, Yayurazu Momo, Takayami Fumikage, Todoroki Shoto, Ashido Mina, Hantasiro, Hagakure Toru, and Tenya Ida. From Class 1B, he had selected Awasio Su, Kurwaro Shihai, Kendo Itsuka, Kodai Yui, Shota Nairanjeki, Tsunotori Pony, and Shizaki Ibara. From Class 1 degrees Celsius, he had selected Mustard and Hitoshi Shinso. Yes, that was a lot of interns, but he knew it was worth it. He knew that he had to prepare for whatever upcoming mayhem would ensue. Soon, his existence as a threat and Nana's survival will leak to All for One, and he will take precautions. He needed to prepare the students for anything if another war were to break out. He wouldn't let them die. "All right, I did a lot of paperwork to get you brats under my wing, so we're not going to waste it," Kiro said. "As much as I'm sure you're going to want to go on patrol, I have a better idea." "Excuse me, Black Lightning-san," Ida proclaimed loudly while raising his hand. A couple of the students winced, but Kiro nodded to signal Ida to continue. "Why should we not go on patrol, if that's how we're going to get real experience?" "Oh, you'll get real experience," Kiro said. "Now would be the right time for me to introduce you to my assistants and those who will be aiding me in your teachings, the Vanguard Action Squad." Saying that, Kiro took a marble out of his pocket and threw it behind him, causing it to shatter. As it did, twice, Dabai, Spinner, and Mr. Compress. "Is that twice, the S-class villain?" Yotsu managed in shock. Most of the students, save for Mustard, were in a similar state of shock. "Ex-villain," Dabai corrected. "Before owe Kiro a lot. While we were running around, thinking we had no chance of redemption, Kiro saved us and gave us a reason to live. Right now, our reason to fight is to prepare you brats and to beat you all into full-fledged heroes." "Got it." The students gulped and nodded. "All right," Kiro clapped his hands. "The 17 of you will be training with these 4 while I individually call on you so I can learn about you and create a personalized training regimen for all of you." "Understood." "Hi, Sensei," the interns chanted as they prepared for their hellish training. After all, these were villains they were dealing with. At S-class, and a class, a B-class, and a C-class respectively. This wasn't going to be easy. Ida-kun," Kiro said as Ida entered the training room. "I've been thinking about your quirk. I actually ordered something to help you with your overheating problem." Really, Black Lightning-san?" Ida asked in shock. The number 2 hero was investing time and money into his well-being. "You didn't have to." "Nonsense." Kiro waved his hand dismissively. Even before I selected you all as interns, I saw all of you as my own students, and if I can, I will do anything to help you better yourselves." Ada hesitantly nodded as Kuro took out a small device. It was a small cube with a screen and a little nozzle. "This is something you can attach to your boots magnetically," he started. "It has a built-in thermometer and is programmed to spray liquid nitrogen when the thermometer reaches a certain temperature." "That's so simple, yet I think it would work," Ada said, taking the device as Kuro handed it to him. Kuro fished out another one from his pocket and gave it to Ida as well. "Thank you so much, Black Lightning-san." "No problem," Kuro said. "Now give him hell. Show those villains what it takes to be a real hero." Takayami slightly panicked when he entered the pitch-black room. Maybe he entered the wrong room. Either way, it would be wise to get out before Dark Shadow was let loose. He turned to exit, but right as he did, the door closed behind him. "No," he shouted as the complete darkness took over, a signal for Dark Shadow to take over. He tried to fight it, but it was no use. His second half had fully taken over. "Dark Shadow." Kuro's voice could be heard in the darkness. "Kuro." Dark Shadow's voice roared in the pitch-black training room as he launched an attack, destroying several machines. "What is the meaning of this?" "I wanted to talk," Kuro said, footsteps approaching the beast. Soon, he put his hand on the beast's shoulder. "Look, I know it's hard to control yourself in the dark, and I want to work on that. We'll spend this week working on controlling yourself in the dark so you and Takayami-kun can work in the darkness as well as the light. Does that sound okay to you?" Without responding, Dark Shadow threw an uppercut at Kuro. Kuro didn't move, taking this hit. He spit out some blood and smirked. "Got that out of your system?" "No," Dark Shadow mumbled, yet noticeably calmer. "Well, that means that we're going to have a long week ahead of us." "Holy shit," Kendo yelped as she walked in the training room and saw a bruised Kuro wielding two hammers that were twice his size, a huge smirk on his face. "Are you okay, Black Lightning-san?" "Please, call me Kuro," Kuro said calmly, despite his injuries. "Your quirk is Giant Fist, right?" "Why yeah," Kendo said, still slightly concerned for her new mentor's health. "Great," Kuro said, flinging the two hammers in front of him, the sheer mass creating a crater in the ground. "Try lifting one of those." Kendo silently nodded as she enlarged her hands and wrapped them around one of the handles. She tried to lift it with as much strength as she could muster, but it only barely lifted off the ground. After a little while, she gave up, letting the hammer fall to the ground. "Not bad," Kuro said as the girl sat down, panting. "When you can lift both hammers at the same time, you can keep them." "Ah, really?" Kendo gawked at the notion. She wasn't sure whether she didn't believe the fact that the pro hero would let her keep them or the fact that he believed she could even lift one by the end of the week more. "Yeah," Kuro said. "As long as you put your mind to it, you can do it." "Thank you, Kuro-sensei." Kendo stood up and bowed respectfully as Kuro smiled softly at the girl. "Me, Kuro-san." Mina bounded into the training room. "What have you been doing in here?" Kendo-chan said you were really beat up. Kuro was in the process of putting the hammers away when Mina entered. He turned around, revealing his bruises. "Oh, just stuff and things." He ignored the gawking Mina. "Nothing too much. Anyways, I wanted to work on incorporating your quirk into your fighting." "I already do that well, Kuro-san," Mina chirped. "I mean, I want you to incorporate it into an actual fighting style," Kuro said, smirking. Mina paled. She knew the look on his face. It was almost never good. "So I'm going to teach you martial arts." Ibara walked into the training room, tentatively, not knowing what to expect. The villains had been pretty tough on the interns, and she didn't know what to expect from Kuro. From what the media portrayed, Black Lightning was a cold and calculating hero who did his work with deadly efficiency, taking down the entire Yakuza single-handedly. "Shizaki-san," Kuro said as he walked out of the trees, dusting himself. His hoodie now had a few burns on it, along with the bruises. Ibara was surprised that interning with a couple students had wounded the hero this much. Was he secretly a pushover? "From what I saw at the sports festival, you seem to rely on your quirk a lot. There's nothing wrong with that, but you need to train your physical body as well." Ibara nodded silently as Kuro continued. "You can use your quirk, but only to enhance yourself. Maybe you can create something to help you fight. Be creative," Kuro said. "Now, let's spar." The kids sat exhausted from the training. "Not bad for a bunch of kids," Spinner commented, "but you need to work on your teamwork. If you keep on flailing your quirks like that, you'll all just end up as dead fakes down the line." "I wouldn't go that far," Kuro said, walking over Kami despite the bruises, the burns, and the thorns prickling his skin. "You all did well today. Get some rest. I'm bringing in a special guest tomorrow, so you all best be prepared. You have the rest of the day to enjoy yourselves." Dismissed. The interns muttered things under their breath as they tiredly dragged themselves out. Kuro softly smiled at the group. "So, what do you think?" Dabai asked. "What do you mean?" Hiro asked. "I wasn't there." Don't bullshit me, Dab, I sneered. I saw that weird-ass clone of yours shadowing us as we kicked the crap out of those kids. Hiro chuckled a little bit, leaving a genuine smile on his face. I think, he started, staring longingly at the windowed sky. The future is in good hands. Magni, otherwise known as Hikishi Kenji, knocked out another bandit, taking his wallet. She looked around, ready to escape the scene. Stealing isn't nice, you know. Magni snapped around to see Black Lightning, the number 2 hero, lighting a cigarette. She instantly attracted him to her so she can smack him with her weapon. Black Lightning stomped the ground with both feet, burying himself to his knees. When that didn't work, he took out a familiar marble and tossed it behind him, causing a gigantic magnet to appear to cancel out the magnetic attraction. Smoking isn't nice, you know, Magni quipped as she cancelled her quirk. I wouldn't expect a hero to do something so evil. Hey, everyone's got shit to deal with it, you know. Hiro shrugged as he took a drag out of his cigarette. Want one? Like I would trust a hero, Magni sneered. Just take the damn thing. Hiro tossed a cigarette and a lighter to the woman. She huffed and lit it and took a drag. So what the hell do you want? Magni asked, since you didn't arrest me on the spot. And since you somehow got the trust of Mr. Compress enough to have him lend you your abilities without him being there to make a show himself, you must be here for something else other than that stupid confined occupation you call a job. Speaking of jobs, I've come here to offer you a job, Hiro shrugged. Work at my firm. Hell no, Magni cut the man off. I chose this life to be free. Working as a hero is the exact opposite. There are so many rules and punishments. You didn't let me finish, Hiro sighed, a puff of smoke coming out of his mouth. Look, I know how you want your life to be, and frankly, I'm not gonna stop you. I actually joined the hero organization to try and convince them to be a bit more liberal. I've already hired some ex-villains, so you won't be alone. I'm just going to pay you, give you a place to stay, and take your name off villain records to not to bang up the heroes too badly and come in when I call you. And when I do, I won't tell you how to do your job. Magni thought about it before smirking. She had never seen a hero who treated villains like Black Lightning. She truly appreciated it. He wanted to employ her services while being cautious to not impede on her freedom too much. It was a win-win, although he had to take her rights to end heroes away. He never said anything about ending villains. Deal? All right. Hiro smirked as the two shook hands. So I'm going to need you tomorrow. I'm sure you know where my firm is. After attacking one of my subordinates on his way back, I'll need you there by 10 a.m. Pony rolled out of bed and stretched. The room that Hiro gave the students were very comfortable, and she only had one roommate. She heard from her friend back in America that he had 8 other people in the same room for his internship, so in that sense, she considered herself lucky. Good morning, Kendo-san, Pony said cheerfully as she saw the other girl drag herself out of bed. How are you this morning? Tired. My arms are ending me, Kino replied, shooting a dirty glance at the huge mallets on the other side of the room. Your Japanese has gotten a lot better. Thank you. Pony tilted her head in a slight bow. Hiro-san noticed my difficulty in speaking Japanese and offered to let me borrow some books which I have been studying. Did you know he speaks fluent English? No, he's a weird one, Kendo said. He seems strong, and it looks like he has invested a lot of time in finding out our strengths and weaknesses, even if some of us didn't even make it past the first part of the exam. According to Ibara-san, he always holds back and encourages and accepts them. She said he took several hits and complimented her when she started to feel a little down. He always seems kind and cheery towards us, despite letting loose actual villains on us and the injuries he sustained yesterday. I really don't get him. Oh, Pony exclaimed as the alarm clock in the room went off. Breakfast is in 30 minutes. We better go, we lose to those stupid bastard students. Naito, Kendo growled. I swear I will end you when we get back. After breakfast, Pony and Kendo made their way to the training field. Hiro and the Vanguard Action Squad, as they called themselves, were waiting for them with a new person. It was a burly dude with sunglasses and brown, shoulder-length hair. This, my kawaii interns, Hiro said, gesturing to the man, is Magni, another ex-villain who so graciously volunteered to help me in training you. I've politely asked her not to injure you all too badly, but if you refer to her as a man, then I can't make any promises. Damn straight, Magni said as she dropped her cigarette and stomped on it. You brats better not waste my time. All right, let's get started, Hiro said. Tsunotori-san, you're with me. The interns paled as they realized they had another villain to deal with. They groaned as they all prepared to deal with another day of training. So, Pony, Hiro said in fluent English as they entered the separate training room. How have your studies been? It's been going well, Pony replied in English. She was really thankful someone could speak her native language. Even though she has been improving, it was comforting to speak in the language she originally learned. Thank you again for the books, Mr. Kiro. It really means a lot. Please, call me Jisai, Kiro said. He was much more comfortable with the last name he chose. But for the sake of comfort, he was willing to be called Jisai. Anyways, from what I've seen, you've mostly used your quirk to immobilize your enemies. Is that correct? Pony nodded timidly as Kuro calmly approached the girl. He gestured to her horns. May I? She nodded as Kuro plucked her horns off of her head, causing her to squeak a little. Sorry, Kuro said sincerely before walking over to a tree. With a wave of his hand, he slashed the tree with one of her horns, slashing the tree and cutting it down. Pony gazed at him in awe. She didn't know her horns were capable of doing such a thing. Your horns are really durable, he said. You're a smart girl. Let's try to think up of some more ways to use your horns. Shihai walked into the training room and noticed that Kuro had changed his original outfit from black to orange and he dyed his hair blonde while wearing blue contacts. Shihai's step instantly pressed with caution as he realized that Kuro was aware of how his quirk worked. Ah, Kiwaro-san, Kuro said, smiling at the boy. It's a shame that Kuromi-san didn't come with us as well. I would have really liked to see what would have happened. What? Shihai sputtered, completely off guard. He had planned on acting a bit more buddy-buddy and cheery towards the hero to surprise him. But he did not expect the man to bring up his crush like that. First lesson, Kuro said thoughtfully. Always be prepared as if your opponent knows everything about you. Shihai grimaced. He was beaten at his own game. Life's but a walking shadow, he muttered to himself. So, what are you going to teach me? Ah, Shakespeare, Kuro nodded. Not bad. Anyways, after analyzing your abilities for a little while, I've determined that your tactical mind is already enough in combat. Since you aspire to be an underground hero, I won't force you to do 1,000 sit-ups or whatever. I thought I would spend this time teaching you a much more valuable lesson. And that is? Shihai asked tentatively. Black lightning was a total enigma. He thought he had researched all he could, but it seemed that Kuro was more deceitful individual than even Shihai himself, managing to fool the entire country into thinking that he was a calculating hero who cared only about results. How to talk to girls, Kuro said, smirking. As if on cue, Maruko hopped over to Kuro. I swear if you use me like this again, I'll end you, Maruko grumbled. The way to dusty death. Shihai sighed as he prepared for the torture about to be ensued. Shota Nyaranjiki walked into the training field, confident that he could impress the number 2 hero with his skills. He was a very competent fighter and ready to take on whatever Kuro had. His friend Ida said that Kuro was immediately able to deduce his shortcomings and found a way to solve them. Though Kuro had spent a lot of time loitering around Class 1A. Shota-san, Kuro said, back in his normal uniform. I have to say, I'm quite impressed with the way you were dealing with the squad. It was nothing, Shota started. They still consistently wiped the floor with all of us without even trying. Don't beat yourself up about it, Kuro said, waving his hand. Some of these villains have spent decades in the field. Don't tell anyone else I've said this, but you guys are probably strong enough to take low-class villains and thugs on your own already. Really? Shota asked the man. Of course, I would never lie about something like that, Kuro lied. Of course he was lying. The students were already much stronger than that. Anyways, your use of your quirk is very impressive. Though I think I have a way of improving it. How so? Shota asked. His quirk was extremely strong, and Shota thought he had already mastered it. Are you aware what a feint is? Kuro asked. Shota nodded his head. So I was thinking that you can attack someone, but your impact would strike in a completely different area. That's a really good idea, Shota said, thinking about the possibilities. Thank you, Kuro-sensei. No problem, Kuro said. Now, let's start working on that feint technique, shall we? Shota didn't know what to expect when the ex-villain known as Dabai came along with him. As they entered the training room, Kuro was sitting on a large stone, munching on some cookies. Oh, hey Shokun. I told you not to call me that. Shoto scoffed and gestured at Dabai. What's he doing here? Oh, he's going to teach you, Kuro said. He could do a way better job than me. Really? Shoto asked in disbelief. I doubt it. I wouldn't if I were you, bro, Dabai said. At that, Shoto's face paled as the realization slowly started to sink in. Taoya. Meanwhile, Izuku got off the train and headed towards the house marked on his phone's GPS. When he arrived at the place, he knocked. No answer. I am coming in, he said as he pushed the door open. What he saw was a short, old man laying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. He's dead, he shouted at the top of his lungs, almost dropping his phone. The old man looked up and stared Izuku in the eye. Who are you? He's alive, Izuku shouted in shock. Sora-kun, you need to stop doing that. A woman's voice could be heard as the door at the end of the room opened, revealing a tall woman with a black and white hero costume. You're Midoriya Izuku, right? All Might told us about you. All Might did? Izuku asked. Why is that? Let us introduce ourselves, the woman said. My name is Shimura Nana and this is Torino Sorahiko. We're All Might's teachers. It was mid-afternoon when the harsh training ended. The Vanguard Action Squad jumped back as Kuro came back with Shoto and Dabai. You all did pretty well, he started. I'm going to end off this course today because we're going to be doing something different tomorrow. What could that be? Ida asked. Well, I have some important business down at Hasu, Kuro said, smirking. So tomorrow, we're going to go patrolling. Yui woke up that morning feeling refreshed and relaxed. For the most part, she liked the internships so far, although the squad was very tough on them. They offered advice and taught them how to get better. She didn't know how Kuro was, but Kendo and Ibara said he was really nice. She did, however, have a high opinion of Kuro because he kept the kitchen stocked with the best tomatoes that she has ever tasted. Morning, Yui-chan. Yui heard Ibara speak as she brushed her hair. Yui responded happily before stretching a bit. You seem to be in a good mood, Ibara said, her expression softening. That's great to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying the internships. Yui responded as she prepared to get ready for the day. Kuro was sitting in his office in his firm, which was substantially cleaner than the office at UA. His eyes were darting between a box of cigarettes and the bag of cookies Ko had driven over to give him. I can fight a lot of things, but I can't fight addiction, he grumbled to himself as he tossed the cigarettes behind his back and started to open the bag of cookies. As he munched on his cookies, his phone started to ring. I swear to whatever god that is out there, the person who interrupts my cookie time. Well, he looked at the phone and saw the person. Oh, never mind. You asked for me. Gunhead's voice came out of the phone as Kuro answered it. Oh yeah, Kuro said. One of your interns signed a contract with me a while ago. I need to borrow her today. Is that a problem? Which one? Gunhead asked. Himiko Toga, Kuro said. Oh, thank God. Kuro had Gunhead mutter under his breath. What did she do now? Kuro asked. Her and another intern. Uraraka Ochako have been having competitions during sparring classes to see who can beat more interns, Gunhead said. Let's just say it's not pleasant. Ah, that's so like them, Kuro chuckled. Actually, if Uraraka-san can come as well, that would be great. You'd be doing my interns a favor, Gunhead said, a hint of relief in his voice. That's nice to hear, Kuro said before hanging up. He scrolled through his contacts before settling on the next person he had to call. Shimura Nana. Akin. Toga shook her roommate awake. Akin. Himi-chan, I'm trying to sleep, Ochako grumbled, still half asleep. Gunhead-san said that I can take you with me to see Kuro-nai. Toga squealed. Why are you going to see Kuro-san? Ochako asked, giving up on falling back asleep as she rubbed her eyes. He said that he needs me for a super important mission in Hasu. Toga chirped excitedly, trying to drag her friend out of bed. Why does he need you? Ochako asked her. Can't he just have some pro do it? Kuro-nai said I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone, Toga admitted, slightly saddened. But I'm sure he'll tell you if you asked. All right. Ochako stretched her arms and yawned before standing up. I guess I have no choice in the matter. Midoriya-kun. Nana called over from the kitchen. Coming, Izuku called back before showing himself in the kitchen, wide awake and in his hero costume. Kuro-san said he wants us to come with him to patrol at Hasu. Nana said, something about a no something. Izuku stared at her, trying to determine what the mysterious thing was. All right, he said. If Kuro asks, then it must be for a reason. Yeah, Torino said as he entered the kitchen. One thing I've learned about the brat is that he only sticks his nose in when it's important. Now that you think about it, Izuku said, he has always been around at times when bad things were happen. Like at USJ and the Yakuza incident. A hero needs to have a good intuition, Nana said, shifting uncomfortably. Anyways, we should be preparing. We're going to make rounds here before we go to Hasu. Hiro wanted us to come late afternoon, after all. Dabai, Toga squealed as she tackled her brother in arms. Dabai groaned to himself and patted the girl's head. Wait, I recognize you, Ochako said, tensing up and preparing for a fight. You're in a rank villain. Get your hands off my friend. Relax, Dabai grumbled, lifting the girl up and setting her down. Toga turned to face her friend. Akin, this is my big brother Dabai, Toga said. We used to be villains together. Isn't that cool? Oh, so this is the girlfriend you were mentioning before? Dabai asked. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. It would be in your best interest to treat Haim-chan well. What? Ochako took a step back in shock. Her face red. Gee, girlfriend. And you were a villain. Knowing her, she probably means friend that happens to be a girl. The three turned to see Kuro with the rest of the squad and the interns. Anyways, I'm sure you have questions, Uraraka-san. Himi-chan is a villain. Ochako asked. Why is she at UA? And did you know about this? Was a villain, Dabai corrected. Yeah, Kuro said. You remember when I mentioned she had a rough childhood? Yeah, she was practically thrust into villainy. I won't be the one to tell you the details, though. After I took Haim-san and Dabai into my care, I offered Haim-san a spot in UA. I wanted to go to school and make friends. Toga chirped, hugging Ochako. And now I have you. I'm really happy that Kuro-nai let me go here because I met you and everyone. Ochako blushed, opening her mouth to say something before stopping herself, a sweet smile forming on her lips. I'm really happy to have met you too, Himi-chan. That's all well and good, Magni butted in, bringing everyone's attention to her. But when are we going to start doing stuff? Fine, Kuro said. The final group just got here, anyways. As if on cue, Nana floated down as Izuku and Torino jumped down from a tall building. Izuku-kun, Toga squealed, attempting to tackle the boy, but Dabai held her back. Not the time, Dabai warned. Toga pouted, but thankfully didn't attack him. We're going to be in groups of 3, Kuro said. Each member of the squad will be accompanied by 2 interns. Since there's an odd number, one of you will take 3. Dabai, Toga, Magni, Spinner, Twice, and Mustard. Come up to pick your interns. Nana, Torino, and Izuku will be one group. I'll be taking Shoto and Tena-san. Wait, Shinso said, putting his hands up. You said Mustard. Yeah, Mustard butted in. I'm a part of the squad. You have a problem with that. Tell me the truth, Shinso said, using his quirk. Are you a part of the squad? Yes, Mustard said, a dull tone in his voice. Geez, Shinso said, releasing his quirk in shock. If you're done with your mind games, I'd like to do my job, Mustard grumbled. Shinso silently nodded as the group began to pick their interns. Izuku walked around with Nana and Torino as they did their evening patrols. Hiro had given all members of the squad as well as Nana and Torino communications devices so they could all stay connected. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and Izuku froze up as a creature eerily similar to the creature at the USJ approached them. They all got into a fighting position. As they prepared to attack, Izuku heard a scream from an alleyway not too far from him. I heard someone else in trouble. Izuku shouted at the two. I'll go check it out. Midoriya, wait. Nana called, but Izuku had already dashed away. Kuro was right. He is a real handful. The two heroes faced the monster and prepared to fight. Kuro received memories from his illusion clone as he fiddled with his phone. He looked up to see a Namu flying in the sky. Excuse me, Kuro-sensei. Shoto got the man's attention. We have reason to believe Midoriya-san is in trouble. Can we go to this alleyway? Kuro looked at the spot Shoto was pointing out on his phone and suppressed a smile. He had snuck into the two's room the night before and added his phone number to their contacts under Izuku's name. He knew that it wasn't morally right, but he couldn't take any risks, considering how much he changed the timeline, so he did what he had to do. He looked up at the Namu. You two go on ahead. I have a villain to take care of. Before the two interns could react, Kuro jumped into the sky, tackling the Namu and sending the two spiraling into the city. Ada and Shoto looked at each other before nodding and dashing off to save their friend. Izuku turned the corner to see a pro-hero, native as Izuku recognized, about to be struck down by the hero Ender Stain. Izuku, without thinking, went into 5% and kicked the hero Ender in the face, sending him flying to the ground. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Can you move? Can't move. Native managed. Is quirk. Run. A kid, huh? Stain asked, wiping his cheek. You should go. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Izuku looked into Stain's eyes, not showing vengeance of fear, but a fiery determination. I will not, Izuku said sternly, getting into a fighting stance. If I see someone in danger, I will save them, no matter the cost. I am a hero, and that is what we do. I like your eyes, Stain said, licking the blade of his katana clean before getting into a fighting stance himself. But you're getting in the way, and as such, I can't let you live. The two dashed at each other, Izuku at 10%. They traded blows for a while, Izuku keeping up at a surprising pace. Stain then managed to get a small cut on Izuku's cheek, and before the boy could land a hit, he licked the blade and swallowed his blood. What? Izuku's fist was barely an inch from Stain's face before he froze up, his body not moving. You fight good, kid, Stain said, raising his katana. If you stayed put for a few more years, I may have considered you a true hero, but as it is now, you have to die. Not if I can help it. A new voice appeared as a familiar boot went for Stain, who dodged it, jumping back a few feet. Tenya-san, Izuku called. What are you doing here? He's not alone, Shoto said as he slid across his ice to stand next to Tenya. You really need to be more specific with your messages. What message? Izuku asked the two, a confused look on his face. Never mind that for now, Ida said, turning to Stain. Can you move? No, Izuku responded. I think it's his quirk. As soon as he licked his blade, I wasn't able to move. Shoto looked at the scar on Izuku's cheek and nodded. It must be that when he ingests blood, he can immobilize the person who the blood belonged to. TSH, more brats, Stain sneered. No matter, I'll end you all. Stain and Ada dashed at each other, but before Stain could slash at the boy, Ada jumped as Shoto made a pillar of ice next to him. Ada kicked off it, dashing to the side. Shoto created an ice pillar between Ada and Stain, and Ada kicked it, causing the ice to shatter and launch towards Stain. The hero Ender managed to jump back, but now without sustaining some injuries. Not bad, Stain said as he pulled his arm back. Suddenly, a kunai flung back, cutting Ida's neck on its way back. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, but then noticed that the kunai was tied to a string. Ida dashed for the hero Ender, but Stain got to his blade first. He licked his blade, causing the boy to stumble, immobilized. But not good enough. Shoto then dashed forward, fire streaming through his side. He swung at Stain, using his fire to extend his strike. Stain jumped back and threw a kunai at him. Shoto dodged and cut the string on it with an icicle. Won't fall for that trick twice. At least you fakes aren't all the same, Stain sneered. He launched towards Shoto and launched a flurry of attacks. Stain was surprised by how well the ranged fighter was performing in hand-to-hand combat, but he still wasn't as good as Izuku. Stain eventually managed to land a few cuts before licking his katana, immobilizing the last of his resistance. It's such a shame that such a promising generation is led by fakes, Stain said, raising his katana to finish Stain. As he swung it, Izuku felt himself be freed and dashed, pushing aside his friend and taking the hit, lodging the katana on his shoulder. Don't tell me. Stain's eyes widened in shock as Izuku prepared to punch him with 15% power. Your blood type is O. Izuku didn't answer as he punched Stain in the gut, sending him flying out of the alley. Why did you do that? Shoto asked. Why did you take the hit for me? Izuku turned around and managed a weak smile. Because that's what heroes do. Interesting, Stain muttered as he forced himself to stand. Izuku looked in horror as the hero ender pointed a weak finger at him. What's your name? Midoriya. Don't, Ada said, but Izuku ignored him. He had just engaged in a fierce combat with the hero ender, and Izuku believed that he should honor the hero ender's request in the name of a good battle. Hiro had taught him that warriors would ask the name of their opponents as a sign of respect, and Izuku had no reason to deny Stain that gesture. Deku. Hiro tightened his grip, crushing the skull of the second Namu. He had gotten word that Nana and Torino had taken out the last one, but Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Hiro had already sent for the police, but he figured the fight would be almost over, so he should go himself. Since Endeavor wasn't around, he should be the one to take his place. Do you think that I'd let fakes like you end me? A wave of Ender intent washed over Kuro as he saw Stain yell at the police. He then saw the Shoto and Ida supporting Native and Izuku, who had a large gash on his shoulder, but thankfully he didn't overuse his quirk. The only ones who I will let in me are All Might, Black Lightning, and Deku. The wave lasted for a good few seconds, though Kuro probably figured it would last longer. As it subsided, he heard one of the cops speak. Hey, he passed out. I hope I wasn't wrong about you, Deku. Stain's last words rang in Kuro's head. During the second year of the war, Kuro was almost ended by Shigaraki, but Stain had jumped in at the last second, taking the hit for the time traveler. Thank you, Chisholm, Kuro whispered before he started to approach the group. We won't let you down this time. I swear it. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed, his shoulder burning. Wah. He rubbed his head, trying to remember what happened. His facial expression changed as the memories started flooding in. Midoriya-san. Ada's voice made Midoriya jump. He turned his head to see Shoto and Ida looking at him with concern. Are you all right? Yeah, Izuku said, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. I was just thinking about the fight. Yeah, Shoto said, nodding thoughtfully. I couldn't help but feel that something was off. I felt like he was holding back, Izuku said. I think he could have ended us at any time. We're still students, and Stain has ended a large amount of heroes. It's not like 3 students are stronger than the pro-hero teams who were taken down by him. But Ada started in disbelief. The 3 of them had given it their all, and he didn't want to believe that Stain could be any stronger, but after some reconsidering, he faced the facts. I guess you're right. Thank you, Izuku said to the 2, catching their attention. I wouldn't be here if you 2 didn't show up in time. It's only natural, Shoto said to the boy, a small smile on his face. You saved me. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't come to your aid? Speaking of which, Izuku said, what kind of message were you talking about? I never sent anything out. Really? Shoto asked, taking out his phone, showing Izuku his text history. I got a text from you just sending your location. Weird, Izuku said. I would check, but I don't know where it is. Some old man said your phone was busted before we went in here, Ada said. He said his name was Gran Torino. Yeah, he's the one I'm interning with, Izuku said. Before they could say any more, Torino and Kuro walked in with a dog-human hybrid who was about as tall as Kuro. Hey, little man, Kuro said. You guys have a visitor. Hello, the man-dog said respectfully. My name is Tsurugami Kenji, and I am the chief of the police force. It's an honor to meet you, Izuku said, his eyes darting between the 3 adults. May I ask what is going on? Ever since quirks manifested, the police force refused the use of quirks in the force, Kenji started. As a result, pro-heroes went up to take their place, but they have had a strict moral code. The reason young heroes are assigned to supervisors is because we cannot be sure if they can uphold said moral code, even if it was the hero ender that you fought. What you 3 did was still breaking the law, and as such, you 3 and your guardians would be subject to legal repercussions. But that's, Shoto started, but was cut off when Kuro raised his hand. Even Kenji looked over, perplexed. You didn't let the old man finish, Shokun, Kuro said, smirking at the chief. I think we should before you go off on him. I swear, Kuro-san. After all these years, I still think that your quirk can read minds, Kenji huffed. Call it hero's intuition, Kuro shrugged. He is correct. I merely spoke as a member of the police force, Kenji said before bowing to the 3 students. But as a citizen of this city, I deeply thank you for keeping the peace. More people could have died if you did not step in. Everyone except Kuro stared at the chief of police, completely dumbfounded. Since there was not enough witnesses of the fight, I have proposed a cover-up, Kenji started, raising to his full height yet again. But due to recorded events, only Midoriya-san can take any credit for what happened. Is that okay with you too? Shoto and Ida nodded silently. Thank you, Kenji said again. This story is to prevent you two from getting in trouble. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave. As the 3 adults left, Kuro turned around to look at his 2 interns. Wheels up in 5, kiddos, he said. After all, you 2 aren't my only interns. All for One gritted his teeth as he saw the recordings. Why was Shimura Nana alive? And even more importantly, why did she not look any older than she did in her final fight? This was a huge problem, but All for One knew that he needed to bide his time. He clicked a button and the screen shifted to the base of the League of Villains. Sensei, Shigaraki said respectfully as he and Kurogiri bowed at the screen. What can we do for you? Some unforeseen issues have come up, All for One said with venom in his voice. You're going to need recruit more people. The followers of Stain are now anyone's game now that Stain is gone. Go make contact with them and recruit them to our cause. Kuro, Ida, and Shoto walked in Kuro's firm to see the interns battling it out with the squad. Mustard was working with the interns as usual, and Toga and Ochako had already gone back to Gunhead to finish their internship. All right, you 2 should return to your team, Kuro said. I have to go back to individually helping all of you. Kodai Yui nervously walked into the training room, not knowing what to expect. Kuro had just returned from Hasu with Ida and Shoto and instantly called her in. Was she in trouble? Did she do something wrong? She saw Kuro sitting on the grass cross-legged, looking at the sky through the windows. Come sit with me, Kodai-san, Kuro said, not even looking back. Yui paced over and sat next to the man without saying a word. How are the internships? Kuro asked her, not turning his head from the sky. He looked to be deep in thought as he closed his eyes momentarily. Yui responded, turning her head to look at what Kuro was seeing. Yeah, the tomatoes are really good, Kuro said, turning to her. She looked at him, slightly shocked. He knew what she was intending to say, which has never happened before. He put his hand in his pocket and took one out. Want one? Yui replied happily, plucking the tomato from his hand and taking a bite. I'm glad you enjoy, Kuro said. You've been doing well, Kodai-san. Yui nodded in thanks before tilting her head, putting a finger on her cheek. Well, I knew someone just like you when I was younger, Kuro said, his eyes filled with longing for his fallen comrades. She was really sweet, but had a hard time talking. As such, my friends and I took the time to decipher what she was saying, even if it took years before she started talking properly. Yui said, nodding twice, despite not grasping the situation. Anyways, I wanted to give you something, Kuro said, grabbing a backpack that was sitting next to him. With the help of Mr. Compress and the company that makes my gadgets, we were able to create a backpack that is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. I know your quirk has to do with size, so I thought if you have something to store things in, it would make life a lot easier. Yui replied, her hands waving frantically. Kuro smiled as he handed her the bag. Nonsense, Kuro said. We created this bag so you can have it. I don't want it to be used any other way. Yui said, a small smile forming on her lips as she took the bag. Of course, Kuro replied, the longing in his eyes returning. I would do anything for my students. Shinso walked in, his hand gripping the capture weapon that Kuro had given him when the internship had started. I see you've taken a liking to it, Kuro said, smiling. I'm still trying to convince Shoto-kun to take you for your next internship. But that's besides the point. You're improving a lot. Thank you, Shinso said honestly as he let go of the scarf. It's only because of you. Don't give me too much credit, Kuro replied, waving his hand dismissively. The only thing that's gotten you so far in such a short amount of time is your tenacity. Shinso nodded, seeing the smirk on Kuro's face. He tensed up as Kuro got into a fighting position, realizing what was going to happen, but smirked. Kuro was dumb to think that Shinso was the same person he had met the week before. Now, Kuro said, smiling, shall we mark your progress? Toru bounded into the training room, excited to finally have a turn with Kuro. Kuro-san, she called to the man, who was staring into space. He almost jumped when he heard her voice. Hagakure-chan, Kuro smiled at the bubbly girl. What are we going to do? Toru asked excitedly. Are you going to teach me karate? Are we going to learn some cool fighting moves? Even better, Kuro said. I noticed that you try to sneak up on enemies with your invisibility, but that has some problems. You can still be heard, potentially giving away your location. Kuro could swear that Toru was putting her finger on her chin thoughtfully. What can I do about that, though? Simple, Kuro said. I'm going to teach you how to become a ninja. A ninja, Toru squealed. That's so cool. You didn't tell me you were a ninja, Kuro-san. I'm not. I just had a good teacher, Kuro shrugged. There are no ninjas in the war, but Toru's future self was the next best thing. Shaking the thoughts out of his head, he smiled again at the girl, who was excitedly waving her arms up and down. Anyways, shall we get started? Momo walked into the training field to see Kuro sitting on a table, reading over a book. The table was piled high with books and blueprints. Kuro-san. Afternoon, Yaoyorozu-chan, Kuro said, looking up from his book. Please, take a seat. Momo nodded and sat, looking at the books with confusion. So what are we going to do today? Well, I've been thinking. You don't have to know the intricacies of something to create it, right? Kuro asked the girl. When Momo nodded, he continued. I was thinking that if you did learn some of them, that you can create modifiers for them. If you learn how to create small parts of things, you might be able to create hero gadgets from your quirk alone. Really? Momo asked, dumbfounded. She, nor her family, has never thought of anything like that. They have always strived to make things bigger instead of smaller. But here Kuro was, saying that the smaller details matter too. Sometimes you must think of the smaller things, rather than the bigger ones, Kuro said thoughtfully. Right now, you can create things that you have seen before. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you know how to make certain components, you can put them together when you're using your quirk, combining them to make all new hero gadgets. Momo nodded hesitantly as Kuro picked out a book from the stack, handing it to her. Now, let's get to studying, shall we? Awais walked intensely as he saw Kuro standing there with his hands in his pockets. You need to loosen up, Kuro notes. I'm not going to punch you or anything. I'll loosen up when I feel like it, Awais replied harshly. Now what the F do you want? Your quirk can fuse things at the atomic level, right? Kuro asked. Yeah, what about it? Awais responded sharply. The thing is, you're always touching air, Kuro said, startling the boy. The air is full of water vapor, oxygen, and nitrogen. Breathe out, and you produce carbon dioxide. Poke a hole in a balloon, and helium comes out. Your point? Awais asked, annoyed. He came here to be a hero, not learn some stupid chemistry. I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet, Kuro said. Your quirk is exceptionally powerful. You can make water from combining oxygen and hydrogen in the air. Get some salt and some water. You can combine the chlorine to make pool water, but you can fuse the sodium with water to make it explode. Awais stared at the man. He had never been one for academics, but Kuro was making a good point. Kuro smiled as he saw the expression of the boy before talking out a chemistry textbook. Now that you've realized, we can get started. Kaminari walked in, thankful to get a break from the villains. They have helped a lot, but they kept on knocking him out after he uses a large amount of electricity. Yo, Kuro-san, Kaminari said as he saw the man. What are you going to teach me? Kuro smiled at the young man. Well, when you discharge a large amount of electricity, your brain fries. We need to fix that issue. How am I going to do that? Kaminari asked. I can't really control my electricity that well. That's the point, Kuro said, taking out what looked like miniature lightning rods. You're going to learn how to control your electricity. The students all stood in a line, exhausted. They have admittedly gotten a lot stronger ever since they have started, but the training was still hellish. They tried their best not to show it, though, because the villains would trash-talk them if they showed signs of weakness. Well, today's the day, Kuro said, walking into the room with the squad. After tonight, our time together will be over. I have to say I'm proud of every single one of you. You kids aren't half bad, Dabai said. Keep this up and you'll give guys like me a real problem. Nah, you're all trash, Twice said, flashing them a thumbs up, causing the kids to flinch. You'll probably be able to beat me in a few years if you keep training. Stop contradicting yourself, Twice, Spinner growled. I'm glad that you all will grow up to be real heroes, not those damn fakes. I never thought this job would be fun, Magni said, shrugging. But you kids are all right. Quite the show indeed, Mr. Compress said. You will all become great showmen. You're all going to kick ass and take names back at UA, Kuro said proudly. Now take the rest of the day off. You deserve it. Stain sat in his personalized cell, since he wasn't injured too badly. He was transferred to prison earlier than anticipated, but the police still had a cell made specifically for him. Akiguro Chizume, a gruff voice caused him to look up. He saw the dogman, Surigami Kenji, looking at him through his cell. Your lawyer wants to have a word with you. Lawyer, Stain scoffed. Since when did I have a lawyer? Shut up and come with me, Kenji demanded. I don't know what he sees in you, but I pulled a lot of strings to make this happen, so you better comply. Intrigued, Stain stood up and followed the man to a room. Kenji opened the door for Stain to enter. As he did, his eyes widened in shock to see who this lawyer man was. Hiro Jisai sat at the table, his legs crossed and his arms relaxed behind his head. He was so shocked to see the hero, he barely heard the door close behind him. Ah, Akiguro-san, Kuro said with a smirk on his face, causing Stain to flinch. Kuro uncrossed his legs and leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. As much as I want to discuss pleasantries, I'm not here for that. I have a proposition for you. Deku-kun, divided by Izunai. Izuku turned his head 1 second too late to see 2 girls tackle him in a hug. Thanks to Nana's help, he wasn't completely flabbergasted, but his face still turned tomato red as he fully realized what was going in. "Gee guys," Izuku managed, squirming his way out and standing up. "How was Gunhead?" "He was great," Toga chirped, standing up with Ochako. "We learned so many cool things." More importantly, Ochako asked, her face colored with concern. "Are you alright? I saw the video online with you and Stain." "What happened?" "I was patrolling when I ran into him," Izuku answered honestly, knowing the next part wasn't as honest. "Hiro-sensei was also out patrolling, so he managed to finish him off, which is why I wasn't injured that badly." "That's a relief," Ochako said. "But don't go off and worry me like that." "Oh okay," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Midoriya-san," Kirishima ran into the room. "Is it true that you went up against Stain? That's so manly. Was it scary?" "Yeah," Izuku answered. "When he made that speech, I was frozen in fear. I felt like sky was being weighed down on my shoulders, and if I moved a single inch, I would have been crushed." "That sounds really scary," Ochako said, still concerned. "I'm glad you're okay, though." As the students were chattering, the bell rang, marking the start of Foundational Hero Studies. "Well," Izuku said with a smile, "let's head to class. Today, we will be doing a rescue training race," All Might said as the class stood in playing ground Gamma. "We will be doing it in 4 groups of 5. Staring with Midoriya, Tenya, Mina, Hanta, and Ajiro. Hiro-san and I will be your destination." As the group prepared, they started to talk about who would win. "I think Midoriya-san will win," Tsuyu said. "He won the festival, after all." "Tenya-san has improved a lot, though," Momo stated. "Hiro-san put us through hellish training and we have all improved tremendously." "Really?" Ochako asked. "What did you guys go through?" "He somehow enlisted ex-villains to help us with our training." The class paled as Shoto stepped in to talk. "Ex-villains," Shoto sighed. Hiro said to feel free to talk about their experiences. The squad was already off the charts, so no one could do anything about it, even if they wanted to. "An S-class, and a class, 2 B-classes, and a C-class. He made you fight an S-class villain?" Sato asked. "That's crazy. Twice-sen was actually really nice," Toru said. "All of them were. They would point out what we did wrong and help us improve." "I wonder what kind of man Kuro is to get villains to help with his internships," Kirishima said. "Part of me wishes I chose to go with him." "Trust me," Kaminari said as Kuro's interns shuddered. "It's best if you didn't." "Start." Izuku went to 15% as soon as he heard the command. He and Iter rocketed off at top speed, at each other's tails. Izuku hopped from beam to beam with blinding speeds while Iter used the strength of his engines to make huge leaps. As soon as All Might was in distance, Izuku diverted more power into his legs and jumped, causing him to wince. Nana said that he could channel a bit more power than he was capable of as a last resort, as it wouldn't cause too much damage unless he went too far. Since he used only around 18% on his legs, it only caused his knees to bruise a little. He shot past Ida and towards the 2 pro heroes. Izuku paled as he realized he miscalculated. He was flying towards the 2 at a speed much faster than he anticipated. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact, but realized after a while that there wasn't much of an impact. When he opened his eyes, he saw Kuro looking down on him. "Good job, little man," he said, smiling. Izuku turned to All Might, who flashed a thumbs up. "Great job, young Midoriya. See me after school. We need to talk." Izuku nervously opened the door to see Kuro, All Might, and Nana sitting on a couch silently. Kuro looked over to look at Izuku, a sad smile on his face. "Sit down, little man." He gestured towards the couch on the other side of the coffee table. "We have something important to talk about." Izuku sat in the couch and apprehensively looked at the 3. "What did you want to talk about?" Izuku asked. "And why are Kuro-sensei and Nana-sensei here?" "We believe it's time to tell you the history of our quirk," All Might said, causing Izuku to tilt his head in confusion at All Might's language. "Long ago, there was an evil man named All for One. He had the power to forcibly steal and give quirks to people. He was the worst of the worst, but he had a brother with a strong sense of justice. Thinking that he was giving his brother a gift, All for One gave his brother a quirk that stockpiles power into physical energy. All for One's brother was once thought to be quirkless, but he wasn't. He had a seemingly useless quirk that passed on quirks, but now it meant something. That was the birth of One for All." Izuku quietly absorbed the information as All Might spoke. He understood it for the most part, but a couple questions were still nagging at him. "I understand, but why are Nana-sensei and Kuro-sensei here? Shouldn't we be the only 2 with this quirk?" "You should be," Nana replied, causing Izuku's attention to divert to the woman. "You are the 9th user of All for One. All Might is the 8th, and I am the 7th. "Wait," Izuku massaged his temples. "You're All Might's predecessor." "Yeah," Nana replied. "I don't know how I'm still alive. All for One should have ended me many years ago, but here I am." "And what about you?" Izuku turned to Kuro. "Are you the 6th? "No, nothing like that." Kuro waved his hand dismissively. I was All for One's attempt in recreating the quirk. Since One for All was so powerful, All for One tried to create something similar, but stronger to combat it. That thing being me. But unfortunately for him, he didn't prepare for the possibility of me being more like his brother rather than himself. Izuku nodded knowingly. It made sense, considering that Kuro had once talked about how Eri was being experimented on. It would make sense that Kuro wanted to adopt her, as he had suffered a similar fate sometime in the past. Anyways, what we needed to tell you is that All for One has returned, All Might said, causing Izuku to pale. He is the one behind the League of Villains. We suspect he has gained a quirk that stopped him from aging. We know that it is our destiny to keep fighting. One for All must defeat All for One. That is why we must ask you. I know it is a lot, young Midoriya, but we must ask you to join in this fight. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination. I'll do it, he said without thinking. As long as you three are here, we will defeat him. He won't stand a chance. Class 1 and 1B will be going to a forest lodge over the summer, Shouta said, much to the excitement of the class. But those who fail will be stuck in remedial school, so it would be best if you prepared. The class had mixed emotions to that, chattering loudly. That being said, Shouta said sternly, causing the class to fall silent. All Might is taking an extended leave for personal reason. Hiro-san has graciously offered to substitute foundational hero studies for the time being, so be on your best behavior. With that, Shouta walked out of the room as Kuro walked in. Sup kiddies, he said, waving nonchalantly. Now as much as I want to drone on for a couple hours about the values of being a hero like the course material states, we have an exam to prepare for, and I'm sure none of you want to go to remedial school, am I right? Kuro smiled as the class nodded in unison. Even Toga did, much to Kuro's surprise. Come with me to the training field, he said. We have a lot to do. When they got to the training field, Kuro stopped and turned around. None of you are supposed to know anything about the exam, but I'm a chill dude, so I'll give you a hint. Kuro smiled at the kids' excitement. It's going to involve teamwork, so starting today, you will be sparring in pairs, learning how to adapt to each other's strengths and shortcomings. The kids looked at each other and Kuro smirked. Now, kiddies, let's have some fun. Shigaraki walked into the bar with his two newest recruits, Muscular and Moonfish. Apparently most of the followers of Stain have been out of sight for the past few weeks, and even Jern wasn't able to find them. Shigaraki wasn't too happy about that, but it was fine. Muscular and Moonfish were both very strong villains. Shigaraki walked to the screen, which had All for One on it. I have returned, sensei, he said, bowing. Jern reported that most of the followers of Stain have been missing for the past few weeks. These were the only two that agreed to join us. That seems to be a problem, All for One said. But no matter, the Nomis are coming along well enough. By the time we head out again, we will have more than enough to compensate for our losses. Hi, sensei, Shigaraki said calmly. Ever since Kuro had started butting heads with the League, All for One has started to accelerate the research and production of Nomis, trying to make one that would be strong enough to take on Kuro. That is all. Very well, my pupil, All for One said before cutting the transmission, turning off the TV. Papa, Eri called over. It was a sad morning, and Eri woke up to see Kuro getting ready to leave with his hero costume on. Where are you going? Kuro smiled and patted his daughter on the head. I'm just going on patrol, Eri. I'll be back soon. Gigantomachia was walking around the forest, deep in thought. All for One has told him to stand by until his successor took over. The giant had no idea who his leader's successor was or how strong he was, but he knew that he was loyal only to All for One. Whatever successor All for One had would have to prove himself. Suddenly, he felt 2 taps on his shoulder. Gigantomachia turned, noting to himself that it was weird how someone managed to reach such a height without noticing. He turned to see Black Lightning, the number 2 hero, standing on his shoulder, waving sheepishly. Before he could react, though, Kuro's waving hand clenched into a fist and he punched the giant, sending him crashing to the ground. Oh, that was satisfying, Kuro said, landing on Gigantomachia's chest. As the giant attempted to get up, Kuro stomped his foot on his chest with enough force to cause the giant to crash back to the floor, causing him to spit out blood. I wouldn't do that if I were you. What do you want? Gigantomachia said, struggling to get up. Kuro was walking closer to his head, stomping the giant back down with every step. Oh, me, Kuro said, a shield forming on his right arm. He channeled all of his power to his right arm, causing it to crackle with black electricity. I'm just here to take out the trash. Kuro walked away from a beheaded Gigantomachia, dismissing his shield. He looked at his arm, which had been completely shattered, not unlike the times when he first manifested his quirk. He said to himself as he shook his arm a bit. I think that's the first time for that to happen to me since my final fight with Shigaraki. No matter, I'll deal with things as they come. He jumped off, heading to the hospital. It sucks, but for the first time in years, he decided to give Recovery Girl a visit. Use me. The voice rang through Kuro's head as he ended Gigantomachia. He shook his head, trying to shake off the voice. Use my power. No, Kuro whispered softly to himself. Use me, the voice repeated. It continued to repeat it, steadily increasing in volume until it was practically shouting. Kuro shrugged. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence ever since Kuro arrived in this timeline. Can it, old man, Kuro said to himself as he landed in front of the hospital. Ignoring the voice was annoying, but it's not like he could do anything about it. What happened? Nana asked. Harry didn't seem to notice, but the troubled expression and the small bit of blood on Kuro's face didn't escape the veteran hero. Kuro sighed. Let's just say the bodyguard of All for One's blood actually runs red. Kuro knew he said more than he should have, but he wasn't thinking straight. The voice was still going off in his head. Even after the long scolding he got from Recovery Girl, and for the most part, his filter was off. You fought Gigantomachi? Nana shouted, staring towards the man. What the hell were you thinking? Nana, please. Kuro gave the woman a tired smile, causing her stern gaze to falter. You're going to scare Eri. Yes, I fought him, and I need a nap. We can talk more when I wake up. Nana tried to think of something to say, but Kuro closed the door behind him. Mama, Eri tugged on Nana's sleeve. Nana had taken on more of a motherly role for Eri, taking care of her when Kuro was off doing God knows what. She didn't expect it the first time Eri had called her that, but she was slowly starting to accept the role. Did Papa do something bad? No, young one, Nana put on a smile, despite the worry she had for her benefactor. She crouched down and patted Eri's head. He just did something dangerous, but that's just what heroes do. When Kuro opened his eyes, he was back in the war. Both of his arms were busted and he was standing in front of a beaten and bloodied Shigaraki. It's over, Shigaraki, the words came out of Kuro's mouth. He realized that he was reliving the events in his dream. Not yet, Shigaraki said before dashing, grabbing Kuro's face with his hand. Kuro screamed. The fact that this was a dream didn't affect the huge amount of pain that coursed through Kuro's body at that moment. Kuro saw Shigaraki's sick smile as he blacked out. Welcome back, Izuku. Kuro whirled around as he heard the voice. Standing before him was All for One, the twisted grin plastered on his face. So nice to see you again. Oh, it's just you. Kuro looked around at the ceaseless void that surrounded him. You really need to do some redecorating. This place hasn't changed at all since I last saw you. We're in your mind, All for One stated, causing Kuro to scoff. Maybe if you used a bit of my power, then you can reshape this plane to be more to your liking. You wish, Kuro scoffed. Shigaraki might have been you little beach, but I'm not like him. You're awfully pleasant, All for One said. Finally done trying to punch me in your own head. I've mellowed out since you last dragged in here, Kuro said. Inko's cookies does wonders. That they do, All for One said, nodding thoughtfully. He then looked at Kuro, who was staring at the ground, seemingly deep in thought. What is it? It looks like you have something to say. I'm going to save you, Kuro declared, causing All for One's smile to falter. I've done a lot of thinking. We want the same thing, a better world. The only difference between us is that I don't want to cleanse the world in fire. We can work together, create a better world, save everyone. You're an idiot, Midoriya Izuku. One for all scoffed. Maybe I am, Kuro said, turning around. But I will save you. With that, Kuro started to walk away before vanishing from the plane. All for One scoffed as Kuro vanished. Save him? Preposterous. He's an interesting fellow, isn't he? All for One turned to see a blonde man walking up, stopping next to the villain. You must be proud of him, brother, All for One sneered. But yes, he is interesting. Kuro's eyes fluttered open to see Nana holding his hand, a worried expression on her face. That's quite forward of you, he teased her. Aren't we supposed to wait for marriage? What? No. Nana's hand tore away from Kuro's as she looked away, her face red. It's just, you look like you were having a bad dream. I'm kidding, Kuro said, sitting up from his bed. Thank you, though. You're welcome, Nana said, smiling. After a brief pause, Nana's smile vanished. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, may I ask you what the hell you were thinking? While I was patrolling the... Don't start with that. Nana held her hand up. All Might told me that Gigantomatia hasn't left the mountains 10 kilometers off away from Yusutafu. Speaking of All Might, Kuro said, pausing. After a few seconds, his phone started to ring. Kuro picked it up and answered the call, putting it on speaker. Kuro, All Might boomed. Great news. When we noticed that Gigantomatia wasn't coming up on the camera, I decided to see if he made a move, but when I got there, he was dead. Nana's face paled. Kuro, how did you? She trailed off. Kuro just winked at the woman. Are you implying? All Might started. Of course it was you. We need to talk in person. All Might, Nana, and Kuro sat in the support group room. Kuro called it. So you ended Gigantomatia? Yep, Kuro said. With my own 2 hands. How? Nana asked. Even the best pro-heroes of my generation can barely dent the giant. I dunno, Kuro shrugged. I just punched him really hard. One does not simply punch the head off of Gigantomatia, All Might said sternly. Have you tried? Kuro shot back. Yes, All Might said, as if remembering a particularly bad memory. Yes, I have. Before they can continue their conversation, Kuro heard a knock on the door. "Excuse me," Kuro said as he stood up. He wasn't expecting anyone. Maybe it was Hirobei delivering Eri's present. He opened the door to see a woman with blue skin and white hair. "Hi," she chirped excitedly. "Have you seen Himiko Toga?" "No," Kuro said sternly. "She is out shopping with her friends." Of course, it was a complete lie, but she didn't have to know that. He started to think of ways to get everyone out of there. "What a shame. You'll have to do," the woman said, smiling brightly. "My name is Kazuki Chitos, and I am with the Shueisha Publishing Company. Can I trouble you for an interview?" Kuro led Curious to his living room. "Make yourself at home," Kuro said. "Would you like anything to drink?" "A water would be excellent." Curious smiled, seemingly overjoyed. Kuro nodded and walked off. Instead of going to his kitchen, he decided to make a few stops. He opened the door to the support group room. When Nana and All Might turned to face him, he pointed to the window and mouthed the words out. "Now." The two nodded as Kuro closed the door. He then went to his room and got his phone, scrolling to a contact named Jail Buddy. "Kuro, get everyone out of the complex out now. Everyone except the Midoriyas." "Jail Buddy, all right. Why not the Midoriyas?" "Kuro, I don't think it would be wise for Deku to see you in an emergency situation." "Jail Buddy, whatever you say." Kuro slid his phone into his pocket before moving to the kitchen and getting a glass of water and a cherry soda before walking back to the living room. "Sorry for the wait," he said, smiling. "I had to use the restroom." "No problem," Curious said as the hero sat down, taking the water that Kuro had given her. "Really, it's a privilege to be interviewing you in the first place. No one has ever interviewed you before, Black Lightning." "Just call me Kuro," Kuro said as he sat down. "I thought that it may finally be time to tell the public about myself." "So, some witnesses have claimed to see you working with villains," Curious said, the giddy smile on her face as she got out her notepad never fading. "What do you have to say about that?" "Well, they're not necessarily villains," Kuro replied. "They work under my firm. They have all signed an agreement to stop acts of villainy and work under me." "How did you manage that?" Curious asked. "It's hard to believe that you just talked several villains out of their way of life." "I did exactly that," Kuro said. "Hiding the truth would just create unrest. A lot of villains aren't actually bad people. They're just misguided people who have been cast out by society. I just gave them a place to belong." "That's a very interesting take," Curious said, scribbling notes on her notepad. "What do you believe about laws concerning the limiting of quirks?" "Oh, those." Kuro shrugged. He knew what she was trying to do. He has gotten enough intel from his own snooping and heard enough stories from XMLA members to know what she was getting. "They're complete bullshit if you ask me. I understand why the laws might be in place, but they're too limiting. I feel like it's a right for people to use their quirks." Curious smiled even wider. He was a perfect candidate to be a part of the Metal Liberation Army. She wouldn't approach him about it now, but she would eventually. "But," Kuro said, causing Curious to lean forward, "I believe that some laws should be put in place. Even though I agree with groups like the Metal Liberation Army on some points, I believe that these laws are put there for a reason. Sure, people shouldn't be arrested for using their quirks. But in a world where there are no rules binding anyone regarding their quirk, it would be complete anarchy. I've been trying to convince the Hero Association to lighten up on their laws, but nothing's been working so far." Curious scribbled on her notes. "Okay, he may not be a perfect candidate for the army, but after some reconvincing on Trumpet's part, he would be a fine addition." "May I ask about your connection with Himiko Toga?" she asked, unable to help herself. The girl fascinated her, and she's been dying to interview her. "I've been wanting to interview her myself for a while. She's a part of my villain support group," Kuro said. "I host a support group for villains trying to turn over a new leaf. I would invite you to join, but maybe not as an interviewer." "What do you mean by that?" Curious asked. "Never mind," Kuro said, waving his hand dismissively. "I will talk to her about your desire to interview her, but the choice is hers." "Thank you," Curious said, poorly hiding her delight. Of course, Kuro wasn't going to say a word about this to Toga. The woman handed Kuro her business card, smiling brightly. "That is all I have. Thank you for letting me interview you." Kuro smiled dryly as he led the woman out. "It was my pleasure. Before I go," Curious turned to the man. "How may I contact you again? I would love to have another interview." Kuro's dry smile morphed into a slight smirk. "Trust me." Kuro held his hand up to his face, making the Metal Liberation Army sign. But instead of using his index finger, he used his middle finger, expressing his feelings with such a gesture. "There's no need. I'll contact you." "Welcome back, everyone," Kuro chirped excitedly, Eri riding his shoulders as he opened the door, letting everyone in. Dabai, Twice, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Magni, Toga, Mustard, and Inko walked in. "Take a seat." The 9 walked in and took their seats. "Now, I'm sure you noticed that there are 2 empty seats," Kuro said, gesturing to the empty couch. "I'm happy to announce that we have 2 new members." "You seem overly excited about this," Dabai said, an annoyed expression on his face as Inko put a tray of cookies on the couch. "That can't be good." You'd be right, my dear friend, Kuro said as he placed Eri on his lap, grabbing a cookie. First off, we have Shimura and Nana. Nana walked into the room and waved at everyone before taking a seat. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Kuro has said a lot of good things. Before anyone can speak up, Kuro cut them off. Our second member is someone you should all know by now, Kuro said as the door opened. The group's jaw dropped as Stain walked into the room, minus the weapons. I believe he needs no introduction. This was not my idea, Stain grumbled as he took his seat next to Nana. What Spinner turned his head to his idol, then back at Kuro. How the hell did you do this? Trade secret, blackmail, Kuro and Stain said at the same time, causing all heads to turn to Kuro. He's joking, Kuro said, giving Stain a stink eye. I think. Anyways, Nana said, desperately wanting to change the subject. Can we please get started? Sure, Kuro said. Who wants to talk about their time since our last meeting? Ooh, me, Eri chirped, raising her hand excitedly. I made a new friend. Oh, Kuro said, intrigued. What's he like? His name is Izumi-kan, Eri said happily. He saved me from the mean bullies by hitting them in the balls. That's nice, Eri, Kuro said, causing a couple snickers from the group. Who wants to go next? How about you, Stain? Fine, Stain grumbled. Kuro had gotten me out last week and I haven't ended a hero since. I don't know about you, but that's progress. Progress indeed, Kuro nodded. Can I go next? Toga asked, looking giddy. Please. If no one else has an objection, Kuro said. The internships were awesome, Toga said, causing the rest to shift uncomfortably, especially Stain and Nana. I had so much fun with Akin. Are you two dating yet? Dabai asked, half mockingly, half jokingly. It sure looks like it. Nope, Toga replied, her cheeks not tinting more than they already were. I'm working on it, though. So Haim-sen has a crush, Kuro teased. Dabai and I better make some preparations. It's not like that. Toga finally started blushing. I just wanted to have a playdate with Akin. Not a real date. Yeah, that's it. The group shared a chuckle. It's okay to like someone, Inko said. It's a natural part of life. Yeah, we'll help you out, Twice said excitedly. I don't think Twice-sen would give the best romantic advice, Magni noted. Shut up, woman, Twice yelled back. Anyways, Kuro said, looking at Mustard. How have you been? I've been well, Mustard said. UA informed me that depending on how my final exam goes, they might move Shinso and I up to the hero course. That's excellent news, Kuro said. You and Haim-sen could study together. And no, that's quite all right, Mustard said nervously. Toga whined, giving a pouty expression. Why not, Mustard-kun? It'll be fun. But, Mustard started before sighing, admitting defeat. Fine, yeah, Toga squealed, resisting the urge to give the shy boy a hug. Twice, Kuro asked, how are you doing? Really well, Twice piped up. My clones don't try to steal my identity anymore. I had a game of poker with a couple of them yesterday. They're really good company. And you didn't invite us, Spinner scoffed. Too afraid to lose all your money. No, Twice shouted at the lizard before looking down. Yes, speaking of losing, how are you, Spinner? Kuro asked him. I heard you lost a bet with Magni. Ugh, Spinner said. Don't remind me. I hope you have fun on patrol, hero, Magni quipped. Yeah, Spinner waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you say. I guess I'll go next, Mr. Compress said. The carnival is going great. I recently reached out to a friend. And I'll be doing an act with Gentle Criminal on Saturday. That's wonderful, Kuro said. Maybe we should all come as a group outing. Count me out, Stain scoffed. Don't be like that, Stain, Kuro teased. It'll be fun. Stain just huffed and looked away. Nana, Kuro caught the woman's attention. How have you been doing? Oh, I'm doing really well, Nana said. I made 2 new friends while on patrol the other day. Their hero names are Bukyu and Maruko. Oh, you met the rabbit lady. Dabai scoffed. She's pleasant. She really is, Nana said, smiling as if she didn't notice the sarcasm in Dabai's voice. Maybe she didn't. We're going on a girls' night out on Sunday. Yeah, that's fun, Kuro said. Just try not to destroy the bar, okay? We'll try, Nana promised, giving Kuro a smile that totally meant we're so going to destroy the bar Sunday night. Magni, I've heard you're a freelance contractor now, Kuro said. Yeah, Magni sighed. Most jobs have too many rules. I only work when I want to work. Fair enough, Kuro said. The bar's been fine, Dabai said. I was promoted to manager not long ago. How has that worked out for you? Kuro asked. Now I know why no one wants to be the manager, Dabai replied, shuddering. Don't worry, Inko said, smiling. It gets better. Ah, Inko, Kuro said, getting the woman's attention. How have you been? You're our last member. I'm all right, Inko said. I was a little worried about Izuku when Stain attacked, but he assured me that he was fine. I'm not going to apologize, by the way, Stain grumbled. He is a true hero, though. I respect him. Before Inko could open her mouth, Spinner hastily cut in between the cookie goddess and the hero ender. What about you, Kuro? Anything interesting happened to you? Oh, nothing too interesting. Kuro looked at his fingernails. I just flipped off a lieutenant of the MLA fully knowing who she was and ended Gigantomachia. You what? Everyone except Nana, Inko, and Eri shouted. Do you have any idea how stupid that was? Dabai asked. And how did you know they were a lieutenant? There are no publicly known lieutenants or any other high-ranking members of the MLA. I have my ways, Kuro said, clapping his hands together. Now, who's ready for the outing? Kuro and the Vanguard Action Squad, now including Nana and Stain, dashed through the rooftops. Eri had insisted on coming to see all of her really cool uncles, much to Kuro's dismay. Kuro tried to protest, but Eri's ultra-powerful puppy eyes quirk was too much for Kuro, so he had Nana babysit her, which she had no problem with. Again, Eri chirped as they stopped to examine the city. Soon enough, little one, Nana said, stroking the young girl's hair. She then turned to Kuro. Anything interesting? He looked at his phone and sifted through the news. Ryukyu and Maruko aren't too far from here. Oh, sounds like fun, Nana said. I've been wanting to introduce Eri to Ryukyu-san. Of course you have, Kuro grumbled as he jumped off, the rest of the squad following him. Ryuko-chan, Maruko said seductively, poking the dragon lady. What's wrong? Stop that. Ryukyu backed away before looking down at the streets. I just have a bad feeling. As if on cue, a large explosion went off about half a kilometer away from the two heroes. Of course you just had to say that, Maruko grumbled. Let's go. We can save the flirting for later. Maruko leapt from building to building as Ryukyu assumed her dragon form and flew towards the explosion. The two heroes were suddenly bombarded by grenades. Maruko gracefully dodged them, kicking them out of the air as to avoid collateral damage while Ryukyu used her wings to cause the grenades to be repelled into the air. The two heroes dropped to the ground to find a small group of villains trying to make an escape with a bunch of money. Hey, villains, Maruko shouted, catching their attention. It'd be easier if you'd all just... Maruko was cut off by a red blur dashing and cutting the legs of all the villains. Maruko and Ryukyu paled as the hero Enderstain smiled maniacally at the two heroes, licking his blade. All of the villains then fell to the ground, immobilized and buried in money. Uncle Stain is so cool. A small girl's voice prevented the two from attacking. They looked over to see a small girl with white hair, red eyes, and a little horn looking at the scene in awe. Little one, Ryukyu said softly, returning to her human form. She always liked children and prioritized getting the child out of a dangerous situation rather than the hero Ender in front of her. Are you lost? Do you need help finding your parents? Nope. The girl shook her hair happily. Mama would get mad at me when she finds out I went with Uncle Stain. I told her Papa asked for her and she went zoom. Uncle Stain, Ryukyu echoed confused. She was snapped out of her stupor when she saw a villain rapidly approaching, his hand outstretched towards the young girl. Maruko was occupied with the hero killer, and Ryukyu didn't have enough time to turn into her dragon form. She stepped in front of the little girl, arms outstretched and fully willing to be subject to whatever quirk the villain would subject her to. Suddenly, a yellow blur rocketed down from the sky, crashing down on the villain. When the dust cleared, Ryukyu was surprised to see her new friend Shimura Nana with her boot on the villain's face and an angry expression that Ryukyu had not seen on the woman's face until now. Keep your filthy hands off Eri. Nana, Maruko said, turning around. Thank God you're here. The hero Ender has broken out of prison. Nana turned over to see her two new friends and her smile brightened. Thank you for protecting Eri, Ryukyu-san. Kuro would have my head if anything happened to her, she said, picking up the girl. Don't worry about Stain. He won't end anyone, I think. How can you be so certain? Maruko demanded, but was unable to get the woman's attention because she was too busy scolding the small girl to notice Maruko. We're dead, aren't we? Nah, you're fine. Another voice caused the two pro-heroes to turn, facing directly at Kuro. Stain's the newest member of my Vanguard Action Squad. Pretty badass, you think? What I think, Maruko said, hopping up to the man's height and hitting him on the head, is that you're effing crazy. First Dabai, then twice, then effing Stain. Just what kind of shit are you on to think that that's a good idea? Probably Inko's cookies, Nana replied. She looked at the little girl. Eri, would you say hi to my friends? Hi, Eri chirped. I've seen you on TV. You guys are so cool. She's adorable, Ryukyu said, smiling sweetly at the girl. Is she yours? Yes, no, Kuro and Nana said at the same time. What do you mean, yes? Nana demanded, looking at the number 2 hero. She's her kid. She does call you Mama, Kuro teased. Isn't that right, Eri? That's right, Eri chirped, looking up at Nana. Mama, can we do the floaty thing again? Right now, I want to do the floaty thing too, Nana grumbled, shooting Kuro a dirty look before looking at the two pro-heroes. So, I'll see you Sunday. Sure, you bet, Ryukyu and Maruko said at the same time. Nana nodded appreciatively and flew off with the little girl in her hands. I'm never doing this again, Stain grumbled as he walked up to Kuro. Can I go now? Before that, Maruko shot a look at Kuro while cracking her knuckles. I believe we need to have a talk. Are you sure you don't want me to be a part of the finals? Kuro asked teasingly to Nezu. He was in Nezu's office, leaning back on the couch he was sitting on, munching on a bag on Inko's cookies. Hero, you ended someone the Hero Association has been trying to incapacitate, much less end for years, Nezu started, pinching the bridge of his nose. By punching him, not even All Might could incapacitate him for long. Fair enough, Kuro sighed. I'll get you for this. You really think you can outsmart me? Nezu asked, smirking. Of course, Kuro said. Of course, he could ever outsmart the principal, but Kuro knew how to do something that Nezu did. He knew how to play dirty. What do you think we're going to do for the finals? Ochako asked. I don't know, Izuku answered honestly. Every time I ask Kuro, he laughs and wishes me good luck. That can't be good, Ochako admits as they enter the field. All I know is that we're fighting against robots, Kirishima said. That won't be too bad, Kaken scoffed. I'll kick their asses in an instant. Yeah, that can't be too hard, considering the entrance exam, Kaminari said. Especially since we're stronger now. I'm sure you all have knowledge of the exercise exam, Shouta said, catching the attention of the students. Yeah, we're fighting robots, Mina exclaimed. This is gonna be so much fun. Huh, well you lied, Kuro said. Have fun fighting the teachers. The students' faces fell into shock as Nezu popped up from Shouta's scarf, shooting a look at Kuro. I wanted to be the one to say it. That's what you get for not including me, Kuro said. I told you I would get you back. There was a collective sigh of relief from Kuro's interns. As you know, there have been a huge influx of villains, Nezu said, turning around to face the students. As such, we need to up our curriculum with training that simulates real-life battles. As such, you two will pair up to fight a teacher. So that's what Kuro meant by teamwork. Izuku muttered to himself. Luckily no adult was close enough to hear him. The pairings will be Kaminari and Mina against Nezu, Aoyama and Uraraka versus 13, Present Mike versus Kyoka and Koji, Ectoplasm versus Tsuyu and Fumikage, Midnight versus Zero and Toga, Snipe versus Shoji and Hagakure, Cementos versus Sato and Kirishima, Power Loader versus Tenya and Ajiro, and All Might versus Izuku and Katsuki, Kuro explained. Wheels up in 5, kiddies. I'll be here to help if you have any questions. How did you know about the pairings? Mina asked Kuro. Luckily, none of the pros except Kuro were on the bus the students were on, since Nezu reasoned that Kuro was more than enough protection, even if All for One himself came. Call it hero's intuition, Kuro said. That's bullshit, Izuku said, shocking some of the students with his language. You said the exact thing about Stain. You predicted the Stain attack, Kaminari exclaimed. Where were you during the fight then? The League of Villains tried to attack at the same time, Kuro replied. You know that thing you saw at USJ? I had to fight 2 of them. Oh, Kaminari said. So what do we do? Hagakure said, changing the subject. We're up against teachers. Don't worry. Kuro smiled at Pat Hagakure's head, despite the fact that he was unable to see it. Just remember your training. They won't expect all those badass combined attacks that you all came up with. Hell yeah, they won't, Kirishima exclaimed, his fist in the air. We'll pass this exam. Watch us. I'm sure you will. Kuro smiled softly as the bus stopped. It's time to go. I'll be rooting for you. Tsuyu and Takayami stood surrounded by 4 of Ectoplasm's clones. None of the teachers are going to hold back, Ectoplasm said. He was slightly taken aback when he noticed no fear or distress in the students' eyes. Wouldn't have it any other way, Takayami said, nodding. Tsuyu-san. Tsuyu nods and jumps up and flings her tongue at one of the light bulbs, shattering it. Takayami and Dark Shadow stand back to back, holding off the 4 ectoplasms, Dark Shadow growing stronger with each light shatter. As soon as the last light was shattered, an ear-piercing roar could be heard. Let's do this, partner, Dark Shadow's distorted voice shouted. Tsuyu couldn't see anything, but she heard several crashes. After the crashing stopped, she took out a flashlight that she kept in her utility belt and shined it where she last saw Takayami. As the light shined on the Birdman, the shadow receded, revealing Takayami with an unconscious and handicapped ectoplasm. Good job, Tsuyu-san. Takayami nodded in thanks and appreciation. If you didn't take out the lights as quickly as you did, I would have been done for. You did most of the work, Kuro, Tsuyu replied. But you're welcome. All right, Shoto said, hiding the wrist-mounted flamethrower and ice beam that Momo created with her quirk in his sleeve. You know the plan. Yes, Todoroki-san, Momo said as she creates ice skates. All right, Shoto says as he freezes the floor under them, and the dash off. A few minutes in, they can see the exit. As Shoto starts to form the ice, his quirk vanishes. He and Momo jump, landing on the ground gracefully. Momo takes off her ice skates and runs while Shoto faces Shouta. You underestimate me, Shouta said, his eyes glowing red as he readies his capture weapon. I believe you have the wrong idea, Shoto says, assuming a fighting stance. You underestimate me. Shoto and Shouta dash at each other. Shoto throws a jab activating the flamethrower. Shouta sidesteps and attempts to kick the student, but Shoto dodges and attempts to uppercut, shooting an ice beam at the same time. As Shoto jumps back, he notices the wrist-mounted weapon that Shoto wielded. That wasn't a registered hero gadget. That shouldn't be allowed on this test. Of course it isn't. Shoto assumed a fighting stance again. Yaoyorozu-sen made it. Shoto's eyes widened in shock. Somehow, Momo managed to make original hero gadgets instead of basic objects. What's even more perplexing is that Shoto, a long-ranged fighter, was able to keep up with him in hand-to-hand combat. Just what kind of training did Kuro put them through? Before they could continue their fight, a notification was sent out, signifying that Momo had found the exit. Guess we pass, Shoto smirked. Guess you do, Shoto grumbled. Kuro and I will be having words. Nezu is sipping a cup of tea as he uses a wrecking ball to destroy buildings to block the path to the escape. He looks at the students, who are almost a kilometer away with a telescope. He sees Kaminari point a finger gun at Nezu as an orb of electricity charges up. 1 million-volt railgun. Kaminari shouts as he directs all of the electricity towards the machine. It pierces a hole through the wrecking ball machine, sending Nezu flying. Suddenly, as Nezu is flying, he is sent barreling to the ground. Nezu tries to stand up, but is unable to. It's as if gravity multiplied on him 10 times. He looks at the weights and there it was, in black print, plastered in the weights in all caps. Got you back. Nezu groaned inwardly as he realized what Kuro had did. He had tamped with only Nezu's weights. He considered writing Kuro up or failing the 2 students. But he chuckled. Damn you, Kuro, he said with a smile on his face, deciding to give it a pass just this once. I can't believe you managed to outsmart me. Recovery Girl was looking in shock as one pair after another passed with relative ease. How is this happening? She asked herself. They're bright kids, you know, Kuro said, smiling smugly. Well, I also told Nezu I would get him back. He should have just listened to me. You're saying that you had a hand in this, Kuro? Recovery Girl turned her head up to the tall man, shooting daggers at him. Hey, don't look at me, Kuro said, holding his hands up in surrender. I just decided to teach the class the importance of teamwork. Koji-san, I'm going to need you to control the ants underground, Gyro said as she uncovered her ears. Sound isn't effective there, so it would be the perfect chance to sneak up on him. Koda pauses for a second, momentarily terrified. He then flashes back to Kuro's training. Aka shoved Koda into a room full of non-lethal bugs until he got over it. Koda was terrified at first. But when he started talking to them, he realized that they're actually very nice and constructive, going as far as to try to comfort the boy when he showed signs of fear. All right, Koda signed to her as he looked to the ground and started to mutter something. Koda nodded to Gyro, and the two covered their ears as a loud wail of terror was heard, causing Gyro's ears to bleed. The two looked at each other and smiled. They had passed. Toga wasn't necessarily having a good time. Midnight had instantly managed to knock out Zero, and instead of staying stationary to bait her out, she was actively looking for her. Toga took a deep breath before the mist caught up to her. She knew where the exit was, but she had to take the long way around, considering that Midnight could be anywhere. Toga leaped through a couple rocks. She deduced that due to her high drug tolerance due to drinking the blood of drug addicts, she should be able to take a couple more breaths than the average person could. But she didn't want to push her luck. Ara Toga heard Lady Midnight's voice and the crack of a whip. She turned to see the lady walking towards her with a sly grin on her face, swaying her hips seductively. What do we have here? Toga dashed to the side, making a break for it. The two lead in a fast-paced chase, Toga turning multiple times. After a while, Toga eventually got herself cornered. She looked around, looking for a way to escape. When she couldn't find one, she resisted the urge to sigh and turned around to face the teacher. What? Midnight asked, cracking her whip again, lust shining in her eyes. When I see people run like that, it just arouses me so much I couldn't help chasing someone so helpless. I'm sorry, Kuro-ni, but I'll have to use them, Toga thought to herself, letting her old self take over. 2 knives slipped from her sleeves into her hands. Toga's serious expression turned into a maniacal grin, one that has seen much more sadism and pain than Lady Midnight could imagine. I want to play, Toga chirped, making sure not to inhale the mist. Midnight's smile faltered in intimidation as Toga pointed one of the knives at her. Will you play with me? Oh no, Kuro paled as he realized that those weren't the toy knives that Kuro had placed in hero costume, but real, metal knives. This is bad. Why? Recovery Girl asked, looking at Kuro. It was rare for him to have such an expression of horror. He must care for the kid if he let out such a rare expression at the realization Toga will be subject to Midnight's torture. Is Himiko in trouble? No, Kuro whispered, causing Recovery Girl to shudder. She looked at the TV and realized what was going on. Toga's smile was psychotic and sadistic, much more than that of Midnight. Recovery Girl wondered how such a young girl could make such an expression. Lady Midnight is. Report. Redistro was quite concerned when Curious didn't have her usual smile. I made contact with Black Lightning, Curious replied. What did he say? Redistro asked. Hirojisai was a wild card. The limits to his power are unknown, but he seems to have a high amount of charisma, having been seen working with Stain after his arrest. If Kuro had as much sway on the system as Redistro thought he did, then having him in the army would give them a large advantage. For some reason, he knew about my affiliation with the army, Curious replied, causing Redistro to flinch. Despite that, he still accepted the interview. He stated that he wasn't against the Meta Liberation Army, but he believes that he can change the system from the inside. Do you think we should mobilize against him? Redistro asked. Of course, if war was inevitable, he would like to be the one to strike first. I do not believe it is wise to become his enemy if we do not have to, Curious answered. Our sources say that they have reason to believe that he was directly involved in the death of Gigantomachia. What? Redistro exclaimed. Not even his father was capable of ending such a behemoth. Is there any evidence? I will email you the files, Curious said. Thank you, Curious. Redistro pinched the bridge of his nose. That will be all. Curious did the Meta Liberation Army salute and left Redistro's office. Redistro sighed and leaned back in his chair. He had a lot to think about. Midnight fell to her knees, cuts running along through her body. She wondered how such a young girl could be so strong, yet so sadistic. Come on, Midnight Sensei, Toga said, licking the blood off her knife. I want to play some more. Midnight wanted to respond, but she felt too weak. She collapsed on the ground and passed out. The last thing she saw was Toga approaching her cheerily, her arms swaying back and forth. Toga crouched by her teacher with full intent to strike when a communications device went off. Haim-san, Hiro's voice gave Toga paused. Haim-san, snap out of it. Toga slowly regained her sanity, dropping her knives. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was doing really well in rehab and was making a lot of progress, but now this happened. It's okay, Haim-san, Kuro soothed through the comms. Just put the handcuffs on her. I'll deal with the rest, okay. Toga nodded and did as she was told. As soon as the light clicked green, Kuro jumped down, holding Recovery Girl. The elderly woman instantly went to tend to the teacher's wounds as Kuro went to Toga. I am sorry, Toga choked. She remembered the times her and Midnight would tease Izuku together. She had been so kind to her, yet this is how she repaid her. I'm so sorry. Kuro knelt down and gave the girl a hug, letting the girl bury herself in his shoulder. It's okay, Haim-san, Kuro soothed. Everything will be all right. I'm here now, so everything's okay. He felt Toga nod in his shoulder and Kuro forced a smile. Kuro hoped that he didn't have to reveal her secret just yet. Sato and Kirishima faced Cementos with determination in their eyes. They already had a plan set. They both dashed, their quirks activating. Cementos put up a concrete wall and Kirishima boosted Sato up in the air. Sato flew straight for the concrete hero as he put up a barrier to block the attack. Sato punched the barrier, destroying it. Cementos continued to put up barriers as Sato crushed them. Sato's quirk was about to run out when Kirishima dashed behind Cementos with the handcuffs in hand. Before the pro could turn to put up another barrier, Kirishima threw the handcuffs before being blocked off by a barrier. Sato caught the handcuffs and tackled the pro hero while he was occupied with his teammate, handcuffing him. Most impressive, Cementos said as the light clicked green, indicating that they passed. You knew that I would outlast you, so you opted for a different method. Frontal assault is manly. But it doesn't always work, Kirishima said, smiling. Sometimes, it's just as manly to use your head. Shoji and Hagakure have split up. While not going for a frontal assault, Shoji pretended to sneak towards the finish line, deliberately getting caught by the pro hero. Surrender now, Snipe said. You don't have a chance. Guess I have no choice, he said, pausing. After a few seconds, he slowly puts his hands up. Are you giving up? Snipe asked. Just stalling, Shoji says as an invisible force drags his hands downwards and clips handcuffs on him. How? Snipe asked. I didn't even hear you. I'm a ninja, Hagakure chirped excitedly. Isn't that cool? Ada and Ajiro stood around 200 meters away from the gate. The only thing between them and passing is a pro hero and a bunch of pitfall traps. The two students nod to each other and Ajiro gets on Ada's back. Ada dashes towards the hero with his quirk. When he triggers a trap, he jumps up and spins, using a kick to launch his teammate. Power Loader tries to intercept the student from passing, but Ajiro manages to hit the pro hero square in the face with his tail as he soared off to the finish line. Aoyama stood on the second floor, jumping and shooting small, consecutive bursts at 13, who promptly sucks them into their black hole every time. It's futile, 13 said. You might as well stop while you're ahead. Nothing is futile when you're as dazzling as I, Aoyama said, literally sparkling. At that point, 13 turned around just in time to see Ochako dash up to her and launch a devastating combo. 13 fell to the ground, incapacitated. You're Uraka-san. Aoyama approached Ochako as she put the handcuffs on 13. Do you love him, Miko-san? What? Ochako almost dropped the handcuffs, her face tomato red. I have no idea what you're talking about. She's an annoying jerk. She even went to intern with me. If I didn't know any better, I would think she... Ochako trailed off, slowly realizing her situation. Shit. Ochako and Aoyama returned to the room to see Lady Midnight being wheeled out in a stretcher, her body ridden with cuts. Hiro-san. Ochako looks at the pro hero. Hiro was looking at an open door with guilt in his eyes. What happened? Is Lady Midnight okay? What about Zero and Himi-chan? Hiro looked at the young lady. Lady Midnight will be fine, he started. But I'm not sure if Haim-sen will be. She's taking this really hard. Where is she? Ochako asked. She didn't know what was going on, but she reasoned that she would figure out later. Hiro jetted a thumb at the open door behind her. Please be careful, though, he said, almost pleadingly. She's having a really hard time right now. I don't want her to get any worse. Ochako nodded. She cautiously walked into the room to see Toga crying. Himi-chan. Ochako whispered softly. Toga looked up at the girl, her eyes red and puffy. You shouldn't get close to me, Toga choked. I'm a monster. Ochako walked up to her, despite Toga's warnings, and pulled the girl into a hug. Of course you're not a monster, Himi-chan. Ochako cooed. The one I love will never be a monster, no matter how much you think it's true. We'll get through this together. I promise. Normally, I would go straight off and fight by myself, Kaken said. But it's effing All Might. Agreed, Izuku said. We can put aside our differences and pass this test. Remember the move we came up with together? Kaken nodded and they both dashed. As they closed in on the finish line, All Might jumped down, crashing about 50 meters away from him. The kids didn't stop, though. Kaken jumped up and prepared to use the attack that he had in the sports festival. Howitzer, Kaken said as a tornado of smoke formed around him. Instead of going for All Might, though, Izuku jumped in front of him, and Kaken launched the attack at Izuku's feet. With the combined force of pushing off Kaken with his quirk and the force of the explosion created a sonic boom as he launched for his mentor. Smash! Izuku roared as he used 20% of his power to punch All Might square in the face, causing him to fly back a few meters. Go, Kaken! The two dashed for the finish line, but All Might got up and intercepted them just meters away from the finish line. Izuku made a split-second decision. His left hand clenched in a fist, as his right hand was already bruised, and used 100% of his power to uppercut the pro hero, sending him flying. Kaken took advantage of the diversion Izuku created to dash past the finish line. All Might landed on his feet. I'm so proud of you two, young Midoriya, young Bakugo, All Might boomed. You were put together because you two didn't get along well. It's great that you two decided to team up so quickly. Izuku and Bakugo looked at each other before smirking. Well, Izuku started before the two looked at All Might. Huge grins on their faces as they spoke in unison. You thought wrong. Congratulations. Nezu chirped as the whole class stood there as the teachers stood with Nezu. Lady Midnight was still with Recovery Girl, and Ochako was still helping Toga cope with what happened during Toga's exam. Only one person failed this year. We are so proud of you all. None of us foresaw that so many of you would be passing. As such, we have decided to give the one student who failed a passing grade. The students cheered. All of them would be going to the forest training camp, and the remedial classes were non-existent. It was a great day for a majority of Class 1A. Izuku was walking down the hallways of the mall alone. Everyone had split off to their own needs, and Ochako went off with Toga. Izuku was muttering to himself when a hooded man went up to him. Hey, you're the kid from the sports festival, he exclaimed, causing Izuku to jump. Can I have your autograph? Sure, Izuku said as the man handed him a pen and paper. Since he won the festival, he had gotten a lot of requests for this, so he was used to it by now. As he signed the paper, the man wrapped his arm around Izuku. You're also the guy that fought Stain, right? I wouldn't really call it a fight. Izuku chuckled. He completely wiped the floor with me. At that moment, Izuku felt 4 fingers latch onto his neck. He looked at the man who had a very creepy smile on his face. I don't know why we met again, he said, but it must be fate. My name is Shi. She was cut off when a white glove collided with his face, sending him flying. Shimura Tenko, that is not the right way to treat your friends. Shimura Tenko is dead. My name is Shigaraki Tamura, and this boy is not the man forced himself up shouting but cut himself off when he saw who punched him. Grandma, it's me, Tenko, Nana said, causing Izuku to look in confusion. How did Nana have a grandson of that age when she looked so young? I've come to take you home. Home, Shigaraki scoffed. My home is with All for One. He took me in when no one else would. Not even you were there. So as far as I'm concerned, you're not here now. Tenko, I was. Nana started, looking genuinely hurt. I don't want to hear it. Shigaraki scoffed and turned around. I've overstayed my welcome. I'm leaving. Nana watched Shigaraki leave holding back tears. He was right. Even if she didn't have a choice in the matter, she was still not there for her grandson, which gave him every right to resent her. Nana-chan. Ryukyu ran over, Maruko not far behind. Save me. Come one, Ryuko-chan. Maruko bounded after her friend, holding a swimsuit. It would look absolutely ravishing on you. Nana forced a smile as she looked at her friends, although there was a bit of genuine feeling. Even if her grandson hated her, she would not have to deal with this burden alone, and for her, that was enough. So why did you call us here? Detective Tsukachi asked. Sitting in the support group room was All Might, Shimura, Nana, Detective Tsukachi, Nezu, and Kuro. Nana, Hiro asked, will you do the honors? Shigaraki Tamura attacked Midoriya Izuku earlier today, Nana replied. I managed to stop him before anything could happen, but the fact still stands. That is a problem, Tsukachi said. The League of Villains have been making more and more actions. And if they attacked Midoriya, they will attack other students. We'll switch the location of the training camp, Nezu said. I already have an idea of where to go. The squad will be coming with me, Kuro said. The students will be safe. What squad? Tsukachi asked. Everybody in the room except Tsukachi knew about or have personally met the squad. Oh, you're with the police. I forgot, Kuro said. Forget I said anything. Is it illegal? Tsukachi asked. Who knows? Kuro shrugged. I'm a hero. I'm not supposed to do anything illegal. Tsukachi sighed. He wasn't lying, but he knew that what Kuro said was not the full truth. Now for the matter of all for one, Kuro said. I'd advise you to create a special force of heroes to face the League of Villains. Despite the small amount of known members, they are strong. It'd be best to take precautions. Noted, Tsukachi said. Nezu-san, I'll leave it to you. All right, Kuro said, clapping his hands. With that, his meeting is adjourned. Due to recent villain activity, the location of the training camp will be changed, Shouta said. The location will be revealed at the day of the camp, but rest assured, it will still be in the forest. The class chattered loudly, half worried, half excited. With that, the first semester has come to a close. Enjoy your summer when you can. It's an honor to finally meet you. Black Lightning-san, Takich Setsuna said, catching Kuro's attention. It was the day of the training camp, and the students were waiting for the buses to arrive. I would like to thank you for taking care of my classmates. Ah, Takich-san, Kuro said, causing the girl to flinch. He forgot he wasn't supposed to know her name. I remember you from the festival. I really wanted you as an intern, but I already had a lot, and I can only take so many. Don't worry about it, Setsuna smiled. I had a great time with my pro hero. That's good to hear, Kuro said, smiling back. I look forward to working with you at the camp. Likewise, Setsuna said. As they talked, they heard a loud crash. Nito, I swear to God. Kendo was wielding one of the giant mallets that Kuro had given her, slamming it right next to the boy. Can you shut up? You're annoying. Kendo-san. Ibara cried in horror. Do not use the Lord's name in vain. Anyways, Kuro said. I'll be on the bus with the Wanna kids. If you need anything from me, Kino has my number. We will be stopping in 1-hour intervals, Shouta said. But the warning fell on deaf ears. Shoto was asleep, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro were loudly chattering. Kaken and Sato were arguing about video games. Hagakira and Momo were looking at their phones, exchanging fashion tips. Gyro was showing Ajiro the wonders of power metal. And Achako and Toga were arguing over who should get the right to sit next to Izuku during the camp. Let them be, Kuro said, patting Iri's head as he noticed Shouta's annoyance. Since no one would be at home, Kuro had no choice but to take the child with him. They're gonna go through hell soon. Let them have their fun. Fine, Shouta grumbled as he zipped up his sleeping bag. An hour later, the bus stopped on a random highway. Why did we stop? Mina asked. If you listened you would know, Kuro said teasingly. Now come on kiddies, we're going to do a fun activity to stretch our legs. That's an interesting way to put it, Shouta muttered as the students filed out of the bus. Hey, they will be stretching their legs, Kuro shot back. As everyone got out, they noticed the other 2 buses weren't there. Where is everyone else? Kirishima asked. Suddenly, 2 cat girls popped up with a young boy. Izumi-kun. Iri hopped out of Kuro's hands and ran over to her friend. I didn't know you'd be here. Kei Kuro-chan. The boy exclaimed. What are you doing here? Papa works at UA. Iri chirped, causing the boy's expression to darken. Isn't that cool? Before Kota could said anything, the 2 cat girls piped up. My, I didn't expect another kid to be here, the red one said. Anyways, you will be studying at a mountain range in our territory. If you don't reach it in 3 hours, you can say goodbye to your lunch. Kuro chuckled as he saw the students' shocked faces. Kaken opened his mouth to shout, but Kuro cut him off. You might want to start traveling instead of shouting, he quipped. Without another word, all the students jumped down and began their trip. It's an honor to finally meet you, Black Lightning. Pixie Bob chirped when they left. I would love to get to know you intimately. Yeah, Kuro jutted his finger to the chattering children. Not in front of the kids. You two can call me Kuro, by the way. It's just easier. Well, Kuro-san, Mandalay said, catching his attention. How long do you think it'll take? Kuro smirked. 5 hours. Lo and behold, 5 hours later, the beaten and battered kinds of Class 1 staggered their way towards the base. Kuro, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Iri, and Koda were waiting for them. Mandalay grumbled something and handed Kuro a 100,000 yen note. She stepped up to address the students. Good news is that you vastly exceeded our expectations. All of you used your quirks with creativity and tact, she said. It seems that you have all faced villains before. Not villains, Mina said, panting heavily. Hiro-san, Mandalay and Pixie Bob shot Kuro a look of genuine concern before turning back to the student. Excuse me, Ida asked, raising his hand. What's the bad news? You made me lose a bet, Mandalay said, an evil grin on her face. Is the kid one of yours? Izuku asked one of the pussycats during dinner. No, he's a nephew, Mandalay replied. Kota, can you say hello to the class? Hello, Izuku went to shake the boy's hand. I'm Midoriya Izu. He was cut off as Kota punched him in the balls and walked away. Izumi-kun, that's not nice, Eri whined at the boy, who grunted and continued watching. Wait for me. Izuku fell to his knees in pain as Eri ran off to chase her friend. How dare you do that to Midoriya-san? Ida yelled, apologized to his manhood. I don't want to talk with people who want to be corny heroes, Kota said, not caring to look back. Go get your luggage, Shouta said. After that, you can take a bath and relax. Izuku carried an unconscious Kota to the medical bay. Thank you for looking after him, Mandalay said as Izuku laid on the bed. Izuku turned to see Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Kuro walked into the medical bay. It's just my job as a hero, Izuku said. It seems that Kota doesn't really like them. In this world, some people don't really like heroes, Mandalay explained. If Kota was raised normally, he probably would be like a lot of you. A couple years ago, Kota's parents were brutally murdered by a villain while on the field. They sacrificed themselves to save a few civilians. They were hailed as true heroes, but Kota was devastated. As such, he hates heroes because he thought they cared more about his job more than they cared about him. Izuku looked at the young boy. Such a young boy to go through something so traumatic. Kind of like Tamura, he muttered to himself. Exactly, Kuro said, putting a hand on the shoulder of his past self. Not everyone thinks the same about heroes. We will be spending most of this camp developing your quirk, Shouta said. Kuro has started training some of your quirks, but you will all need to get much stronger to gain your provisional hero license. Kuro smirked. We'll skip the ball test for proof and whatever. Let's get started. Class 1B arrived to see Class 1 at training. Kaken was using explosions and boiling water. Sato was working out while eating. Momo was also eating while creating weird gadgets. Achako was holding up weights with her quirk, looking as if she was about to throw up. Kaminari was doing target practice with his railgun. And Shoto was exerting a high amount of each side of his quirk, trying to get each side to cancel out each other. One that particularly caught the kid's attention was Izuku, who was getting slapped around by Kuro, even though every time Izuku dashed, a small crater was left in his weight. How are you going to train all of these people? Tetsu asked. Kuro backhanded Izuku into the forest and walked over. Hey, King-san, Kuro said. I see 1B finally arrived. Yeah, Vlad, King said as the wild pussycats walked up to join Kuro. Meet the wild pussycats, Kuro said. I'm Mandalay. My quirk is telepath. I'm Pixie Bob. My quirk is Earth Flow. I'm Tiger. My quirk is Pillabody. Well, that's at least what Kuro got out of their choreographed skit. He didn't care about things like that, but he missed their antics. An image of their sprawled bodies lying before Toga flashed through his head. And I have a little trick, Kuro said. I really didn't want to use this, but my students are more important than my pride. As Kuro said that, several illusion clones popped up. Due to some circumstances that are too graphic for kiddies, I have more than one quirk. I didn't want to reveal this, but if it's for the betterment of my students, I'm willing to give out my secret. Everyone looked at Kuro, baffled. Oh yeah, he said. I also called my friends. On cue, the Vanguard Action Squad minus Stain and plus Nana dropped down, standing behind Kuro. Some of you have already met them, but we have a couple new members, Kuro said. Don't freak out. The pussycats looked at Kuro in confusion as the hero Ender Stain dropped in. What the F? Pixie Bob shouted, creating an earth golem. Calm down, Kuro said, destroying the golem with a flick of his finger. Stain's with the squad. He's here to help you train. The students paled. Stain was going to be their mentor. Nito finally stopped ranting about wanted to look at Kuro as if he was crazy. Kendo rolled her eyes and said something along the lines of course you did, and Ibara had her eyes closed, whispering a couple prayers. Oh, it's not that bad. Kuro waved his hand dismissively. Anyways, everyone will be going around and trying to teach you new techniques if we can. If I've already taught you something, I probably won't spend as much time with you. Everyone has to catch up. At that, Izuku dragged himself out of the forest and froze when he saw the hero Ender. Stain turned around to see someone he respected as a true hero. Stain's best attempt at a smile grew on his face, though it still looked like a devilish smirk. Deku, he said, steam escaping his mouth. It's so nice to see you again. Komori-chan, Kuro caught the shy girl's attention. He was looking at his forest training prank list to make it look like he was reading files on the students. Oh, yes, I remember what I wanted to do with you. Why yes, Kaneko looked up shyly. Is there something you need of me? Black Lightning Sensei. Just call me Kuro, he said, looking up and smiling softly. Actually, another student needed a little help with their training. Would you mind helping him out for me? Me, Kaneko asked, shocked. Why, you shouldn't trust me with something like that. Bah, nonsense. Kuro waved his head dismissively. Follow me. Shihai was moving back and forth between two shadows when he saw Kuro. What do you want? He asked dryly. Oh, I wanted you to train with someone, Kuro said simply. Shihai looked at him in confusion before it dawned on him. You didn't. Shihai's face went from black to a very dark gray. Komori-chan. Kuro looked behind him and Kanoki's head poked out from behind him. Play nice. Kuro lead Stain to his first victim student, a student with a muscled tail who was swinging from tree to tree. Ajiro-kun. Kuro called over. The boy dropped down before seeing Stain. Most of the Wana students were busy training to notice the appearance of the squad. Kuro-sensei. Ajiro managed, his face as pale as a sheet. What's he doing here? Wasn't he arrested? Yeah. Kuro shrugged as if this was a normal Thursday. This guy is going to teach you martial arts. There aren't really many experts left out there, much less ones who are free, so I had to get a little creative. Get a little creative, Ajiro echoed. I shouldn't even be surprised anymore. Just know my parents will sue if I get ended. Kuro was standing around as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Last time someone tried to copy my quirk, Monoma-kun, Kuro said softly. It didn't end too well. Nito paled. How did Kuro know it was him? Kuro turned around. As you recently learned, I have multiple quirks. Kuro turned around. It's probably not a good idea to disclose what quirks you've copied. Nito paled as he realized what 4 quirks he got. Some of them, like Aegis, weren't all too powerful, but what? What was that one? You should probably dispel it before it takes you over, Kuro said. Trust me, it's not a pretty sight. Nito did what he was told, the quirk he had copied instilling an intolerable amount of fear in him. Now, as far as I know, your body isn't strong enough to use certain quirks, Kuro said. Anyways, we need to change that. Koda-kun. Kuro noticed the boy trying to shout to increase the strength of his vocal cords. I personally don't think that's an efficient way to strengthen your vocal cords. Koda jumped and turned around, startled. Kuro-sensei. Koda signed. Instead of trying to shout at the top of your lungs, you need to get used to talking more, Kuro said. Try your best not to use sign language while you're here. But, Koda muttered, barely audible. That's why I brought someone for you to talk to, Kuro said. Koda-kun. Toga chirped, tackling the boy. Himiko-san. Koda exclaimed, though it was barely louder than a whisper. Don't you need to train? Himiko's not here as a student, but as a member of my special division, Kuro explained. Since the quirk training I have planned for her is rather violent, she's here as a tutor rather than a student. Me, Koda-kun. Toga lifted the boy to his feet. Kuro and I said that we would be great friends. I'm so excited. Kuro walked away, smirking as he could almost feel Koda's glare on him. Kosai turned as he heard the sound of his quirk being shattered. He turned to see Kuro with a lizard man. Kuro-sensei, he said enthusiastically. What? He was cut off as the lizard man dashed to attack him. He panicked and sent out an air wall, which the lizard man cut in half. This is Spinner, Kuro introduced. He will be helping you with the durability of your quirk. You better prepare, brat, Spinner said with an aggressive tone, because by the time I'm done with you, you won't ever see a reptile the same ever again. Red Riot Unbreakable, Kirishima shouted as he pushed his quirk to the limit. Kuro had come up with the name when he saw Kirishima use the max output of his quirk for the first time. He punched a tree, completely shattering it. Not bad, Kuro said. If it weren't for the stupid rules here, I would like to train you a bit harder. Rules? Kirishima asked, turning to see the head of security. What rules? I'm not allowed to train you too hard, Kuro shrugged. Let's leave it at that. Kirishima reverted to his normal form, confused. Anyways, for now, I want to work on the time limit of your quirk, rather than your Red Riot Unbreakable form. Kirishima nodded. He knew that Kuro's training was hellish, but what kind of man would he be to back down a challenge? Kaibara-sen was drilling through the ground with his legs, trying to push the limits of his gyrate quirk. Your quirk proficiency isn't bad, Kuro said, catching the boy's attention. But your fighting style needs some work. I'm not even working on that, Sen pointed out bluntly. I know, Kuro said, but combining your quirk with martial arts would be a better use of your time. Sen nodded. He was thinking about learning martial arts, but his classmates kept on dragging him around to put up with their antics. All right, he said. Teach me. After leaving Nito to work on his quirk copying and exercising with Magni, the real Kuro went to a quiet, secluded place to meditate. He sat down on a rock and concentrated, attempting to bring himself to his subconscious. Why are you here? Kuro opened his eyes when he heard All for One speaking to him. Kuro smiled as he looked around the enteral void and sat down, a chair materializing behind him. Come, sit, Kuro said as another chair and a table appeared in front of him. All for One hesitantly moved and sat down. What do you want? All for One questioned aggressively. To play, Kuro said as a game of shogi appeared on the table. What is the meaning of this? All for One asked. now irritated. One can learn a lot through a game of shogi, Kuro said as he moved a piece forward. That is true, All For One said as he moved a piece. Why do you want to learn about me? So you could beat the version of me out there. Please, Kuro said as he moved another piece. I already know about how you fight. I promised I would save you, so I want to get to know you better. Midoriya Izuku, All For One said as he moved his piece. You really are an interesting one. The two played for some time, talking about how the world was outside of Kuro's subconscious. All For One was very interested in hearing about the state of the League of Villains. There was one more thing I wanted to ask you about, Kuro said as he moved a piece. Checkmate. All For One sighed. I wouldn't think I would lose to you of all people. What is this last question you have? Kuro smirked. Kuro sighed as he opened his eyes back in the real world. He thought about doing it now, but he decided to wait a few more hours. After all, he was in a training camp. He might as well train a few people before he did anything drastic. Sato was lifting weights while working out, trying to extend the time limit of his quirk. That may help a little bit. Sato turned to the source of the voice and saw Kuro. But I think you need to get a little adrenaline pumping in you if you really want to up the effectiveness in your quirk. Kaboom! Fukudashi Manga shouted, causing a rock to explode. He rubbed his throat, sighing. This wasn't going anywhere. That's an interesting quirk. He turned to see Kuro, who was reading a book and looking at him. How's your close-range fighting? Not too good, sir, Manga admitted. I've never needed a reason to use it. Just call me Kuro, Kuro replied. It's important to keep a balance. Sometimes you won't always get a team. Manga nodded, realizing the hero was right. Now, I want you to work on using your quirk while fighting in close-range combat. Gyro stabbed her earlobes into a stone cliff, amplifying the volume. After a little while, she could hear the faint sound of a blast beat. Curious, she extended her earphone jacks even further. After a little while, she realized someone was playing some music on the other side. Maybe she could actually enjoy herself while training. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cliff, Kuro walked away, leaving the MP3 player and a speaker with the metal music to freak out and cram to playlist on shuffle. Kaken was continuing to cause explosions in the boiling water, starting to get agitated. He was doing the same thing over and over and wasn't showing much improvement. Katsuki-kun, Kuro said. Kaken was always Kaken to him, but Kaken couldn't know that. Come with me. I have some rather important training to do with you. Kaken muttered something under his breath and he stepped out. As he was about to go to dress up, Kuro walked over and handed him a spare set of clothes. Wear these. Kaken put them on, noting they were a bit heavy. By the time he sensed something wrong, it was too late. Kuro pressed a button and the weight of the clothes increased dramatically. What the F is this? Kaken shouted. 150 kilograms, Kuro said, smirking. Now run with me, and no using your quirk. F you, Kaken said as Kuro ran off. He contemplated a bit, decided that running was better than sitting in a glorified hot tub all day and chased after him. Kaken realized that Kuro wasn't running at the normal pace of a human. He was going much faster. Kaken yelled and kept up with him, despite the weighted clothing. They ran for a couple hours. By the time Kaken was done, his limbs were on fire, screaming in pain at the slightest hint of movement. What the F was that? Kaken asked between pants. He was in a sitting position, but the clothes were still weighing on him. What was the point of this training? Why did Kuro specifically pick him to do this? Why couldn't he have picked stupid Deku or anyone else to do this training? What do you think of Izuku? Kuro asked, mirroring the question that he had asked him on the first day of school. Shitty Deku will always be shitty Deku, Kaken scoffed. But you were right. He makes me want to try harder, get stronger. Bullying him into submission was never right. And I know that now. He's my rival now, and I know I'm a lot stronger because of him, and vice versa. Kuro nodded, satisfied. It's good to see that you have to takes to become a real hero, he said, smiling. Now, I have a little gift for you. Gift? Kaken forced his head to look up at Kuro's smirking face. The man plucked a strand of hair off his head and offered it to the boy. What do you want me to do with this? Kaken asked, obviously annoyed. Is this a effing joke or something because it's not funny? Old man, I'm hurt, Kuro said, holding his chest in mock agony before his face turned back into his trademark smirk. As for what I want you to do, simple, I want you to eat it. Papa, he bounded over to Kuro, looking up at him with expectant and pleading eyes. Do you know where Izumi-kun is? Kuro thought back to his past. I think Kota-kun might need some time right now, he said, patting the girl's head. He's a little mad right now. Why is he mad? Yuri asked, tilting her head. Kota-kun doesn't like heroes, Kuro explained. His parents were heroes and they left Kota-kun. Yuri wasn't unfamiliar with concept of death, so she nodded sadly. Okay, she hugged her adoptive father. I hope he gets better. Me too, Kuro smiled and hugged the little girl back. Izuku walked up the mountain, following the small footprints up the trail. He saw Kota sitting on the mountain and walked over to him, placing a bowl of curry next to him. I notice you didn't have any dinner. What are you doing here? Kota jumped and looked at the boy skeptically. How did you even find me? I followed your footprints, Izuku said. Leave me alone. Kota scoffed and looked away. Your parents were the water horses, weren't they? Izuku asked, looking off into the distance. Kota flinched at the mentioning of his parents. How do you know that? Kota demanded. Mandalay must have told you. I heard about the story when it happened, Izuku said, not turning his head to look at the boy. I'm really sorry for your loss. I don't need your stupid pity, Kota shouted. All you heroes and villains only use your quirks for violence. Not too long ago, Izuku sighed, feeling for the boy. There was a quirkless boy. Everyone told him he was quirkless, even the doctor. The boy never believed them, though, and rejected the reality that he was quirkless. By the time he came to reality with the fact, it had hurt even more. If you keep on rejecting reality, you will only succeed in hurting yourself. You cannot beat a river into submission. Leave, Kota demanded, seemingly not listening to a word of Izuku's story. I don't want to hear any more of your stupid words. Izuku looked at the boy and offered a small smile before leaving. Kuro found his way up the mountain half an hour later, seeing Kota sitting next to an empty boy. Fancy seeing you here, he said, causing the boy to jump. Yuri's been looking for you. What do you want? Kota asked, agitated. First that broccoli-headed kid and now the number 2 hero. Leave me alone. I like to come up here to think, Kuro replied simply. It's a really calm place for someone to sort out their thoughts. Kota relaxed a bit. Even if he was a stupid hero, he was there for the same reason as he was. And it wouldn't be fair to kick him out for doing the same thing he was. TSH. Kota scoffed before turning back to the forest. Being a hero isn't that fun, you know, Kuro said to the boy, causing him to stiffen. You constantly have to fight people and risk your life along with others to save the day. Why are you telling me about this? Kota asked aggressively. I know you don't like heroes, Kuro said, giving the boy a small smile. It's okay that you don't like heroes. I don't like them either. Heroes and villains took everything I had. My friends and family were taken from me as well. Kota stiffened a bit more. His hatred for heroes and villains had blinded him to the fact that heroes and villains were people too. They all had to suffer as well. They all felt pain and sadness. You know, Yuri never knew her parents, he said, looking at Kota's shocked expression. She was abducted by the Yakuza. If I didn't step in, the Yakuza would be enforcing all kinds of terrible and painful experiments on her, no one even knowing of her existence. Why are you telling me this? Kota asked, more shocked than agitated this time. I'm not going to treat you like some kid, Kota-kun, Kuro said, looking at Kota with a serious expression. You're old enough to think for yourself. Sure, society sucks. I'm not going to deny you that. But heroes exist for a reason. If your parents weren't there when they were, 5 children your age will be suffering exactly like you are right now. Life isn't fair, Kota-kun. I know that fact all too well. Your parents may be gone, and I'm not gonna baby you about it. If you keep living in the past, you're never going to do shit with your life. You don't like society. Fine, but don't waste your life bitching about it and do something. Kuro stood up and walked away, Kota staring in shock at the man. No one ever swore to Kota before. He had heard what those words mean when the pussycats were arguing with each other, but no one swore to him. I'm not gonna baby you about it. Kuro's words rang in Kota's head. Kuro was treating Kota like an adult, not some hurt child. He thought about what Kuro said. He was right. If he didn't like it, he should do something about it, even if it meant becoming the very thing you hated to change it in the inside, just like Kuro. Kota stood up, a wild new outlook on life. Shigaraki and Kurogiri stood with 2 other people and 6 nomas that all for one hand lent him. He was thankful that most of his team were nomas since none of them could be tardy. Hey, let's go end everyone now, Muscular shouted. Since everyone's here, Shigaraki smirked, looking back at his team. Let's go wreak some havoc. Dabai and Shoto were eating soba that Dabai had snuck in. So, how's school? Dabai asked as he slurped on his food. It's all right, Shoto said, looking at his brother. He looked so different when he was in his costume. How's putting up with Kuro? Not all right, Dabai groaned to himself. Kuro's a real pain in the ass, but he gave me everything I have now, so I can't really complain. Shoto was about to speak when Dabai jumped up and over Shoto and launched a stream of blue fire. A loud shriek was heard, causing Shoto to turn around. What he saw was a humanoid creature with an exposed brain. Dabai touched a device in his ear. Attention all squad members, Dabai said with alertness in his voice. I have made combat with a Namu, preparing to engage. When he heard the warning, he dashed straight for Kaken. He had briefed him on everything that had to do with One for All. Back you go, he shouted, landing next to him. What the F? Kaken shouted, startled. The League is after you. They don't know about you having One for All, so keep it a secret, Kuro said. When Kaken nodded, he continued. They think they can turn you into a villain. Like hell they can, Kaken shouted. Good to hear, Kuro said, smirking. I have a plan. Spinner was with Kendo, Ajiro, Kirishima, and Tetsu talking about martial arts when a Namu jumped out. Spinner unsheathed his swords and blocked the Namu's blow, sending him flying back, Listen up, kiddies, he shouted as he dashed towards the Namu. This sheet ain't a drill. If you don't think you can handle villains yet, run. Like hell, Kirishima yelled, activating his quirk and uppercutting the Namu in the jaw. Red Riot Unbreakable. Kendo jumped up, both gigantic mallets in hand, and slammed the Namu's head, spattering its brains. Yuck, Ajiro said as he looked at the splattered Namu. Yuck indeed, Tatsutesu agreed, looking away from the mess. Izuku, Ochako, and Toga were taking a walk in the forest when a Namu attacked. Izuku grabbed Ochako and jumped back as Toga dodged the Namu's punch. The Namu breathed fire in Toga's direction, but she jumped up, dodging the fire. Toga landed on the Namu's head, stabbing the creature's brain. With a roar, the Namu fell over, dead. Villains, Izuku shouted. He looked around before the realization hit him like a truck. Koda, go, Ochako called to him. Hemi-chan and I can deal with things here. Izuku nodded and he dashed for the cliff where he last saw the boy. Koda was about to leave when something crashed down behind him. He turned to see a maniacal villain with muscles bulging out of his body. A kid. You look familiar, the villain said, his maniacal smile widening. Oh, you look like those water weaklings. Man, their screams were amazing. Koda froze up. This was the villain that ended his parents. Well, boy, the villain smiled as he dashed towards the boy. Time to see mommy and daddy. As he was about to end the boy, Izuku showed up and hit the man in the face, causing him to stumble backwards. Oh, he asked, looking at the young man with his sick and twisted smile. What's this? A little hero come to save the day. What are you doing? Koda demanded. Leave now. Run away. I'm not going to run, Izuku said, looking back at the boy. I will save you. Pixie Bob and Tiger faced down a Namu. She summoned a golem and sent for it to attack the beast while Tiger dashed for it. The Namu punched Tiger, sending him flying at Pixie Bob, and then punched the ground, causing a pillar of stone to destroy the golem. What is that? Pixie Bob asked to herself. When she asked that, the Namu started to glow pink and flew off before being stabbed in the brain with a pocket knife. That was a Namu, Magni said, revealing herself. The squad have been trained to deal with these things. You two should focus on protecting the kids. Kaminari and Mina were chatting it up at a campfire when a villain in a straitjacket appeared. They both jumped back in surprise when the villain's teeth extended into blades, intent on impaling them both. Before that could happen, Kuro dashed forward, pulling the kids back. He jumped up to meet the villain, black electricity crackling on his arm. Don't mind me, he said, punching the villain so hard that his head exploded. I'm just here to fry a moonfish. A beaten and bloodied Izuku stood against Muscular, who had a significantly less scars than the boy. Oi, 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 Muscular shouted. Aren't you forgetting something? Izuku realized too late. Muscular dashed for Koda, who was right behind Muscular at this point. No, he shouted as he dashed, his hand reaching out for the boy. At that moment, a black tendril shot out of Izuku's hand, grabbing the boy. Without thinking, he yanked his arm back, causing the boy to fly into his arm. Izuku placed the boy down, the tendril receding back into his arm. Izuku reasoned he would ask Kuro about it later, but for now, he had a villain to take care of. Pure rage washed over Izuku as he turned to the villain. This villain threatened Koda's life, and Izuku wasn't going to have any of it. One for all, he muttered to himself as he dashed towards the villain with everything he had, punching him square in the face. He felt his bones shatter, but he needed to go further beyond. Plus Ultra, 1,000,000%. Izuku carried a sleeping Koda off the mountain when he saw it. Kurogiri had Kaken grasped around one arm. Kicchan. Izuku yelled as Kurogiri opened a portal. Kaken looked over to Izuku and smirked. Shitty Deku, he called back. You better save me. The portal closed behind them as Izuku dashed forward, missing the portal by mere inches. He had failed. The League of Villains succeeded in their mission of capturing Katsuki Bakugo, but little did they know, kidnapping Kuro's successor was the biggest mistake they could ever make. Izuku sat in the hospital with Kirishima, Ida, Shoto, and Momo. The doctor said that the blow he did on Muscular irreversibly tore his muscles, and it would never be the same ever again. I want to save Kaken, Izuku said. He's counting on me. That's the spirit, Kirishima said. We need to save Bakubro. No, Ada said, holding his hand up in a stop position. We need to let the pro heroes do their job. Izunai. Their conversation was interrupted when Eri bounded in and climbing up a chair. Izunai, Papa wanted me to show you a magic trick. Magic trick? Izuku asked. Let me show you, Eri said, tugging on Izuku's injured arm. Izuku winced, but before he could tell the girl off, his arm started to glow. When Eri removed her hands, Izuku's scars were gone. Magic. How Izuku started to ask, but was cut off by the sound of the door opening. Izuku turned to see Kuro. That was her quirk, rewind. It's pretty self-explanatory, Kuro said. Anyways, it's good that you're all here. I have a special mission for you. What is it? Shoto asked, cutting straight to the chase. Kuro smirked. To save Kaken. Later at the police station, Ed shot Kuro. All Might, Best Jeanist, and Tsukachi were preparing Kaken's rescue operation. What do you mean you don't want me to go? All Might demands. Oh, Kaken can handle himself. Kuro waves his hand dismissively. We both know you have more important things to do. All Might remains silent. Anyways, I had already planned for this, Kuro said to the shock of the rest of the meeting. Anyways, gather the heroes now. We wouldn't want to miss this signal. Kaken awoke in the base of the League of Villains. He saw Kurogiri and Shigaraki both look at him, as if they were waiting for him to wake up. So you're finally awake, Katsuki Bakugo, Shigaraki said. Katsuki turns to the TV and saw Nezu, Shouta, and Vlad King. It seems that they were making some sort of apology for failing to protect the kids. Bullshit, Kaken thought. Hiro had planned for all of this. Kaken already knew the role he had. Why am I here? He growled at the villains, small explosions crackling in his hands, which were tied to the back of the chair. You see, Shigaraki says, releasing Kaken. We sense the bitterness in your heart, that smile on your face. We think you would be a fine addition to the League of Villains, and we allowed the students to fight because we did not have a full grasp on the situation. Kaken heard his teacher's voice through the TV. Heh, they didn't revoke my rights to combat yet, Kaken taunted. You effed up in picking me. It seems that you have no interest in becoming a villain, Shigaraki notes, ignoring the boy's threat. He turns to the TV and looks at his mentor. Maybe the force of my teacher will help open your eyes. The teacher smirked. That's a wise decision, Shigaraki, he said, the wicked grin on his face only growing. Good job. May I ask what time it is? Kaken asked. 8 p.m. Why do you ask? Kurogiri said instinctively. Shut up, Shigaraki groans. Knock him out. It's time to go. Kaken smirks as one for all courses through his arms. No, not his arms. His sweat. Sweat doesn't have bones to break or muscles to shatter, so it was a perfect way of strengthening his quirk. He holds his hand out, a devilish smirk on his face. Checkmate, he says as he prepares for the ensuing explosion. Nuclear impact. All Might, Kamui Woods, edge shot. And Best Jeanist are stunned when a gigantic explosion could be seen about 3 kilometers away. That's the signal, Kuro said. Let's move out. Kaken ran out of the base and made a left turn. Shit. There were burns all over his skin and dust covered his whole body. He really needed to talk to Kuro about finding a way around that. Kaken looked up and saw Izuku, Kirishima, Ida, and Momo in really shitty costumes. Hiro-sensei sent us here to come get you. Those disguises are really shitty, Kaken pointed out. Izuku huffed and Kaken smiled. But thank you. Mount Lady runs over to the building where Tiger's track her to see the building in ruins and Ragdoll unconscious. Tiger runs up to the woman and grabs her in her arms as black liquid starts pouring everywhere, causing Nomus to appear. The two heroes back up as a man in a suit appears, a huge smirk on his face. Well, he says as he looks at the pro heroes. Would you look at what we have here? He was cut off when Shimura flies over and decks him straight in the jaw, causing him to stagger backwards. Round 2, a hole, she says, smirking. Round 2 it is. All for One agrees as he lets loose a powerful shockwave of power. The pro heroes jump down where the explosion was to see black liquid dripping everywhere. Kurogiri and Shigaraki were left unconscious by the giant explosion, but Namu were appearing from the black liquid. The heroes spring into action, taking on as much Namu as they can. A Namu is about to punch Edge Shot when Kuro appears, grabbing the Namu and crushing its head. All Might, go, he shouted. You know what you need to do. All Might nodded and jumped. Kuro turned back to the army of Nomus and smirked. All right, you bundle of freaks, he said as he channeled a ball of fire with the second's quirk element. Let's see how you deal with this. All for One and Shimura Nana stand in the middle of a huge crater, staring each other down. I won't make the same mistake again, All for One declared. Sure you won't, Nana said sarcastically. But there are 2 more of us. We will defeat you. They start to duke it out, exchanging powerful blows. All for One bulks up his arm and punches Nana, sending her flying. Before All for One can further attack her, he turns around and holds his hand up, blocking a punch from All Might. All Might, All for One says with mock glee, venom pouring out of the name. It's good to see you as well. Shut up. All Might shouted as he launches another punch as Nana flies back to punch from the opposite direction of All Might. All for One holds out both of his arms to block the attacks, before sending a wave of pressure, sending the 2-1 for all users flying. The 3 enter a furious exchange of blows, each blow causing a small crater to form underneath them. You're both pathetic, All for One said as he blows them back with another wave of pressure. You're all bark and no bite. You forgot about one thing, a voice said as a pillar of earth juts up on the floor below All for One and hits him square in the chin. Kuro dashes forward between the 2-1 for all users, punching All of One in the face and shattering his mask. Black lightning, All for One spat as he stood up and started floating. This isn't your fight. Oh, but it is, Kuro said, smirking. Kuro Jisai, 9th user of One for All. At your service. All Might looked at the man in shock. Ninth user. How was he the ninth user? Izuku was the ninth user, and Kuro lied. He was a wielder of one for all after all. Hero, he shouted. Not now, All Might, Hero said, blocking a blow from All for One. I'll explain later. Let's deal with this clown first. Nana and All Might nodded to each other as they rushed All for One with Kuro. The three start to overwhelm him and All for One flies back. See, this isn't that bad, Kuro said, smiling. All for One floats up into the air as his arm turns into a hulking monstrosity. You can use my power. The other All for One's voice rings out in his head. It'll make things a lot easier. Shut up. All for Two, Kuro muttered under his breath. All for Two. The newly named All for Two asked. Let's do this, Kuro said as black electricity crackled throughout his body. All for One launched a devastating punch with his amalgamated arm. But Kuro grabbed his fist with both of his hands as All Might and Shimura Nana jumped up to face level with All for One. This is for your crimes against humanity, Nana shouted, her fist pulling back to prepare a punch. United States of Smash. All Might shouted as the two punched the villain for everything they had. The villain slammed into the ground, his face completely caved in. They had won. All Might held up his fist as the last embers of One for All faded away. They had won. The news helicopter arrived with the police and pro-heroes a few minutes later. They instantly went to work, making rescue operations. The helicopter lands and the news people came running out to the three heroes. What happened? Oh, this is nothing, Kuro said, shaking off his bruised arm. Just the strongest villain alive wanted to end us or something, so we punched him really hard. That's amazing, the news reporter asked before turning to Nana. And you are? All Might and Nana nodded to each other. My name is Shimura Nana, Nana started, and I am the one who trained All Might. Wow, the reporter turned back to her camera. Are you hearing this, folks? The number 1 and number 2 hero, along with the mentor of All Might, have banded together to defeat a powerful villain. Do you three have anything to say? The three looked at each other and smiled. They knew what they had to do. The three of them pointed a finger at the camera and said unanimously, "You're next." Izuku, Kaken, Ada, Kirishima, and Momo were all in Izuku at Kuro's place, as he instructed. Tears poured down Izuku's face when the three made their declaration. Kirishima, Momo, and Ada cheered, thinking it meant that the three were addressing the villains, but Izuku saw it differently. He knew that All Might's time was up, and that Izuku had to be the one to carry on his legacy. Kaken put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Since Kuro had briefed him on everything, he knew what Izuku was going through. They were now on the same boat. Hiro lead All Might and Nana back to his apartment. When I explain, I want Izuku and Kaken to be there, Kuro said. I get young Midoriya, but why would you want young Bakugo there as well? All Might asked. Yesterday, I named Katsuki Bakugo as my successor, Kuro said simply. You what? Nana shrieked, causing the two men to flinch. You didn't even consult me. I wanted Eri-chan to be your successor. Geez lady, calm down, Kuro said as he opened the door. If she becomes strong enough, I'm sure Izuku will name her as his successor. As they opened the door, the students came rushing to them. That was so manly, Kirishima yelled. Yes, yes, Kuro said, waving a bruised hand dismissively. Now that the danger is gone, we need you all to go home. All right, Ada said. Thank you for letting us stay at your place, Kuro-sensei. We will call our parents and get going. Right. Ishida looked to Kirishima and Momo. Yes, Kirishima said sadly as they filed out of the apartment. As Izuku and Kaken were about to go too, Kuro stopped them. We have something very important to discuss, he said. The two boys nodded as they went back inside. Kuro led all of them into the support group room inside. He had a lot to discuss, and he wasn't sure if he was ready. As everyone sat down, Kuro let out a shaky breath. He knew this time was coming and he had already prepared. I apologize for lying to you all, he started, catching the attention of everyone on the room. What could Kuro be lying about? But my name is not Kuro Jisai. That is merely a name I came up for myself when I arrived here. What do you mean arrived here? All Might asked. Of course, Nana already knew, but everyone else was looking at the man curiously. And if that's the case, what's your real name? My name is Midoriya Izuku, Kuro started, his eyes scanning the room to see shocked faces from everyone except Nana. And I am from the future. And that's all of it, Kuro said, sighing as he slumped in his chair. What the F? Kaken said. So you still gave me your power even though I treated you like that? Well, yeah, Kuro said. It's not like I'm going to be around forever. I've been meaning to ask, Izuku said, raising his hand. During my fight with the muscular villain, I shot out a black tendril to save Kota. Do you know what that was? Oh, that was Black Whip, Kuro said, shrugging. What do you mean that was Black Whip? Nana said, looking shocked for the first time in that entire meeting, as Kuro had already told her the events before. Oh yeah, since One for All is getting stronger, wielders past the 8th generation are able to unlock the quirks of previous owners, Kuro said. So what you're saying is? Izuku asked. Yeah, Kuro said. You and Kaken will start training with your quirks tomorrow. I have a meeting to attend to. What meeting? All Might asked. What meeting can possibly be more important than this? Hiro smirked. Meet me tomorrow, he said. You'll find out. Hiro laid in bed and focused on his subconscious. He appeared before All for Two, a grimace on his face. You know what I've come here for. All for Two smiled. Finally, he said, you know, after being inside you for so long, I think I've decided. Decided on what? Hiro asked. I'm going to help you out. All for Two said. I'll be your partner. Thank you. Hiro smiled as he saw All for Two extend his hand. Now go on, my successor. All for Two said as they shook hands. Go save the world. Magic. Iri chirped as she applied her quirk on Kiro, rewinding his body back to the week before, giving him back his quirk. Thank you, Iri, Kiro said before he heard a knock on the door. He opened it to see All Might in his thinner form. Welcome, Yagi-san. Thank you, Kiro, All Might said before walking in. So what was that important meeting you had the other day? I can revert your body to your prime, Kiro said, causing All Might's jaw to drop. How? He asked before dropping the question. You know what? Nothing can surprise me anymore. Kiro put a hand on All Might's shoulder, using Iri's quirk to rewind All Might's body, giving him his quirk back in the process. So cool, Iri squealed. You can do magic too. Yes, I can, Iri, Kiro said, smiling softly at the girl. The door next to Kiro's opened and Izuku walked out. So, are we going to do this training thing? And he cut off when he saw that All Might looked several years younger. What the hell? Rewind, Kiro said simply. I'm not going to ask anymore, Izuku grumbled. Great. Kiro clapped his hands together. Meet me at the beach in 30. I have an errand to run. Overhaul sat in his cell, contemplating ways to get out. The sound of his cell door opening caused him to look up to see the very man who arrested him. What do you Overhaul was cut off as Kiro grabbed his face. What the hell do you want? You know, Kiro said as Overhaul started to scream in pain. I've decided that jail wasn't enough. Izuku, All Might, and Nana walked over to the beach to see Katsuki already running across the beach with a weird set of clothes on. What is he doing? Izuku asked. You see, giving him one for all was a spur-of-the-moment decision. They all turned to see Kiro not far behind. So I'm currently having him train his body to get accustomed to his quirk. I see, All Might said. Care to explain how you were able to rewind my body? Nope, Kiro said, popping the P in nope. I can't reveal all my cards, in case I hypothetically turn evil and end you all. What? The 3-1 for all users asked in unison. Kidding, Kiro joked. Of course, he didn't know if he would be turning evil or not. Let's hope not. Anyways, little me, I'm going to train you in how to use Black Whip. You know, UA is going to be turning into a boarding school, All Might said to Kiro. Yeah, Kiro sighed. Well, I can't necessarily leave my complex. I promised Kenji-san to make sure Stain wouldn't do anything stupid. That's where Stain is living, All Might asked. Not even shocked anymore. You really trust him that much? Well, I'm not dead yet, am I? Kiro asked. Good point, All Might said. Are you still going to retire? Kiro asked the man. Since All Might's skinny form was now public, he still did have the choice. I think I will, All Might said, sighing. I need to spend more of my time training young Midoriya and young Bakugo now. Japan will be safe in your hands. This is my second time being number 1, Kiro said absently. I thought it would be a bit more climactic. Me too, All Might said. I thought I would die on the field of battle. You did last time, Kiro said sadly. I would rather it not happen again. All Might nodded as the two continued to walk to UA in silence. Kiro sighed as he looked at his phone. He scrolled through his contacts as he decided to let the other staff deal with going to ask permission about the dorms. But he decided that it would be a good idea to talk to Kaken's parents about Kaken's training, so he decided to take that one. He put on an explosive-proof vest under his hero costume and set off. A few minutes of leaping throughout the city later, he landed in front of Kaken's house. Memories flooding through his head, Kiro knocked on the door. Surprisingly, Kaken was the one who opened the door. What the F do you want? Idiot. Kiro heard Miduki's voice rang throughout the hall as she stormed up and hit Kaken on the head. I'm sorry about that. No worries, Kiro said, chuckling a little bit. May I come in? There are some things I need to discuss with your family. A couple minutes later, Musaru, Mitsuki, and Kaken had gathered and sat on a couch together while Kiro sat down on a couch on the other side of a coffee table. So, there are 2 things I need to discuss, Kiro said simply. Firstly, due to the villain attacks, UA has decided to become sort of a boarding school, Kiro said. I came to ask your permission. What the F? Kaken exclaimed. Do you really think? Of course he would be fine with it. Mitsuki smiled as she hit her son on the head. Katsuki, shut the F up. Shut it, hag. Kaken yelled at his mother. Says the one who was kidnapped. Mitsuki said, hitting his head again. Actually, about that. Kiro rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. The 3 turned to him. That was kind of staged. Staged? Musaru asked, speaking up for the first time in this conversation. Yeah, Kaken scoffed. Crazy bastard wanted me to nuke the League of Villains base. What? Musaru exclaimed. That's absolutely effing badass, Mitsuku said, giving her son a noogie. Quit it, old hag, Kaken yelled, struggling to break himself free. That leads me to the second thing, Kuro said. I wanted to take Katsuki-kun as a student. I thought it would be common sense to tell you two about it first. Badass, Mitsuki chirped again. You better work hard, brat. Kaken muttered under his breath before getting hit on the head again by his mother. Kuro was sitting alone at the beach, trying to sort out his thoughts. What are you going to do now? All for two, asked the man. Train, Kuro replied, sighing and leaning back on his arms. I need to get a hang of this new quirk. Good luck with that, All for two sneered. Thanks, Kuro said, standing up. He closed his eyes and concentrated. After all, his students weren't the only one who had things to learn. Akin, Toga squealed, tackling the girl in a hug. Our dorms are next to each other. Isn't that exciting? UMY, yeah. Ochako stammered out, her face tomato red. Gee, that's great. T too close, Hemi-chan. Toga looked at the girl with an innocent look. But won't we be doing more intimate things later on? What? Ochako exclaimed, pushing the girl off of her. Since when did you start thinking that? Hironai said that two people who loved each other did intimate things, Toga said. He told me Akin would explain it to me. Kuro-sensei, Ochako whispered, her eyes filling with the rage of a woman scorned. We will be having words. Hey guys. The two turned to see Izuku, dragging his luggage with a weird black tendril. Did you get your dorms assigned yet? Yeah, Toga chirped. What's that weird thing that's attached to your arm? Oh, it's my quirk, Izuku said, shrugging. Kuro-sensei wanted me to drag my luggage with it so I can train with it. Your quirk? Ochako asked. Wasn't it super strength? It's a long story. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You should probably ask Kuro-sensei. Whatever you say, Ochako said. Anyways, let's go set up our dorms. Kuro looked at Class 1 dorms, nostalgia rushing through him. He started to walk towards the dorms. But after the sound of crashing, explosions, and a little burning, he decided to go see what Mr. Compress was up to. Maybe he could finally talk to Gentle. A marvelous show, Mr. Compress. Gentle smiled at the masked man, who was taking off his coat. A most excellent job, Gentle, Compress relied, smiling behind his mask. You are quite the showman. You undermine your own talents, Mr. Compress, Gentle replied. My popularity has skyrocketed ever since I started our little collaboration. That makes sense. Gentle jumped as the familiar voice of the new #1 hero could be heard. He turned to see Black Lightning, the man in the flesh. Yo, Kuro said, holding up a hand in greeting. Gentle, unsurprisingly startled, grabbed his knife and stabbed at the hero. The blade went right through the hero's face, as if he were never there. Compress, Gentle shouted, turning to see the masked man smash one of his marbles, revealing the #1 hero. Magic, Kuro said jokingly. What is the meaning of this? Gentle exclaimed. Relax, Kuro said, putting his hands up. I just wanted to talk. Talk. Gentle pointed his knife at the hero. What would I gain from talking to a hero like you? Well, I may be a hero, but I'm also the sponsor of your friend here. Kuro jutted a thumb to Mr. Compress. It seems you two have been doing well for each other, which is why I wanted to extend an offer. Offer? Gentle asked. What kind of offer? Well, I've decided I want to pay you to have your own kind of show, Kuro said. But there has to be some conditions. I wouldn't be lying if I said you didn't have my interest. Black Lightning-san, Gentle replied, smiling as his eyes portrayed his intrigue. Well, for starters, you and your partner, Le Bravo, will have to live in the same apartment complex as Compress over here, Kuro started. Secondly, I want you to join my squad of ex-villains and work under me. Before Gentle could open his mouth, Kuro continued. You will still be committing some acts that edge towards villainy rather than heroism with some restrictions, but you will get the fame and credibility of working under the #1 hero, as well as some leeway for committing certain crimes such as using your quirk for vigilantism or whatever they call it these days. Gentle pondered on the hero's offer. He didn't have to give up being a criminal completely, and Kuro said he was willing to sponsor just an act. A normal hero wouldn't go this far for a villain. The news of Black Lightning treating villains with respect unheard of by other heroes seemed to be true. All right, Gentle said, sipping a cup of tea that seemingly came from nowhere. I'm in. Black Lightning. A reporter shouted at him. Hero had just been doing his groceries to prepare for the next support group when a lucky reporter found him. You haven't agreed to a single interview since you became the #1 hero. May I ask why? You can just enter. All for two mused in Kuro's head as the man looked at the camera with a dejected expression. It's not like anyone can stop you. Shut it, All for two, Kuro thought back. All for two grumbled a bit in his head. He hated that nickname. Well, I was busy recovering from the fight with All for One, Kuro said. His name wasn't a secret anymore, so he didn't have to hide it. I also had to sort out a couple situations with my students. The new #1 hero has already taken protégés. The reporter shouted at the camera before turning back to Kuro. Never mind that. There has been a question burning in all of our heads since All Might retired and you took his place. Will you uphold his legacy? No, Kuro said sternly, his gaze causing the reporter and cameraman to flinch. I am not All Might. I do not want to be a symbol of peace like he was. He was undoubtedly a great symbol and I respect and idolize him for that, but I want to represent something else. I want to be a symbol of equality. I am a hero that fights for equality of all people. No matter what quirk they have, what they look like, or anything like that. Everybody deserves a chance. Too many have turned to villainy when they thought they had no option left because of the way society treats them, and I will fight to stop that. Taking the reporter's silence as a sign to leave, he walked off in a now sour mood. To prepare for the provisional hero license exams, Shouta started. You are all going to come up with at least 2 signature. You mean super moves, Kuro said, cutting man off. He had been stopping by so much that he had a chair and table in the back, so the bulky man was crammed in a student's chair and table. Yes, Shouta groaned, pinching his nose. If that really makes you feel better. At that moment, Ectoplasm, Cementros, and a newly healed Lady Midnight bust in. Let's do this. The classroom cheered. Hiro smiled, remembering Class 1A's cheerful attitude despite the war. That is, before they started losing people. He stood up as the class shuffled out of the room. Maybe he would use that. He could just pawn it off as something else. Howitzer impact, Kaken shouted, using his original special move. He was stopped when Kuro grabbed his face and used explosion, launching him a few feet. What the F? Kaken exclaimed. How did you use my quirk? What the F was that for? Copy, Kuro shrugged. You've already used that technique. Come up with something new. TCH, Kaken scoffed. Maybe spar with Deku. Nothing like fighting to near death to come up with super moves, Kuro said, walking away. Fine, a hole, Kaken said as he sullied over to Deku. Momo was sitting down, thinking on something to create for a super move when a roll of paper tapped her head. She looked up to see Kuro holding a roll of blue paper. Is that a blueprint? Just look, Kuro said, tossing the paper on her lap. Is this? She looked at the paper, her face turning sheet white. Railgun, Kuro smirked. Have fun. Red Riot Unbreakable, Kirishima shouted as he pushed his quirk to his limits. After practicing for a while, he managed to hold the form for at least 1 minute. He clasped his hands together and swung it at an ectoplasm clone, sending it flying through several large rocks. Crimson Mace. Not bad, Kuro said, catching the student's attention. Thanks, Kuro-sensei, Kirishima said, reverting back to his normal form. Is there something you needed? Kuro thought about it. As another ectoplasm clone appeared, Kuro walked up to one of the stone pillars and grabbed it, lifting it off the ground and smashing the ectoplasm clone with that. He lightly punched Kirishima on the shoulder as he looked at the scene that just unfolded. Think about that. Your quirk has developed well. Focus on your surroundings. Kuro and Midnight overlooked the students' training. Where's Toga-chan? Midnight asked, scanning the crowd. Our training students. She isn't ready to see you again, Kuro said. She may have come back to her cheery self, but she still hasn't forgiven herself for the way she attacked you. Speaking of which, what the F was up with that? Midnight asked, her seductive nature halting for just a second. Kuro took out his phone and scrolled down a bit. He tapped on an image and gave it to Midnight. Is that a villain profile? Midnight asked in shock. No one was there when her mother abused her on the daily, Kuro said. Everyone she knew called her a monster. One day, she snapped and ended her mother and ran away. That day, she became a villain instead of a monster, and it would have continued to be that way if I didn't find her. I enrolled her in UA so she could learn the concepts of camaraderie and friendship because she never really got that as a kid. Oh, Midnight looked up from the phone and at Kuro. I didn't know. You couldn't have, Kuro said, putting a hand on the woman's shoulder. I took extensive measures to cover things up. I want to tell her that I forgive her, Midnight said. From what I can tell, she's been going through a lot and made huge progress and she relapsed during her exam. It's not her fault. I'll bring you to next support group, Kuro said. I do want a pro hero to see what's going on in my villain rehab program, but I don't want reporters there. I'm worried that Stain might end someone if that happened. Stain is a part of your program, Midnight exclaimed. Oh yeah, Kuro rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You missed quite a bit. Nana sat on a bench, looking dejected. She was still hung up about her grandson and all for one. Hey, Nana. Nana looked up to see Muruiko dragging Ryukyu along. Rumi-chan, I told you not to hold my hand in public, Ryukyu exclaimed. It's indecent. Oh, is my little Ryuko-chan scared of a little hand-holding? Muruko teased. Hey, Nana said, smiling as an attempt to hide her current feelings. Hey, Nana-chan. Muruko stopped in front of her friend. How are you? I'm all right, Nana said, her smile fading as she went back to looking at the ground. Nana-chan, do you want to talk? Ryukyu sat down next to Nana, putting a hand on her shoulder. We're here for you. Yeah, Muruko sat down on the other side of the bench, mimicking her girlfriend. We're your friends, and friends are there for each other. A soft smile sprouted on Nana's face. Thanks, guys. Hiro was welcomed back to his apartment by a huge stack of paperwork. Hiro didn't know or care where it came from, but he knew he had to do it. Oh God help me, he muttered to himself as he sat down at his desk and started working. Papa, Iri ran over and gave Kiro a big hug. Welcome back. Thank you, Iri, Kiro said, patting the little girl's head. How was school today? School was great, Iri chirped. Izumi-kun said he wanted to be a hero like Papa one day. Really? Kiro's smile softened. That's great. Papa, can we go to the mall? Iri asked. Of course, Iri. Kiro stood up as the small girl climbed up on his shoulders. Wait, Iri squealed as Kiro stood to his full height. I'm flying. Kiro's smile widened as they headed out for the mall. Ridestro was out looking around shopping malls to scout out Black Lightning. He wanted to personally make contact with the man, and hearing he had a young daughter, shopping malls would be the best place to go. It took a few hours, but Ridestro eventually found the familiar face along with a small child on his shoulders. Excuse me, Ridestro walked up to the hero, offering his hand. My name is Yatsubashi Rikia and I am with the Detonaret Company. We have been looking for you as to offer you a sponsorship. I would love to discuss something like that, though I didn't expect the CEO himself to come down for little old me, Kiro said, reaching in his back and using creation to create headphones and an MP3 player, offering it to his adopted daughter. Here, Iri, this kind man and I have to talk about grown-up things. Can you put these on? Sure, Iri chirped, putting on the headphones and sifting through the music in the MP3 player. Come, Ridestro said, walking over to the nearest table and sat down, Kiro sitting on the opposite side. We would like to offer you our services in hero support technology for an exclusivity contract. Hey, cut the crap. Kiro waved his hand dismissively. First of all, I know the sheet you pull with the black market. Your products aren't as good as the ones I currently use. And before you ask, yes, I have tested your products. They're ass. Ridestro recoiled slightly in shock. Since when did a hero ever use the black market? Okay, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Since you already know about the army, I wanted to recruit you. Now we're talking, Kiro said, clapping his hands together. F no and F you. W what? Ridestro was startled at the bluntness of Kiro's rejection. Do you know who we? Yeah. Kiro made the Metal Liberation Army sign with his middle finger. I have a better idea. We call a temporary truce. Truce? Ridestro echoed. Yeah, I know what you want, Kiro said. Give me 2 months to try and change the laws on quirk usage. And if not, I won't stop you from attacking the Hero Association. Deal? Ridestro thought about it. Black Lightning would be their biggest obstacle, so this truce would eliminate him with minimal casualties. He just had to wait a bit longer. Deal? The two powerhouses shook hands. I'll make a small step for Fangkind. Stain was in the alleyways, working his way through the general thugs. Hiro had approved he do this since he still needed his fix of blood. As he slashed another villain, he heard a loud crash. What the F do you want? Stain didn't even have to turn around to know that the person behind him was Kiro, but he turned around anyways. God knows what that man would do behind Stain's back. I actually came to offer you a gift, Kiro said, revealing himself by stepping out of the dust cloud. A gift? Stain echoed, curious. Kiro's gifts usually involve top-of-the-line blades and the such, so he was suppressing his excitement. Here, Kiro plucked a hair off his head and offered it to the reformed villain. What the F do you want me to do with this? Stain asked, agitated. Eat it, Kiro said with a dead serious expression on his face. It'll give you unimaginable power. F no, Stain said, using a kunai to chop the tiny strand of hair in half. That's disgusting. Suit yourself, Kiro said before vanishing in the shadows. What the F was that? Stain thought to himself before a terrified cry reached his ears. Never mind that. I still have work to do. Yo, what's up? Present Mike asked Midnight as the woman heaved a sigh. He, Midnight, and Shouta were hanging out at a local coffee shop. Kiro invited me to this villain support group thing, Midnight said, sipping her coffee. Damn, I wish this was alcohol. Oh yeah, you haven't met Kiro's squad. Shouta pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't know how Kiro does it, but he seems to have a whole team of villains. I pity you. Tell me about it, Midnight sighed, leaning back into her chair. I hope I can at least meet a cute guy or something. Haim-chan, Kiro said, knocking on Toga's door. It's time to go. Toga opened the door, revealing her dorm room to have a very extensive knife collection and an assortment of anime posters. Yeah, she squealed. I can't wait to see Dabai again. Me neither, Kiro said. Anyways, let's head out. Thank God Orinko's cookies, Kiro thought as he took a cookie and bit down on the chocolatey bit of heaven. Stain and Spinner were bickering about whose blades were better. Mr. Compress, Gentle, and La Brava were comparing the statistics of their shows. Daba, Toga, and Twice were bickering about God knows what with Poor Mustard and Magni Cotton between Dabai and Twice. And Inko and Nana were making girls talk. Alright guys, I requested a hero to join us today, Kiro said, causing silence to spread across the room. Basically, I need to get the approval of the association to keep this program running, so they asked someone to come in. Fortunately, I got to pick who to bring in, so you don't have to worry about someone snooping around. Ooh, who is it? Toga asked, excited. She was always excited to make new friends, no matter whether they were a hero or villain. Himiko-chan. Midnight burst through the door. Toga stiffened as she saw the lady she had attacked appear right before her eyes. Midnight, sensei, Toga managed, her voice starting to shake. Midnight walked over and knelt down by the girl, locking eyes with her student. Himiko-chan. It's okay, she said, smiling. You don't have to be sorry. We all make mistakes, so please don't be too hard on yourself. We will work past this, okay? Thank you, Toga said as Midnight put a hand on her head. At least there are some heroes who don't treat us like trash, Dabai muttered, scoffing and looking away. My, aren't you the cutie? Midnight's attention completely diverted to Dabai. She stood up and walked over to him, her hips swaying seductively. May I get a name? Or can I just call you mine? Oh Lord, not again, Dabai muttered under his breath. Kei-chan, Kuro said after clearing his throat. You are here for a reason. And that reason is not to flirt with my subordinate. Yeah, whatever, Midnight said before handing Dabai a piece of paper. Call me handsome. Whatever, Dabai scoffed as he pocketed the paper, not caring to pay attention to the pro hero as she walked to her seat. Anyways, I'd like to welcome Gentle and La Brava to the group, Kuro said. I'm sure all of you have met them at one point, but this is their first meeting. Greetings, Gentle said, sipping a cup of tea that Nana had prepared. It is an honor to be here. I'm so happy to be here. La Brava chirped. It's so nice to see someone is helping my Denjiro-kun. Well, shall we start with the updates? Kuro asked. Well, the bar has been pretty lively, Dabai said. What bar do you work at if I may ask? Midnight asked, leading forward and smiling. Wouldn't you like to know? Dabai scoffed. Anyways, I've been doing pretty alright. I'm going to ask Akin on a date. Toga chirped. That's great, Kuro exclaimed. Where are you going to take her? We're going to go cut up some bad people, Toga said, her enthusiasm not wavering in the bit. I'm not sure she would like that, Kuro said. Maybe you should take her to the Candy Palace in Naruhata. I heard it's great for dates. Really? Toga looked confused. But cutting bad people is so much fun. Not everyone thinks cutting bad people is fun, Kuro said, his dad mode turning on. But lots of people like sweets. Okay, Toga chirped. Maybe I can help you find something to wear, Midnight offered. We can't have you not looking the part. Really? Toga asked, still flabbergasted someone she had hurt so badly was willing to help her. Of course, dear, Midnight purred. You're still my student and I still care for you. I'll come too, Magni offered. A first date is really important. Ooh, sounds like fun. Twice chirped. Can I come too? Ooh, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Spinner muttered under his breath. You'd be surprised, Kuro chuckled. Twice's fashion sense is hot half bad. While the forge is doing well, Spinner butted in, desperately trying to change the topic. I'm working on my masterpieces. I'll be able to show them off by next meeting. Masterpieces, Stain scoffed. Bet mine are better. What did you say? Spinner roared. He may idolize Stain, but no one disses Spinner's blades. Anyways, Kuro said. Compress, Gentle. How are your shows going? They are going very well, Gentle said. I must thank you again for offering me a venue. It's nothing, Kuro waved his hand dismissively. It was a hell of a lot of paperwork, but if it meant that Gentle and La Brava were able to stray down the path of good, it was a small price to pay. I still have higher numbers, Compress said. Only a true showman could have numbers like mine. But soon enough, the world will see how fabulous my acts are, Gentle retorted. Our numbers will pass yours in no time. Nana, Kuro said hastily before the two villains could butt in. How have you been? I've been great, Nana said, a huge smile on her face. Ruko-chan and Rumi-chan have been very nice to me. I'm really happy that I'm friends with them. That's good, Kuro said. He of course wanted to comfort her about Shigaraki, but now wasn't the time. Inko, are you feeling any better? I'm still worried about Izuku, she said, but I know he's safe in your hands. You don't need to worry about Deku, Stain said. He's a strong kid and a true hero. I respect that. Thank you, Stain-san. Inko smiled warmly at the hero ender. I'm just saying the truth, Stain said, scoffing. You don't have to thank me. Twice? Kuro asked, motioning for him to go next. Magni and I recently started a game store, Twice said happily. It's going really well. Yeah, it's really convenient that Twice can be the cavern ruler of every game at the same time, Magni said. I honestly don't understand that game. You should learn, Twice exclaimed. Caverns and Cryptids is a masterpiece. Yeah, whatever you say, Magni said, waving her hand dismissively. Anyways, you all should prepare for the outing, Kuro said. I need to talk to Midnight before we go. So, what do you think? Kuro asked the pro hero. The room was now empty as everyone else went to go prepare for the outing. They don't seem like a bad group of people, Midnight said. I would say they were putting up an act, but they all seemed surprisingly genuine. Yeah, they don't have much of a filter when it comes to each other, Kuro said, shrugging. I'm just happy I can help. Of course you are, Midnight sighed. I just can't wait to get my hands on that dabai. Hiro shuddered as Midnight licked her lips. This was definitely going to be a long day. Hawks was sitting on top of a building, enjoying his dinner. Fukuoka was particularly calm that day, which was weird considering there was a lot of crime yesterday. The newly appointed number 2 hero wasn't really complaining, though. "Ah, Hawks," a voice said, almost making the man jump. Hawks turned around to see the only person who trumped him in rankings, Black Lightning. The man sat down next to Hawks and took out a bag of homemade cookies. "Talking some time to chill too?" Hawks asked, taking a bite out of his sandwich. "You're not usually based here." "Well, my squad needed to go stretch their legs and I thought I would take some time to meet the new number 2, Kuro said, opening the bag and munching on one of the cookies. "Well, it's nice to meet you," Hawks said. "Thanks for taking care of the city. I really wanted some time to kick my feet up." "Don't mention it," Kuro said, smiling. "We all need a break every now and again." "You're preaching to the choir, my man," Hawks replied lazily. "Being a top-ranked hero is such a drag." "I know, right?" Hiro chuckled dryly. "I would love a world where I could have a little bit more time to end." "Yeah," Hawks smiled. Hiro seemed to get it. "That would be great." Achako was just shopping at the mall like a normal person when an all-too-familiar person tackled her in a hug. "Hemi-chan," Achako exclaimed, squirming free from the girl's grip and standing up. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, Kuronai said I can go look for you instead of going on today's outing." Toga chirped, overly excited. "Isn't that exciting?" "Why, yeah." Achako smiled, still a little flustered from what had just transpired. "Why did you want to look for me?" "Well, I wanted to ask you on a date, of course," Toga said nonchalantly. "A date?" Achako yelled. "Where did you get that idea?" "Well, I'm like you," Toga said simply. "Don't you go on dates with people you like?" "Why, you can't just say that so simply." Achako turned her head and covered her face, which was tomato red at that point. "Why not? I'm like you. It's as simple as that," Toga said innocently, tilting her head and touching her cheek with her index finger as a sign of confusion. "Is there something wrong with that?" "And no." Achako parted her index and middle finger to look at the girl. "It's just so sudden. I didn't expect you to be so upfront with it." "Why not?" Toga again asked innocently. "And never mind," Achako muttered, forcing herself to look up at the girl. "So do you want to go on a date?" Toga asked again, never getting an answer to her original question. "Yes," Achako said, not even thinking. "I would love to go on a date with you, Himi-chan." The next day, Taoya walked into the bar, sighing. It's not that he didn't enjoy his work, but sometimes things got monotonous. "Hey, boss," Taoya said as he put on his uniform. "Sup," boss man said. "Thank you for taking the extra shift. It's getting kind of crowded in here." "I can see that," Twa said as he went up to the counter. He started taking orders, his mind wandering as he did so. Making the drinks has become practically second nature to him, so he allowed his mind to wander as he worked. "Man," Taoya thought to himself as he served some random person a martini. "I hope something interesting could happen today." Oh my, Taoya looked up when he heard a familiar voice. A voice that he had only familiarized himself with the day before. "Is that Dabai-kun?" What a surprise. Taoya's face paled as he saw Lady Midnight in her civilian clothing with a slight flush on her face. The man inwardly prayed that the woman didn't go bar hopping until she found the bar that he was in. He also questioned how the lady had found him, but there were more pressing matters at the moment. His life, and more importantly, his chastity was in danger. "Shit. Amik. Akin. Achin." Achako could hear the banging on the door all the way from her room. Achako got up, looking down to check if her pajamas were decent, as she was not getting changed to appease Toga's antics. She trudged along towards the door, noting how empty the apartment felt with her parents on a business trip. She eventually makes it to the door, slowly opening it by a crack, revealing Toga wearing a pretty red skirt, her hair tied in pigtails. "Yes," Achako mumbled. If she wasn't so tired, she probably would have blushed and stammered. "Akin, did you forget about our date?" Toga whined, looking dejected. "D-date." Like magic, the word caused Achako to stir. "I thought that was supposed to be tomorrow." "It's Sunday," Toga deadpanned uncharacteristically. Achako's face flared up. She could have sworn that it was Saturday, but due to her tendency to stay up all night studying and training her quirk, sometimes the days blended together. She slammed the door, barely able to manage out. "I am sorry. I'll be right out." A couple minutes later, Achako opened the door, dressed in a pink skirt, deciding to wear a sunflower hairpin her mother gave her for her 10th birthday. "I am so sorry. I was up all night." "It's okay, Akin." Toga hastily cut in before Achako could start rambling. Her lips parted into a warm smile. "I'm just happy that we can spend some time together." Achako sputtered a little bit as Toga grabbed her hand. Hemi-chan. "Come on," Toga chirped, pulling her classmate along, a genuine laugh escaping her. Achako smiled softly, her drowsiness long forgotten. Perhaps today wouldn't be that bad. Achako and Toga exited the train to Naruhata. Toga had decided to go here because there was a huge candy shop that has been steadily finding its way in headlines for the past few years. Ochako had gone once with her parents to celebrate graduating primary school, but she doesn't really remember it all too well. The Akin, Toga said, tightening the grip she had on Ochako's hand. I'm so excited. I've never been here before. Well, I have, but hey, I'm here this time. Ochako smiled at Toga. Ochako didn't know what happened, but Toga seemed troubled. What happened doesn't matter. What matters is that Ochako was there to make her friend happy. Toga looked up at her, the girl's frown slowly fading away. Thanks, Akin. Toga pulled her friend into a hug, causing Ochako's face to redden. It really means a lot to me. And no problem. Ochako looked up, meeting Toga's eyes. Her face was still in the color of the tomato, but her lips were curved into a large, genuine smile. I'm happy to be there for you. Eventually, the two arrived at the huge castle known as the Pop Castle, now the most popular candy store in Japan. Hey, Himi-chan, Ochako said, looking around. The place doesn't seem too crowded today. You're right, Toga replied, looking around. There were about 15 people hanging around the entrance. Sure, they haven't entered, but all the pictures had hundreds of people bustling about the entrance. She pulled out her phone, letting out an audible groan. While Ochako was cut off when Toga shoved the phone in her friend's face. Ochako read the top headline of Hero News. New number 1 announces new sidekick. Burning cold hero, Dabai. Of course it would be those two. Ochako's palm promptly connected with her face after reading the headline. 2 days ago. Wouldn't it be a shame if Pop Castle was too crowded for your date on Sunday? Hiro said as he nudged Ochako, offering a wink. Yeah, Dabai smirked, shooting a glance at Toga, who was busy bothering Shoto. It wouldn't be as if a high-ranking hero would hold a live conference announcing a sidekick for the first time. Ooh, that would be nice. Ochako was still wrapping her head around the fact that she was going on a date with Toga at all to catch the meaning of what the two pros were saying. She chuckled nervously as she hastily looked for a way to excuse herself. Present day. I don't see how that will work. Toga placed her index finger on her chin and tilted her head, making a confused frown. Never mind. Ochako grabbed Toga's hand and pulled her into the store. Welcome. An adult woman with pink hair and the standard uniform. A pink tee that had the words Pop Castle with a star in between the words and black jeans smiled at the two girls as soon as they crossed the threshold into the gigantic castle of sweets. Hello, Toga chirped as she dashed up to the girl, whose name tag read Kazuho Hanyama, her face positively beaming. I'm Himiko Toga. Hello, Toga-san, Hanyama said, the customer service smile plastered on her face. Is that girl over there your girlfriend? We do offer couples packages at this time of year. GGG girlfriend. Akacho all but shouted, her face beat red. We are absolutely in. Yup, she replied, popping the P, causing Ochako to sputter and trip over her words. Can you show us around? Please. Hanyama's smile morphed from a classic customer service smile to a more genuine smile as she witnessed her antics. She then suppressed a sigh as she was exposed to Toga's secret second quirk, puppy eyes. There was no way she could endure such a powerful technique. Though her younger self might have, the purity in the teen's eyes was something that didn't come often in these parts. Of course, follow me. I will show you around the castle. So, what do you want to be when you grow up? The three were about an hour into their tour. Hanyama realized that she got along well with the two girls, bringing out a liveliness in her that she had thought was lost long ago. We going to be heroes, Toga squealed. While Toga may have been oblivious to the hint of grief in Hanyama's eyes, but Ochako caught it. It was a lot similar to the hint of grief that she would see in Kuro as he looks at the students. I remember when I wanted to be a hero, Hanyama said, a wistful expression on her face before turning serious. My friend and I tried to play hero a long time ago. If I had any advice for you, you should stop now. Why? Ochako decided to butt in. It didn't take a detective to know what happened to her friend. Hanyama stopped and looked at the couple with pained eyes. It's okay. Ochako moved before she thought, placing her hands on Hanyama's. We'll be okay. I'll make sure of that. Me too, Toga chirped, placing her hands with Ochako's. We're too awesome to get hurt. Hanyama looked at the two, studying them. She saw the resolve in their eyes and the calluses in their hands spoke of unspoken experience. For some reason, Hanyama felt inclined to believe the two girls. Of course, she felt that way about Himawari. Although she knew how well that turned out, she knew that there was nothing she could do about it. That feeling aside, she had a feeling those two would succeed. All right, Hanyama sighed and shook her head before honing her eyes at the two girls, eyes full of hope. But promise that you won't do anything stupid. Yeah, the two girls chirped happily before looking at each other, a wide grin on both of their faces. It's certain, Hanyama thought to herself as she turned around and beckoned the couple to follow her. These two are going places. Himawari, please watch over them. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.